Hello, everyone. Pop culture curator. So good to see you. It is another Saturday evening, January 6th. So it's a bright and beautiful day for an insurrection celebration. I'm just joking. Um, Obviously, it was not an insurrection, depending on who you talk to. But it's so good to see you guys, and it's good to say hello again and catch up with everybody and see what's been going on for the week. Once again, it's an open topic, open mic, so anybody's welcome to join. There should be a link pinned in the chat if you'd like to hop up on the panel. Plus, I also put a link on Twitter or X, formerly known as Twitter, depending on what you want to call it. I have to clear my throat. Of course, of all times, now my throat's clogged. But I wanted to say hello to the chat. So good to see you all. Looks like Jim was first saying hello. Looks like Scotty was here and he said ahoy. And Scotty said, hit that there like, share, subscribe. Yo, thank you, Scotty. I appreciate that. Gorilla's Renaissance says, hey, and Gorilla just finished a really great stream covering the movie Enemy Mine. Edge of Time says, greetings from the Edge of Time. Good to see you, Edge of Time. Glad you're here. Gap After Dark says, hey, Pops, Jim, Gorilla, Scotty, Edge of Time. Well, good to see you, Gap. I hope you're doing well as well. But all you guys, I hope you're keeping warm. I know in some places it's really cold right now. And Gap says, hello, all. And Gorilla said, busy with kid at the moment. I understand, Gorilla, putting the kids to bed and everything. You're a busy father, so totally understand. Take your time there, sir. PvP, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. It's the weekend, so thank goodness another work week ended last night. It was a
That's always a
longer
good
week.
thing.
Well, it was a longer week too because I had to make up hours when I was away the previous week during the Christmas break because I took Christmas week off because I just needed to take a good long break.
Oh, so if they don't give it to you automatically for the holidays, you have to use up your vacation?
Well, no, not vacation, but it's just like, let's put it this way: if I would have done 4 hours for an agent on the week during Christmas, between the 25th and the 29th or whatever,
Uh-huh.
that would be, and instead of work, I had the option to work that week, but I figure, is there any point in working the week between Christmas and New Year's? Because most people are on holidays, they're traveling, they're with family, eating turkey, whatever. Most people aren't going to be picking up their phone anyway, right? So I
Exactly.
figure, and probably I didn't email my guys, but I imagine most of them. If I asked them, "Do you want me to work, the week, those 4 days during the Christmas holiday season? Do you want me to make phone calls?" They probably mostly would have said, "No, that's okay. Just wait till January, right?" So
Yeah,
that's what
obviously
I did.
business. Yeah, obviously business is going to be slower, so it's a good idea. Just take
Oh,
it easy.
exactly. Even this week, it was a slow week. Because well, we had January 1st, Monday was a holiday here, so I worked Thursday through Friday yesterday, and it was probably kind of an average week, but I only think I got like maybe 11 bookings in 4 days, so it was not exactly much of a booming week,
Not a productive
for
one.
sure. But I
I'm
think a
sorry to
lot,
hear
lot
that.
I got lots of voicemails. I mean, I think people just, it's the new year and people are just burned out from the holidays and the food and the parties and all that stuff, right? And they
I
just
can
don't want to
understand
pick up
that.
their phone.
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
understandable.
Yeah, you get a feeling for it after a while, Pop. When I've been doing it like it'll be 4 years next month. I've been doing this job, so you get a feeling for its dynamics after a while, so to
Uh
speak.
huh.
You know,
Yeah, yeah, that's great.
you know.
Edge of Time, Star Wars flops. Women most affected. Read tomorrow's headlines today.
Oh,
You're right.
I
Yeah, the
mentioned that.
story. Yeah, the story of this new director. I saw about on Midnight Edge. Oh
Oh,
my God, what a piece of work!
it's frightening. Actually, I got a couple of clips,
Well,
if you
yes,
don't
we are going
mind.
to share those. Oh, absolutely. No, I definitely want to
Yeah,
cover
just
that.
I'm gonna have to find them here. Just give me a minute to.
Take your time.
I'll have to go and look because I have a
Gap After
few.
Dog says, "Hey, PvP," and Gorilla
Yeah.
says, "I tried staying warm by cuddling up, but she started screaming, 'Who are you and what are you doing in my house?'"
Oh boy.
Yeah, Yeah, I saw Gorilla mention earlier he's getting snow finally. So yeah, I guess I'm not the only
Wow.
one. So that's no offense, but that's good to hear.
Snow. Jeez. You know, we've had the only snow we had was the December the 1st. We had like a quarter-inch sprinkle in the morning, and by the afternoon it had all melted, and we haven't had snow since then. We've been getting rain, is what we've been getting. Lots of rain.
Ooh,
Well, not lots,
rain.
but rain like when we do get any moisture, right? So,
Well, yeah, it's good to have rain because we need our water supply replenished. But I don't know.
oh
Sometimes
yeah.
it can be a pain in the butt.
Yeah, we haven't get a huge amount, but I'd rather have rain than snow because when I got to go out and dust off all the windows with my brush, it's a pain in the ass. Quite frankly, when you got, especially if you get a good snowfall, like 3 or 4 inches of snow, and you're combing the windows clean for like half an hour. That's one thing I hate about winter. But hey, we haven't had it this year. It's been actually really warm too. It's been mild. Like usually by January, we would have had a couple of like maybe -20 days when it was, you'd freeze your butt off going outside, but we haven't had that at all this year. So it's very unusual weather-wise, I gotta say.
Nice. Yeah, we've got a few inches of snow here as well.
Oh,
That,
really?
yeah, I know. Like I looked out the window, my car's covered, but
Hmm.
I saw a news report where a man was arrested and hauled off to jail because they
Uh-huh.
thought he had a bag of drugs and it was cat litter, and he said he used it to put and snow or ice on his car windows. And I'd never heard of that trick before. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, he
You
said the
think
cat
you
prevent
think
ice
they
on.
would have you think they would have checked what was in the bag before they arrested him?
I
Unless
know, but you
cat
know how
litter is an offense now.
I know, right? And you know how enthusiastic cops are and gung ho.
That's
They want to
crazy.
make that quota.
Hey, do you want me to post these links in the public chat or just in the private one, Pop?
Well, you can post them in the private chat, and then I'll
Okay.
as soon as I get caught up with the chat, we'll talk about them.
Sure. I'll post them in private first because I got about half a dozen. I've just like scanned the internet the last few days since all this crazy shit broke like 2 or 3 days ago about this ultra woke director woman, right? And
And
it
racist and sexist and
it's
everything else you could
nuts.
think of.
Oh yeah, you listen to this woman, she sounds like a sociopath, quite frankly,
Well, yeah,
to
what's
be honest.
interesting is I didn't think they could do worse, and they actually topped themselves with the absolute worst scumbag of the earth. I mean, she makes Fleabag Bridge look like like an innocent angel.
Yeah, she really does. Yeah, it's pretty shocking stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
PvP Memology 101 has the clips, says Gorilla. I guess he means the Star Wars clips. In a winter storm watch. Oh, I see. Gorilla says. And Gap After Dark is looking and laughing. Oops, don't need stream
I'm
elements
guessing
there, but I'm
Gorilla
glad
might
it's
have
working.
snow. No,
Yes, he
Gorilla's
said
part of
that
the world.
earlier. Yeah, he said he's going to get several inches earlier.
Mm.
And Gorilla's Ranthought says cat litter works great to help with grip. Oh, well, you mean under the tires. But I thought I read, yeah, I'd heard that works good for under the tires, like if you're stuck in the snow. But on this news report with the guy that was arrested, I thought that he said that somehow prevented the ice from freezing up on his windshields. But I could be wrong.
Never heard of cat litter, but hey, you never know. I mean, sometimes weird things do work wonders, I suppose.
Yeah, and I heard about the grip on tires if you get stuck because it's like a bunch of little rocks. So
Yeah.
if I was living in the snow and I had that issue, I would probably carry a bag or two with me.
Yeah, I've always heard that, if you got rocks or gravel, that works wonders, but I guess cat litter might work, I suppose.
Now these clips that I'll cover on YouTube, I might have to show them in little bits and snippets because I don't want to get um,
Yeah,
copyright stricken.
I haven't found a real good one with just all her comments, in a row. There's kind of bits and pieces in these. So, and some of them, like I put one on the Drinkers channel where he was talking about this woman with the panel. So that might not be too useful, but I thought it was kind of interesting to have some people's various opinions on the topic. So that's why I decided to just, include it. Uh,
Yeah, which is fine.
I figure the more
I,
information people have, the better, right, Bob? So,
yeah, I think a lot of the people here on this stream are going to be in agreement with you.
yeah, I mean, people can pick and choose what they want to watch, of course, which is all, all,
Okay.
all good.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna play this tab. Hopefully, there's an audio. Let's find out.
Well,
If there is no audio, let me know, and I'll stop it and figure out what's going on that's wrong.
I just got one more to add. I'm just adding the Star Wars Girl channel where she's going on about it. She's not very happy about it, which I thought was kind of
Yeah,
funny.
and as I saw her stream yesterday, yes,
I've
and
watched
she
her a
had a
few
really
times
good clip.
before.
Right, she had a really good clip on her stream where they asked that director. They said, "What's your experience?" She said, "Well, first I'm an activist, then I'm a director, and then I'm an activist, and then I'm this, and I'm an activist, activist, activist." That's all she kept saying.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. She's basically, when I was watching the drinkers panel discussion, I think he clipped like a 9 minute segment out of one of his longer streams for that. And he looked in, up in the IDB or whatever the hell that website's called, where you look up, you know, filmmakers' careers on that website. And it was all just basically she's done documentaries, documentaries, documentaries,
Yes.
feminist documentaries, feminist
Yep.
documentaries,
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
never made a feature film in her life.
Right,
So now,
exactly like that
you know,
stupid Chloe Zhao that made the Eternals. Same thing, no experience in movies.
yeah, exactly. It's like, why don't they just give me the job? I wouldn't mind getting paid a couple million to totally fuck up and have the film fail. I could do that easily, right?
Yeah, and then just sit home snorting coke the whole time and just phone in your performance.
I wouldn't even need to snort coke off a hooker's ass. I really wouldn't. I'd be
Yeah, what I
quite
do
happy
is,
with, bottle of bourbon and a hooker would be fine,
right, I would tell for 200 million. What I do is I tell them I want a monitor in my
Oh.
home with a live link to the set, and then I'll just say action from here as I'm snorting a line of coke. I'll just say action and cut from here. Next.
Actually, the perverts in Hollywood snorting coke off of hookers' butts would probably be more entertaining than the films they make.
It's not up hookers' butts, it's up little boys' butts. Remember, this is Hollywood we're talking about.
I was trying to be charitable. Actually, I wasn't, but you know what I mean.
And there she is. There she is, the fat bag.
Yeah, just a shining example of feminine beauty, isn't
And you
she?
know what? And once again, it always comes down to the feminists. The reason why is because no man will come 10 feet within their range. They won't even come close. So they get pissed off because they can't get laid, and then they hate men for that reason. It's always
Well,
the other. It's the whole world's fault, not her that she's ugly. It's the whole world's fault, right?
the thing is,
She
though,
looks
I
like,
just want to.
looks like a man in drag.
Yeah, she really does, doesn't she? I just want to mention, though, just to um, give a tiny bit of balance, even though I don't think it's too well deserved in her case. Drinker did mention on one of his streams talking about her, even though he criticized the decision by Disney extremely to actually put someone so inexperienced in the role of directing a major Star Wars movie. He was very, very critical on that. He made a point of that several times in his
Right.
video. But he did mention when you look at her background, she is Pakistani. So
Right.
some of the
Oh yeah,
comments she
she's.
made,
Oh yeah, she. That's just it. See, she's a person of color. She's a woman. She's a feminist. She's a
yeah,
lesbian. I'm surprised she's not in a wheelchair and a club foot as well, right? I mean, she took so many fucking boxes. It's crazy.
yes, I will agree with that. But I just want to mention, as critical drinker brought up, she it does come from Pakistan, and there is when she was talking about those comments about making men uncomfortable back in 2015. Um, he said it could be taken out of context because she might have been talking about Pakistani men. I think that came up in the conversation because there is this thing of honor killing in Pakistan where men can like murder a daughter if they don't approve of who she's dating or whatever. Because that has actually even happened in Canada. I can remember one or two instances, maybe 10 years back, where a man in Ontario killed his daughter because she was dating a white man and he didn't approve. As a Pakistani man, he didn't
Right.
approve of that, right? So he murdered her.
Right. Well, I
So
would have to
I
say
can
in
understand.
Pakistani.
I just want to say though, I can understand to a certain point where she may be coming from, even though I totally disagree with the comments she made. Because the danger with comments like what she made, Pop, is when you overgeneralize and you make comments that make it sound like you hate half of the people on planet Earth. That's not a good strategy for having a successful
Yes.
career,
Right. That's what I was
right?
going to say. Is here's another thing. Here's another thing. That interview was in English. Pakistani,
Yes,
their native language is not English. So, in other words, she was doing an international interview. She should have said Pakistani men. Simple as that.
that would have been
So I don't.
that would
I
have
don't
been
have.
smart. Yes,
Right. I have
yes.
no sympathy for her, or I won't take any of her excuses. If she would have said Pakistani men, it'd be different. She had the chance to say that. She chose not to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like she
Uh
fucked up
huh.
basically. She really fucked
She
up.
did. And by the
And
way, and I'll say right now from the I want everyone to keep this in mind, and I'd be willing to bet everything I have on it. That movie will never see the light of day. Look how many Star Wars movies they've announced that are still not that were canceled. I mean, they even like Anna said, the Star Wars girl. They even announced one by Patty Jenkins, the director of Wonder Woman, and even that didn't see the light of day.
well, the
So
thing
I mean,
is,
all this is just going to be just hype to get Star Wars back in the press again.
too, it's got, from what I've read, it's got a two-year window to be production until it hits cinemas. So like a 2-year window is a long fucking time, right? So it'd be
Oh
quite
yeah,
easy to cancel it over the next year or so. Very easy to cancel the damn thing. So,
right. And notice they don't even have a script yet, of course.
oh, of course they probably don't. Yeah.
And not to mention that stupid whatever her dumb name is, the untalented plywood that played Ray. Even she said that she wasn't going to play the character again. She said it hurt her career. So that's why I really doubt that we're ever going to see anything. I think that people are making a big hype out of nothing.
The actress that played Ray, it hurt her career. I wasn't aware she
Yes,
actually had a career, Pop.
according to her. Well, I agree with you.
I never heard of her before that, to be
Well,
honest. You know.
she was mostly British stuff, but I agree with you. But according to her, she said her career was up and coming, and then after she did Star Wars, it's hard for her to get roles now.
Well, well, there you go. I mean, when you hook your wagon to a dying horse, which is what
Or
Disney is
right, a
now.
manure right, it's a manure cart that's hooked up to a dying horse, and she
Yeah,
hooked up to the back of the manure cart.
yeah. It's like I wouldn't touch. Disney. Well, let's put it this way: if Disney could offer me a job, and if I was a filmmaker, I'd say, you know what? I think I'll pass on that, guys, because I have better things to do than destroy my credibility. You know.
Yes. Well, and just like I said with that horrible lady that thinks she's going to be a director, I would say the same thing to the lady who played Ray. I would say, "Well, did you read the script before you signed the bottom line?" And she would say, "Yeah." And then I'd say, "Well, then you're getting everything you deserve.
Yeah. It
No
amazes
sympathy
me.
whatsoever."
It amazes me these days how many actors will sign on to a shitty script. I guess because, well, they're probably getting paid so much ridiculously, a ridiculous amount of money. They figure, oh well, fuck it. If I only make 1 or 2 films in my whole life, I'm set for life, right? Because they're probably making millions doing this crap. But
Well, unless they're white males, then what happens is they're starved for work, and they hold out long enough to where their value goes down more and more and more, and then next thing you know, the studio's going to hire them at bargain basement prices. Because if you think
uh,
about it, there's a lot of white male, what's called in the Hollywood circle toxic male. There's a lot of them that haven't worked in a long time that were doing well before this whole wave of feminism hit Hollywood.
well, personally, if I was a male actor, I would head over like to Europe or Japan or some faraway place away from Hollywood because you'd probably have
Well,
a better chance.
You'd have to get further away than Europe because, judging by what the BBC looks like, it's just as bad as Hollywood. So I'd have to go further away.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you're
I'm
looking for a country that's not woke, and I don't know of
I
any.
want well, I want to go see that Godzilla
South
movie. I'm thinking of
South
that.
Korea,
Like I might
maybe.
go tomorrow. Because I looked at the trailer and I gotta say, and disclaimer, I am nowhere, not at all a Godzilla fan by any means. I mean, Godzilla really has never done it for me. It's never really interested me. But I watched that 2-minute trailer and I was like, wow, this movie looks really, really good. Like it looks really, really awesome. And I thought,
That's all I'm
fuck
hearing.
it,
Yes.
fuck it, I'm gonna go and see this movie. I think it's on at 6:30 tomorrow in the cinema about 10 miles from here. I'll have to drive across the damn bridge in the dark, which I'm
Right.
not too crazy about. But
Supposedly no woke feminist garbage in it. No signaling.
yeah, it's supposed to be just a really good story and the special effects.
Yep.
I think the budget was like 15 million, which blows my
Yes.
mind because the special effects look like $100 million film. They really
Yeah,
do.
well, that's what happens when the money's actually on the screen and not in people's
Yeah,
pockets, right? Or up their
yeah,
noses.
not going into corrupt pockets. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. But it looks
Jack After
really
Dark
good.
says, Jack After Dark says, Idiot Film Festival places trigger warnings before classic James Bond movies will cause offense. See, that's ignorant. That is so stupid. Gorillas Renaissance says, what that is too. That's a precursor to censorship because next thing you know, they're gonna say, "Oh, let's just get rid of the trigger warnings and let's just cut those scenes out." And then next thing you know, it'll be they won't show the movies at all. Just watch. Gorillas Renaissance says, don't put cat litter on the windshield. Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of crap, doesn't it? In fact, not to mention that I'm sure if you flip on those windshield wipers, it's going to scratch that window shield.
Well,
I'm sure.
the thing is too, when I sometimes well, I won't get snow, but I'll get a coat of ice on the windows. So if you put cat litter on and you got a big thick coating of ice on top of it, I can imagine the misery that could possibly cause, right, Pomp? So yeah.
Right. Well, what I was thinking is maybe it was a Ziploc that had like tiny holes in it, and somehow I don't know. You keep it in the car, and somehow it releases some sort of scent or something that helps prevent ice. But I'm probably looking at it wrong.
Hmm.
Edge of time, and don't eat it if it's crunchy. Yes, definitely, and if it smells funny or if it's got any raisins in it, right?
I wouldn't
Dapper
eat it
Doctor,
out of the
she looks
bag.
like Harvey Firestein. Yes, she does. I can't tell who's uglier, right? That lady from the new director or Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, you can just tell a hag when you see it, right?
I think they got an equal opportunity there of ugliness, actually, Pop.
Yep. DBB says, "Hey, pops and everybody. Hello, DBB. Good to see ya.
Hello.
Welcome." DBB says Star Wars died when George sold it. I know this may not be the popular opinion, but I didn't like the prequels. I think Star Wars died after the third movie, after Return of the
Yeah.
Jedi.
For me, it kind of died with the Jedi, the third film, because I didn't think that was as good as the first two, actually.
Right. If you did not know better, if you just took an outsider who has never seen Star Wars before and then showed them the first three movies, then the second three, I bet you they would tell you that the second three were seemed like they were made from a different person because
They
it just looked like
yeah.
George Lucas. We all know the infamous story that he hired he was surrounded by a bunch of yes men, and he threw everything into it. And not only that, but a lot of the script he had his grandkids surrounding him, helping him write the script, naming the characters
Oh.
and everything else. I mean, it had everything. Every stink was just all over those sequels.
So is
I
that
just
how Jar Jar Binks got created?
Jar Jar Binks, Count Dookie. Yeah, that's where the names came from. Yeah, yeah.
Can you
You try to
imagine
bring
though?
these.
Jar Jar Binks would never be in a film today because the woke crowd would go, "Oh, he's obviously racist. He's so
Well, they said that
racist.
then.
He's obviously
I,
Jamaican. He's racist."
right.
You know?
Well, we didn't have the woke infiltration back then, but even back then it offended people.
Oh, it did. It offended me. I thought, well, this character is just fucking garbage. Like I
I
hated
hated that
that
first
film.
movie.
Yeah,
I had to force myself to. I went and saw it to theaters, and I had to force myself to sit all the way through to the end.
me too. I saw Phantom Menace, and I almost asked for my money back. I was so pissed off by the time I walked out of that theater. I
Right?
was
It's
like,
like, and
never
people
again,
say
never
whatever the
again.
third one. Right? Whatever the third one is, I don't remember the name. I lose. I'll never go back and
Uh,
watch them again. I'll put it that way. I watched each one of them once, and I'll never go
yeah,
back and watch them. But whatever the third one is, all
Attack of the
the
Clones, perhaps.
I think that was the second one. And the third one
Okay.
was anyway.
Yeah, I can't
But
remember either.
all the Star Wars fanatics, when you say, hey, how bad the prequels were, they always say, yeah, but by the third one it got better. It's like I don't give a shit, bullshit. It's
I
like
don't
yeah,
think it.
by the third one it was on life support.
Yeah, the Star Wars never got back to the level of the first couple of films, as far as I'm
No,
concerned.
it had too much money, and George Lucas was nothing but a bunch of ego. By the time he got
Lucas
to, he
just
thought, well, I could just put anything together, people are gonna watch it.
Well, Lucas just became one of those directors who became a hack in his later career, and he was just
Yes,
all about ego and money. I mean, look at that Napoleon film from what's his face that did Blade Runner and Alien. Oh shit, I'm drawing a blank. Ridley
are you
Scott.
talking about Ridley Scott?
I
Oh, that
mean,
one. Oh, the
I've
Napoleon
heard
movie
that
from
film.
last year.
I've heard that film, sucks donkey balls. It's so bad, right? From every review
Yeah,
I've
well,
I've
yeah.
read.
Well, think about it. Ridley Scott, he hasn't made a successful movie in a long time. He's been doing
Well,
a lot of flops.
wasn't he behind that Prometheus thing, which, from what
Right.
I've heard, is a total
Which
piece of
almost
crap?
killed the Alien. Right, almost killed the Alien franchise.
But they're still planning on making another Alien movie. I've heard, which is
Well, yeah,
insane.
it's coming out this year.
Because I don't want to watch it. I mean, I saw Alien 3 because Jill, had it on one of her Friday streams, and I would have never watched that. I mean, actually, I thought it was not as bad as I thought it would be, and there were some actually decent parts in that film, but it's still like I don't ever need to see that again. It wasn't that good, right? So,
Well, yeah,
you know.
remember my New Year's Rumblings stream? We covered it, and remember the cast are all teenagers, so it sounds worse than you can imagine.
That
I mean,
does
what are
sound bad.
kids do? What are kids doing in a spaceship traversing through space? I mean, they're struggling so hard to make a square peg fit a round hole that it's obvious. I mean, because there's no means, but of course there's going to be some one liner in the movie that's going to explain everything that justifies why those little kids are all the secret to everything flying through space.
They should all
There's
be
not one
lesbian.
adult in the cast. Not one
They
adult
should
in
all
the
be
cast.
they should all be lesbian teenagers, as well, right, Pop?
I'm sure they will be. Well, yeah, and gay guys, right? Gay feminine
Yeah.
guys, and the women will be in charge, and so on and so forth.
Now the guys will all be soy boys, and the women lesbian, crew members. They'll all be in charge of everything. They'll be the captain and her
Ordering the
first
men
mate. And,
around, right? Yeah,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
meeting them, making fun of them. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
And of course, when the alien finally attacks, towards the end of the movie, because they don't have any money for actual good special effects, the soy boys will be the first ones that get eaten. Of
Yes,
course, you know.
and they'll need the women to come and protect them.
Yes, that's pretty much it. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised.
there's the plot, kids, and then they'll have a cliffhanger for a sequel that
Oh
will never
God.
happen.
It's kind of hard to believe the world we're living in, isn't it, Pop? It's like when I was a teenager back in the 70s, when everything was great. We had great music, great movies, great TV. It was awesome, awesome age, like a golden age, really, when I look back. I never in my wildest nightmares thought I'd be living in a world that looked like it does now.
I know. I thought of the same thing when I was watching The Killing. I was thinking it's really sad that we have to look forward to the movies and TV shows in the past. There's nothing in the
Mm,
future that's coming out, and that's really sad. I really,
yeah.
and it's like all this woke shit. We know that it's bombing. We know that it's losing money. So at least there
Mm.
is some sense of sanity in the world. It would be worse if people were flocking and paying in to see this stuff, and we knew that, oh my God, this is successful. Now it's going to be like this from now on. I'm glad it's not like that. I'm glad this stuff is failing, and the studios are losing millions by doing it.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I looked up some of the show times for Godzilla this weekend, and I noticed that the early show tonight was already sold out when I checked it like about 6 or 7 hours
Oh,
ago. So that tells you something, right? When they make a good movie, people will go and pay money to watch it.
and that's the adults that they don't want the kids there, so they're willing to pay extra to go at nighttime.
Yeah. Well, I'm planning on going to the 6:30 showing tomorrow if there's still tickets available. Hopefully there will be.
Where you can do them tonight online, and that way you know they're already reserved, can't you? I mean, some
Oh,
most theaters are online now.
yeah, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know about paying online. I'm a little nervous about that kind of thing.
Oh,
Uh,
come on, PBV. This is 2023 F4. It's safe. I bought it. I bought tickets online for the first Spider-Man in 2000.
oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll
So
check
just
it
make
out later.
sure, yeah, just make sure it's a reputable website like Fandango or the theater chain. Like if it's AMC theaters, go to the AMC
Yeah,
website.
I'll just go to
But right,
directly to there.
right. As long as you're not buying them from like Fast Willie's, Wonder store or something like that on the internet.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I haven't heard people say they're paranoid about doing online transactions since the 90s, 2000s. Yeah, everything's
Yeah.
safe now.
I guess my debit basically acts like a credit card online. Come to
Yes,
think
it
of it, so
does.
it should be good. Yeah.
Yes, I do all my shopping online because obviously I live in a small town. I don't get a chance to get anywhere. So almost
Mm,
everything I buy is from Amazon.
yeah. Yeah. I think the
I've
theater
never
with
had an
Godzilla.
issue.
I think the Godzilla theater does do reserve seating as well, so that should work then.
And that's good too because then if you have a seat you prefer, you could choose it ahead of time and then you know to expect it rather than
Mm,
having to go and choose what's left over.
Yeah. You know, the amazing thing is that theater up until the end of last year was closed. Like it had been closed for like over a year, maybe due to the virus stuff. I
Lockdowns.
don't know.
Yeah.
But suddenly I look this week and it's open again and it's got like half a dozen movies showing this week. And I'm like, wow, when did that happen? Because it was always a good theater. The only problem is it's, like 10 miles away across the damn bridge, which I don't like driving down that road. But I guess, as long as I'm careful, it's okay. But I don't like taking my old car out too far out of the city, because it's getting
Yeah.
old now. So
Understandable. Is the theater, is it like a major chain like AMC or Regal or one of those?
Gosh, I can't remember. It's one of the major chains that we have here. We've
Gotcha.
got like a couple different chains, but I can't remember which one it is offhand.
Okay. Yeah, but definitely reserve the seat ahead of time. That way you can go in, you can walk in. You don't have to sit through the half hour commercials and bullshit they show. You can
Mhm.
walk in right before the trailers start and just watch the trailers and the movie.
Right. Yeah,
The
I'll
way
have to
life
check
should be,
into it.
right?
I'll have to check into it. Yeah.
Now I know
But
this
yeah.
video here. I know
Oh
this
yeah.
video that you sent the link to. I know it's Andre talking over. I don't know if they're going to play the actual clip of her talking.
Yeah,
Let me
Andre's
see.
talking about things she said. He doesn't actually, I don't think, show her talking, but he does read the the he reads the text here
Uh huh.
basically, which is pretty much what she said.
And look at that. Look behind her. The sign, World Economic Forum. That is
Well,
pure evil right
what I
there.
find
Pure
interesting,
evil.
yeah, what I find interesting, there's one clip where it's something about woman's forum or something. So, that's when she makes some of those statements about how she likes to make men uncomfortable because
Oh yeah.
we need to change the way we think as men. Like half of the population of planet Earth, Pop, we need to change our thinking because it's not correct according to this
Right.
one
And
woman, right?
right now, imagine a man saying that. Women, we need to change the
Oh,
way you think.
people have thought that. I've heard many comments in the last couple of days of people saying exactly that. Just think if a man said, I like to make films that make women uncomfortable. I think women should be uncomfortable because I want to change the way they think because they don't think properly about the way, they should think.
Uh
I
huh.
mean, that kind of general crap, right? If a guy said that, his career would be over. He'd be running for the hills to
Only
hide
well,
in
if he's
fear.
white.
He'd
If
be
he's
tarred
white.
and feathered if
Right.
they got their hands on the poor guy. It's like, yeah, right. Talk about a double standard, eh?
Well,
You
look,
know?
we have black people running universities that are like deans of universities that are calling on death of white people and get away with it.
Yeah, well, there's another thing I saw online. I can't
So
remember what
these
it was
days,
about universities, how corrupt they are now. Yeah.
yeah, these days it's totally acceptable to be hateful towards white people and get away
Or
with it. I
men.
mean,
Or
there
men.
is no, yeah, there's no whole,
She didn't even
especially men,
single out white
especially
men
white
though.
men.
Just like men in general, she was hating on, like just not us
Yeah,
white guys, but Asians, black guys. If you
yeah,
had a penis between your legs, you're target, right?
exactly.
Yeah, it was crazy.
She's a
It's like
hateful, vile,
sociopathic.
ugly. Yeah, she's a hateful,
Yeah.
vile, ugly person, inside out.
It's just a sociopathic, evil, nasty, mean-spirited,
Narcissist,
hateful person like she came across, right? Oh, and
obviously
then there's a
mental.
part later on in one of her videos of Pop where she goes, "Oh, well, if I have to play the damsel in distress to get what I want, I will." So it's like, okay,
Manipulative. No, right.
yeah,
Surprise,
nothing
surprise.
manipulative about that, right?
Right, right. Surprise, surprise. A woman who can manipulate. Wow, how rare that is, huh?
Yeah, she hates us, but if an occasion should arise when she needs help from a man, she will flatter us and twist us and put us around
Use
the
us.
finger to use us. Exactly. Isn't that
Uh huh.
attractive?
Of course, yeah, it is. It just shows what a strong character she has, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's the university one I saw earlier.
Right, and it also talks about how she got to where she is. Here we are with our diversity, equity, inclusion, of course, which none of
Yeah,
us care about.
which is part of the problem with universities now. You can't get honesty in a university anymore.
No, it's communism and Marxism now, and
I'm so glad I,
anti-male.
I'm so glad I went to college like 30 something years ago, Pop, because back then when I went to art school, it was like everybody had an open mind. Everybody was there to learn from the profs, to learn from each other. We shared thoughts together. Nobody was woke. Nobody was politically correct. We just had a great time, sharing our thoughts and our intelligence with each other. And hell, I learned a lot and met a lot of awesomely cool people in the process. And it's like, I'm so glad I went to school back in those days before the world went nuts, right? Because I sure wouldn't want to hell be in college these days. Like, no freaking way, man.
Well, can you imagine? Right? Can you imagine having a child that is of college age? Let's say they're 18 and they're
Hmm.
graduating high school. I wouldn't know
Uh-huh.
where to send them that I would trust. There's no college that I would
Oh my
trust to
God.
send them to.
I don't know what I would do. I might just tell them to go out and learn a trade. Like, go out and
I
learn to
know,
be a plumber, kid, because you'll make more money anyway than you will
right?
getting an English degree,
Yes,
you know.
there is no
Because I
college
tell
that.
you, there's an old joke. I got my bachelor's of fine arts degree, Pop, and it's a BFA degree. You know what my fine arts fellow fine arts students called it? A bachelor of fuck all degree, because that's about how much money you'll make with an arts degree, right?
Yeah, well, it's more like a hobby, I'm guessing. If you're thinking that you're going to be like
Uh,
a Disney animator, that's not going to happen, especially because you're the wrong skin
oh,
color and gender and sexual orientation and all that.
well, I actually attended a brief hour-long thing with somebody from one of the Hollywood studios one time, just to go and get information. They talked about getting work as like an animator or one of those CGI people sitting at the desk all day, and they said it's brutal, it's nasty. The people that are over you can really treat you like shit. I mean, they didn't exactly sell it. I walked out of there and I thought,
Well, right,
fuck. Glad I don't want to work in
right,
Hollywood.
right. We heard about all that, especially with the Disney animators, how they were complaining about how they were overworked, underpaid,
Yeah,
threatened, working 24 hours around the clock.
yeah, it
And now
sounds horrible.
because of that, you watch the movies and the CGI looks like crap.
Oh yeah, I've seen some horrendously bad CGI over the years for sure.
Yeah, and I remember another complaint they had is they said that they would work on a project for weeks, and then like a day or two before the deadline, the boss would walk in and say, "No, I want you to change everything, and I want you to make it fast, make it snappy." That was another problem they had is that their work would they were disrespected,
Hmm.
and they would work on
Yeah,
something for weeks and then have it tossed out at the last minute because somebody changed their mind.
and then they have to get it all done in a couple of days, and that's why it looks like shit because they don't have time to do it properly, right?
Yeah, because not only do you have to spend with it, this is okay. Obviously, I'm talking about CGI, by the way. Is first you have to spend hours actually constructing your scene and then doing the animating by hand. But then the biggest chunk is having to wait for your computers to render. So, like if I design on a computer a 5 second scene, like let's say a commercial, five
Right.
seconds, and then I push okay the render button. The render could take days. So
Yeah.
now sometimes the renders will take multiple computers because
Yeah.
if you do it on one computer, it won't be done in time.
I would imagine major studio computers are pretty powerful that they could have a shorter render time, but still, I could understand your point that it could take some time to actually get the results,
It
at the
does.
other end, of the
That's
pipeline,
it,
so to
right?
speak.
And that's how you could usually tell when you watch a movie. And if the CGI looks a little blurry, not as detailed as it should be, that's usually due to lack of the rendering time.
Yeah.
So the way the software is designed, like Pixar is a good example. The way the software is designed now is in the old days, it was you have to render on one computer and you'd have to give it days. I remember rendering a
Mm.
30. This is when I was teaching CGI around 2002. I did a video that was 30 seconds and it took 7 days to render, and that
Ouch.
was on one computer, and that was on a Mac, which is the best at rendering. But now the way the software is designed, where yes, it can render faster. Of course, it takes a lot more RAM and hardware, but the software is designed now where you can split the job up on multiple computers, and that will
Mm.
help. So, for example, on 1 week on one computer could be just one day on seven computers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, yeah,
So they have a whole bay of computers just for the rendering. So
yeah.
you basically piece the project together and then send it to the rendering computers.
Well,
And then of
if you
course,
got
day
if
before
you're
it's done, they come running in and say, "No, no, scrap all that, change it."
Yeah, it's too bad there's no. You know what I miss is the days of, of great directors like, say, Stanley Kubrick, who had a vision and had total control over a film project from beginning to end, and no one would fuck with his vision. He would take advice from his colleagues. He would take advice from his technical crew. He would take advice from his actors, from the cast, and he would mull it over and think about it and go, maybe they got a good point there. Maybe I'll put that in here somewhere and make use of that idea. But in the final, cut of the film, it was all his choices, right? I mean, it was all his ultimate vision, even if he did take in elements from other people. He was the guy in control, in charge. He might have demanded a lot, but you knew he wasn't the kind of guy that was going to come in like 2 days before it was supposed to be on screen and go, "Oh fuck it, we're going to change everything." It's like, no, that's not the kind of director he was, right?
Right.
You know.
Well, not only that though, but like Steven Spielberg with Jaws and with E.T. Back
Mm,
then, directors had a lot of say so and control over the project. Now they're just for hire. It's like
mm,
Disney now. They'll hire like Sam Raimi for that last Doctor Strange movie, and his hands are tied. There's nothing he could do. It's all
yeah.
paint by numbers. They hand him the script and say, just do what we tell you, point the camera and shoot, and then that's it. Don't complain, and then here's your paycheck.
It's scary too. If you got directors like Raimi, Spielberg, any of the any of the other big name directors, and they're just like getting told, do this, do that.
Yes.
It's like I would just walk away from Hollywood completely. I would just
So
say, "Fuck
yeah,
this."
that's just it. I wonder, are they desperate for money? Because like Raimi,
You
okay,
gotta
Spielberg,
wonder.
no, Spielberg is endlessly rich. We all know that. So he's just a flaming liberal.
It's
Sam
just
Raimi is
ego.
from the
Yeah.
Midwest, right? Sam Raimi is from the Midwest, and I'm wondering, does he do that because he has his own production company? And I'm wondering, does he
Yeah.
do that to finance his company? I mean, was he desperate for the money?
Maybe. I
But Sam
wish.
Raimi, I don't understand. I
I
do
wish.
with Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, I wish guys like Sam Raimi would just walk away from Hollywood and do an independent film on their own if he's got a production company set up, right? I mean,
Yes.
he could probably get, I'm sure with his reputation and, the Evil Dead films and everything else he's done, like the Spider-Man movies and all that shit, I'm sure he could get financing somewhere from some people that still have an actual fucking brain in their head and aren't, woke Hollywood idiots, right? I mean, there's got to be a few people out there
He seems,
with some
yeah,
money,
right now he seems like he seems to be content in mostly, other than with the exception of Doctor Strange 2.
Mm,
He seems to be mostly content with being a producer, and most of the movies that
uh,
his company's Ghost House Productions, and most of the movies they seem to be making are all low budget stuff. It's almost like they're competing against Blumhouse.
mm. Oh, well, maybe he's happier being a producer and he doesn't want to do the stress of directing anymore at this point.
Oh yeah,
You
maybe
know?
and like he's not hit because he's not having to spend so much time on the set, perhaps.
Yeah, could be. I mean, you don't
DVB,
know, right? What their personal issues are, at this point in time.
right? DVB says the sequel tragedy would have been better if Ray became a Sith and Luke was a badass Jedi at the peak of his power. Yeah, exactly. In a different world, that would have been much better. Well, I would have preferred Ray getting killed at the very beginning of the first movie, but I can't have everything. Taylor Swift, good to see you there. Taylor Swift, greater than Disney Star Wars. And of course, we're talking about Star Wars. Good to see you, Taylor Swift. And Taylor Swift is waving. DBB says Daisy Ridley. Oh, that's her name. That's right. Oh, yeah, that's her name. Yes. And DBB Godzilla minus one is really good. You'll love it. Says for you, PvP.
Yeah, I got to try and get over and see that tomorrow night for sure.
Right, even if I wanted to, I had no way to get to a theater. The nearest one's 30 something miles away, and I don't have a car.
Oh, that sucks.
DBB, yeah. DBB says, I rarely recommend movies, but Godzilla minus one was worth every penny. And then some.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know why? Because it was not made in Hollywood.
I
Because
did
it's not.
say,
Go ahead.
have you seen the trailer, Pop?
Yeah, when it first came out.
Okay.
But
It looks awesome. Like the special effects, Godzilla, like, crunching trains and, just
yeah,
smashing
that's what I'm
people,
hearing. Stepping on
stomping
people,
on
eating
people.
people.
Yeah. It looks really great. I gotta
About
say.
time. Return to the original Godzilla Right, none of
Yeah,
this sissy shit for kids and all that crap. And
it
comedy
looks
where,
like.
oh, he's just misunderstood victim. Oh, I hated that. Those American versions. Oh my god.
Mhm. I think there's something to the title Godzilla minus one. It's like Godzilla going right back to zero, like back to the beginning, kind of thing.
I
I'm
think the
guessing.
same. Okay, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm guessing -1 might mean because it's the sequel, a prequel to the very first movie. Maybe that's why it says -1. Like
That's my
instead of
guess.
saying,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
like Godzilla Ground Zero would be another,
yeah,
I guess way of putting it. Yeah, because this supposedly is how he's created or how he's how he comes to being.
yeah. I get the feeling
Taylor's
it's back to Godzilla before all the bullshit happened, right?
yes, and Taylor Swift says LOL. Taylor Swift says I saw Godzilla -1. Lucky, lucky, lucky. And Gap Up Dog says, hey, DBB and Taylor. DBB says, pretty good, right, Taylor? And DBB says, hey, Gap. And DBB says, yeah, I got your pops about the prequels. Oh, I got your point about the prequels. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know some people don't like my opinion, but that's okay. And I hope I'm not to offend anybody. I just didn't like that loathsome little kid. My God, he's another one. I wanted him to die at the beginning of the first one. Anyway, DBB says, you're not wrong, man. LOL. And Gap After Dark says, Revenge of the Sith third movie prequels. Oh, yeah. No. Wait a minute. Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, you could be right. The third movie in the prequel, Revenge of the Sith, that might have been it. And all I can remember, I mean, honestly, and I did see it. All I can remember is the fight at the very end with Luke Skywalker and Hayden Christensen, whatever that name is, stupid character, Anakin. All I remember is
Yeah, yeah. I think it
my,
was
my
Anakin,
brain is,
wasn't it?
yeah, my
Yeah.
mind is just fuzzy. All I remember is the fight at the end on the lava and the fire. That's all I
I
got. The
do.
whole
Yeah,
rest of the movie I
yeah.
completely forgotten.
That's the only part I remember too. Come to think of it now, I hadn't even I hadn't even remembered that in like a couple of years.
That's how bad it, right? That's how you know it's a bad
Yeah,
movie when it's that
yeah.
forgettable.
Oh yeah, those are the kind of movies where it's like, okay, let's see, I got 2 hours. Should I sleep or should I watch this movie?
Yes.
Sleeping would probably be the better option, actually. Yeah.
Right. Your mind just glosses over it. It's like a blur.
Yeah. Forgettable
DBB
films.
says, yeah, Napoleon Dynamite rules. Great flick, PvP. Well, yeah,
I have not
that's a
seen that
different.
movie.
That's a different. That's a comedy, and it's not
Yeah.
bad. It's pretty good. DBB says, "Oh, you're talking about the new Napoleon movie."
Yeah, the
LOL.
Ridley Scott disaster from every review I've read, it sounds pretty
Well,
awful.
yeah, the one with Joaquin Phoenix from last year.
Yeah, it sounds awful, really.
DBB says, "Same PvP. Society is falling apart." Yeah, it is. It's
Actually,
sad.
yeah, go ahead, Pop.
DBB says the internet changed everything. It's a blessing and a curse. Yeah, PvP. And
Yeah.
Gorilla says, Pop, it's because we need young cannon fodder. Well, that's true, Gorilla. DBB says, hey, Gorilla, good to see you again, again, and again, and again, and again. DBB is smiling. And Gorilla says, hey, DBB. And DBB says, she wants to make men feel uncomfortable around men because she feels uncomfortable in her own skin, allegedly. I agree. Well, yeah, that's just it. If she wants to make men, we're talking about, of course, this so-called director of the upcoming Star Wars. If she wants to make men uncomfortable, all she has to do is look at them. I'll put it that way. That's all she's got to do. And they're fucking running for the hills.
I look at her and I feel uncomfortable, that's for sure.
Right. She doesn't have to try very hard, does she?
Oh
DVB
God.
says she's ashamed of herself, so she wants everyone else to feel the same as she does. That's exactly it. It's a narcissistic, self-hating attitude. And a hate for the world around her. DVB classic projection. DVB, LOL, how could anyone forget the 30-minute lightsaber battle with Anakin versus Obi-Wan? Yeah, exactly. Obi-Wan. That was probably a third of the movie, right? It was so long. I'll always remember how fucking long that scene was. Yeah, that's probably why that's all I remember. I
Yeah, but
remember,
that's
I
yeah,
mean, I
that's
can
the
give you
thing.
here's my synopsis of all three movies. I remember the horrible sand speeder chase, and then I remember I hate sand, and then I remember the battle over the lava. There, that's my synopsis of all three movies. That's all I can remember. Oh, except for the Jar Jar Binks crap. I'm not even going to bring that up.
Who wants to remember Jar Jar Binks, really?
Oh God.
Seriously.
You know what's funny is I was in elementary school, a teacher then, and the little kids loved Jar Jar Binks. They thought it was so funny because they
Oh
didn't
Lord.
understand. right? They didn't understand that. No, they didn't. There was a big divide between adults and kids, and all the adults hated it. Obviously, I didn't know any adult that liked Jar Jar Binks.
I wonder if Jar Jar was popular in theaters in Jamaica.
I bet you that's where it definitely bombed the most, right?
They're probably burning down the theaters when they saw Jar Jar.
Horrible. Yeah, and you did see the.
That's sad though that kids love, they get indoctrinated in their early years to this kind of crap, right?
Yeah.
Because when we were kids, Bob, we were watching great, classics, right?
Oh yeah,
Good
I was
stuff,
watching Perry
you know.
Mason. I was watching Agatha Christie movies. Right. I wasn't watching this dumbed out like the Smurfs. Even when I was a kid, I didn't like shit like that.
I thought the Smurfs was always silly, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but it's what it is my opinion. There's nothing to learn, and it's written for very very simple minds, and I never liked that. I always like to be
Yeah,
challenged. I wanted
yeah, I
stuff
was.
that was a little more, that gave me something to look forward to, that I could
Yeah,
think about. Not a
yeah.
30-minute toy commercial, pretty much.
Even as a young person, I thought the Smurfs were kind of like superficial to to
Well,
to be
yeah,
fair
because
enough.
all they were is a 30-minute product placement. I mean, that
Hmm.
is all they are. That's the only reason why there's a
Yeah,
cartoon. Same with He-Man, and same with all that. See, the thing is, we're old school.
a
So
lot. Yeah.
when I was growing up, my animation was the Warner Brother cartoons,
Oh yeah.
because they weren't there to sell up toys. But then by the time we got into the 80s on, every commercial was just about selling toys.
Yeah, 80s cartoons, I think a lot of for me it's pretty weak stuff, a lot of it.
It
It's just
is
like even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff, I
toys.
just never could get into that. It just never interested me in the slightest. I think it came from a comic book. Maybe the comic is a better read, but the cartoons just never did it for me. Like I didn't see a lot of that shit, but what I did see was like, nah, I think I'll take a pass on this, you know.
Yeah, just to sell toys is all it was.
Well, the thing is,
And
too, as a person that studied fine art, you got Raphael and Michelangelo and Caravaggio, whatever. All the turtles have like names from master artists, way back, centuries ago. And I always
uh-huh.
thought, it's a little bit like you're taking the names of fantastic artists from centuries ago and applying their names to turtles seems maybe a tiny bit disrespectful in some way. That's just probably my
Yeah,
personal
slightly, huh?
interpretation. But as someone that loves art, I always thought that was a bit, yeah, a little bit fucked in a way.
Well, see, my problem, I was expecting too much. I
uh,
tried to watch them, and I remember thinking they're not ninjas. They're
uh,
loud, obtrusive, uh, and they wear, like swords and things like that, and they never use them. They never have sword fights. So
oh,
it never made sense to me. They
that's
weren't
no good.
actual ninjas. They were ninjas in name only.
Hmm.
But the thing is, it was mostly they were made for little tiny kids, young,
Yeah,
very young.
yeah.
So
Ninja should
it
be
was the word
stealthy.
ninja. Yeah, the word ninja was just to lure them in.
Ah, okay.
I'm gonna grab a soda. I'll be right back.
Sure, no worries. Yeah, ninja should be stealthy and quiet and silent and creep up on people. So yeah. Oh well. Oh, what's going on in the chat here? Let's see. Boy, lots in the chat. Wow, DVB, you're really typing a lot in the chat tonight. Wow. My goodness me. Hey, by the way, the panel, the link to join the panel is still pinned at the top of the chats
All right.
here. If anybody wants to join us, I'm surprised. I thought maybe one or two other people might join by now, but oh well.
Yeah, and if you're not interested in the topics we've been talking about, I apologize. Feel free to come on up and change the topic.
Oh hell yeah! I pretty much talked out that ridiculously silly woman anyway. I just wanted to post this stuff in the private chat. I don't know if you want to make any of that stuff public later, Bob. It's up to you. But
Well, if they're
I
links, you might
just
as well put them in the public chat because I can't read out links. No one wants to. They're not going to
do you
understand
want
if
me
I
to
say,
just repost
yeah,
those if I can?
right. Because if I say https://www.youtube.com watch question mark v equals SPZZAP, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
And
just did. I'll just.
I can't go and just watch those clips right now because I need to talk to people on the panel. So
Right.
feel free, but I don't want to pull people away from the stream either. I don't want them to go and start watching other stuff. I mean, no offense, you
Yeah.
guys, but
Actually, I don't know if they're
maybe we
working
can post
anyway.
those. Maybe we can post those links near the end of this stream.
Okay, I just tried posting one anyway just to test it, and it doesn't seem to be going like a classic link, so maybe it's not going to work.
Was hold on.
I
Sorry,
know sometimes.
my throat is dry. I gotta open up my Pepsi. But let me ask you this: there was a few nights ago, or last week, where you tried to post a link and it wasn't able to, so I had to post it for you. Was that on my
Mhm.
channel or was that on Jill's?
I can't remember, but yeah, I'm not. It's not posting properly. I got some guy doing garden herbs when I checked it on YouTube just now, so it's obviously not working. So you might just want to repost those, whenever.
Okay, and I did close the screen that was showing Midnight's Edge because I realized I could get a complaint from Midnight's Edge thinking they might think
Oh
we're going to try
yeah,
to steal the
yeah, yeah. Right,
material.
right, 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 right. Yeah.
That'd be the last thing I'd want because I like Midnight's Edge. So the last thing I'd want to do is upset them, then have them thinking I'm trying to plagiarize their stuff.
Yeah, I would just suggest if anybody listening is interested in this topic, just go onto YouTube and look up the new Star Wars director. And it shouldn't be too hard to find some videos
Well,
about how
yeah, but
controversial it is.
most people aren't going to know her name. So the best way to do is just tell them, go to Midnight's Edge or Midnight's Edge After Dark, and then they got videos on the subject. Or Anna, that Star Wars girl.
Star Wars
Yeah,
Girl's
she's got
got
a
a
new
good one.
one. Yeah, she's got a new one also. So you don't need to know the name of that scumbag director. Just go to Midnight's Edge or that Star Wars girl.
Yeah.
They have clips of the interviews and all that stuff.
Yeah, Drinkers
Okay,
Drinkers got a clip out of a panel discussion that was probably one of his long 2 or 3 hour ones. He clipped it down to like 9 minutes, just particularly talking about her comments, and
that's what
that
I
one
need to do to my
that
channel.
one's
I need to
pretty good
start
too.
getting. That's what I need to do. I need to start getting clips and putting them on my channel.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's not a bad idea because I mean it's like Drinker has some interesting topics and some interesting panel members, but I don't have time to watch a 3 hour stream, even
Oh,
if
I
it's
don't
on
watch
the
his
rerun,
streams.
right?
I don't
You
watch
know,
his streams anymore. I used
I
to watch him sometimes, but now I'll watch a little bit of clips that he'll put out, but I don't watch his main streams anymore.
oh, they're too
It just
long for me.
well, they're too long, and they get people on there that really get on my nerves,
Mm.
and I can't do it. Like that guy with the loud mouth as heel versus babyface. Oh my god, he gets on my nerves. I can't
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
that guy. Yeah, yeah. I stopped watching his channel a long,
Right.
long time ago because I just found him to be kind of an obnoxious, imbecile sometimes. To be honest, I hate to run people down, but
He
uh,
is.
I just
What
thought
it
he was
is,
too over the top for me, right?
right? That's what I was going to say. He needs to just chill out and be himself because
Yeah,
you have these people that put on these acts thinking they've got to act crazy to get people to watch them. And they
that's
look irritating
yeah,
and pathetic.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's some people that are more drama queens than doing anything useful, right?
Yeah, just chill out, be yourself.
Yeah,
I can't stand that. That's why,
yeah.
of course, I'm not a fan of Teague. I don't like that false veneer.
What I don't
And
like about Teague is how he drones on and on and
there's a
on
list,
and
there's a
on
list of issues.
and on with his,
Right.
oh, I have a thought about this, and I'll tell
Well,
you
don't
about it.
forget
And I'll
about
go
right,
on and
and he will
on.
interrupt you and talk over you to do it. That's another big problem of his. He interrupts people
Yeah,
constantly.
I hate to criticize people, but even from the start, I went on a couple of his panels, like maybe a year ago when I was getting, figuring out the community, and I thought, well, I'll give everybody a chance, right? And right from the start, he didn't show me any respect at all. So it didn't take me too long to figure out this is a guy I really don't want to hang around with. So, you know.
Right. DVB says Jar Jar is still better than Ray Finn and Poe and Admiral Gender Studies. I guess, yeah, if I had to make a choice, yeah, I guess I'll watch Jar Jar burned at the stake. DVB says the Smurfs, la 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 la. DVB says I always rooted for Gargamel. I'm not sure who that is. I think that's probably Uh, Raph is the best. He's talking about the Ninja Turtle. Raph is the best turtle.
Raphael, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yes, the original Ninja Turtle comics are awesome, says DBB. So you were
Okay.
right,
Well,
DBB. Yeah, it was
maybe
comics that
that's what
started it.
something I need to check out someday.
And here's that link, DBB. So it looks like it worked.
It didn't.
DBP.
Well, yeah, but when I clicked on it, I got some gardening channel. So
Oh
go
well
figure.
then. Yeah, watch out, everybody. Yeah, avoid this link then. I guess DBB says Midnight Edge. I remember that guy, Tom.
Oh, excuse me
Now,
for
if you
coughing.
mean yeah, Midnight, I like Tom. I mean, he's funny, but a lot of the things that Tom says, I agree with.
Well, you
But I
know what
know
I like.
Tom's a big fan. By the way, except Tom's a big fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so it's funny that we're talking about that at the same time.
Interesting. You know, the thing is though, like I will watch, pick and choose what I watch on Drinker's channel. I think his best videos are when he picks out a certain topic that maybe lasts for 8 or 9 minutes, and he talks about a certain issue or has a certain point about a certain aspect of filmmaking or popular culture. Those I find when he really zeroes in on a target subject and thoroughly discusses it, those are often his best videos. Those are the ones I generally would
Yeah,
will watch. You know.
I agree. Yes, and I feel the same way. DBB says I haven't watched his channel in a long time, but I remember him from the chats back in the day.
He's a very
Yeah,
intelligent guy, and he makes some very good points about a lot of things.
he
Actually.
does, but he's also another one of those that's gotten so big that
Oh,
if you go on his channel, the only way he's going to read your chat is if you give him $100. So yeah,
yeah.
I don't bother.
No, no. Thing is, though, he's gotten too big. He's got like what, 500,000 subs or some crazy shit now.
Probably.
It's nuts. You know.
Well, according to his Twitter, he posted something that he said he completed his first movie.
Well, he's
So
got a series of novels too, right? That
I know
he's probably
he's
still
got books.
writing books. So
Yes, I know he's got books, but I didn't know he was working on a movie.
I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, he's one of those guys that just seems to have irons in the fire constantly. So I can
Good
kind of
for him.
understand why if you got 1,000 people in your chat, it's probably not realistic to say hi to everybody. So I can't really fault him for that, Pop, if you know what I mean. You know.
No, I'm not saying that he should say hi to everybody. I'm just saying that he's one of those channels that's so big. The only way to get his attention is giving him $100. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but when people do super chat, I guess that's when the host does have an incentive to at least respond in some way, right? Because if someone sent you money, you've got to be gracious enough to wish them well or whatever, right? So
Well, I
just
know, but it's
just
just that
saying,
I just you remember though. You remember the days from Doomcock where people were
oh
giving
yeah,
him like $200 or $300 just to say, "Can you shout out my name? Can you say my name? Can you say my
that is
channel name?" All
that
that
is
crap.
nuts.
Just
You know, I gotta say though, like I haven't been on Doomcock stream in probably the last year and a half or something because I just got bored with the Friday night thing. But I must say, when I was going on there regularly for maybe a year and a half, whatever the hell it was, because back when I first started here on YouTube, I didn't have all the know all the dynamics of the ins and outs of our little community. So I enjoyed his streams on Fridays back then because it was a good way to relax after the work week, have a few drinks, and just listen to him sing and tell jokes and whatnot. And the one thing I do remember is there was probably 7 or 8 times I would post some joke in the chat, some crazy comment, and he would actually notice it and he would actually respond and read it out and say, "Hey, Pleasant Valley," and he would actually read out my comments. And I never
right.
paid the guy one single buck. I never sent one single super chat to the guy. So I gotta say, I'll give him credit for at least back in those days before was getting really huge. He would take the time to read out my crazy jokes, and he'd get a laugh, and it was fun right back then. So
Yes.
you know,
And for me, I'd have to say, obviously, you know what happened, what conspired or inspired
yes,
you, what happened.
yes,
But it's
very
not just
unfortunate.
that, right? It's not just that, but he's got people on his panel that I completely disagree with and or dislike,
Uh,
and I
right,
can't
right,
stomach because there are some of the ones he sent after me. So
yeah,
after that happened, I'm not going to go back.
yeah.
DBB says I don't have time to watch 3 or 4 hour streams either, unless it's a stream like this one. Well, I appreciate DB. I appreciate
Well,
that.
you've decided to check out the quality stream, DBV.
Well, I'm going to try to keep these shorter, though. I feel bad because I know some of you guys. We're not what we talk about here is not very exciting, and we're probably putting you to sleep. DVB says, I like smaller, non-show channels. I agree. Same here. And I got to admit, honestly, if I spent more time on those bigger channels, giving out super chats, shouting out my name, I'd probably get more subs and more attention to my channel, but that's not what it's about. I spend, honestly, most of my time on just the people you guys see here. It's on Gorilla's channel. I'll go to Midnight's Edge. And let me think. There's not a lot of them. Most of the channels I sub to, they're not very big. Gorgamel was a villain in the Smurfs. LOL. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, DBB. And DBB says super chats should all be treated equally, regardless of cost. Yeah, you would hope, right? BBB says Doomcock used to read my chats too back in the day. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember when he first started. Him and Gary Buechler, whatever. They started around the same time. That's when I was working. Gary was still living in San Francisco, and I was working there. And I remember when he just started, he still had his comic book store. DVB says, now I'm on ignore mode, apparently. DVB, yes, quality content at PvP.
We do try. We do try. Sometimes we might fail and land on our face, but we do try.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've learned that people. It reminds me of living in the South, the Bible Belt here in the U.S. People publicly will say, "Oh, hey, how you doing? I hope you're doing well," and then behind your back they're stabbing you and they're saying all this stuff. That's what some of these people do. Is they're all nice on here. You can say hello. They might say hello back, but then on Twitter they're saying all this nasty stuff to you and they're attacking you. So
the people with two faces.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't tell. Right, because when I was telling people about Doomcock, nobody believed me. They thought I was crazy. That I was making it all up, and it's like, oh my god, you guys should see this.
Well, no, I don't think you're the kind of guy that would make that up, Pop. You don't seem to.
Yeah, but I said, why would I? What do I have to gain from that?
Well, some people will make up all kinds of crazy shit because they think they will gain something, but you don't seem to be that kind of person. From my experience speaking with you over the months. So,
well, I try not to be. I'm usually fair, and I don't. And especially one thing I don't do is judge and criticize people that I don't know unless they attack me, and then I'll defend myself.
Yeah, that's pretty much my policy too. Like, I think probably you and Gorilla and Jill and other people I hang out with on a regular basis every week probably know me well enough to know I'm a pretty easygoing, generally lighthearted kind of guy that can live and let live unless somebody wants to kick me in the balls and, give me shit. Then I might, get kind of pissed off and defend myself if necessary. But I generally don't enjoy having a fight with anybody because I figure, you know what? I'll probably be dead in 25 or 30 years anyway. I don't have time to be fucking, getting pissed off and fighting with people. I just want to have fun, in my remaining years, right? That's why I'm on here,
Did somebody say fun? Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
Hey, Scotty, how are you doing?
Hey, Scotty.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. It's Saturday night. We're on here talking and having fun. So we're good.
Right.
Fantastic.
Well,
you know what?
We talked. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, PvP, it's good to see you. Someone was trying to cause shit in regards to you and the way that you conduct yourself. And
really?
Yeah. Well, guess who that was? But the thing is, I do my best. I do my best when I am having conversations and your name comes up. I attempt. I try, and if I have done wrong, then I wish to know. But I do try and defend you because you're a good, upstanding individual who means no ill will to anyone.
Thank you, Scotty. I appreciate that. And I'm guessing a certain person that has a C at the start of their title might be the culprit.
I don't. Yeah, C. And pop culture curator, how are you doing, my friend?
I am doing good, thank you. We got the bad news out of the way at the beginning of the stream. We were talking about that. Nasty
oh no!
Did you hear about this new Star Wars director, Scotty?
That nasty sack of shit that thinks she's going to direct a Star Wars movie.
Okay, now here is something. If we are going to talk about, I don't know her name, but I know who you're talking about. The thing and what I think is going around. Her current assignment of directing a Star Wars movie. While I think it's ridiculous because I don't think she's qualified to do so as a documentary filmmaker,
Absolutely.
I think that she is going to be akin to the lady who directed
The Eternals.
Yes.
Yep.
And but when the quote that you've been hearing about this particular director, where she says that she enjoys making men feel uncomfortable, that was in direct reference to her documentary films about and I don't feel ashamed saying this, the misogynistic practices of the Middle East. She was talking directly about the misogynistic ways in places like Pakistan or
You're
Iran.
talking about honor killings, right, Scotty?
Well, or any of the things that you and I, living in a civilized society, and I hate to be that brash, but I am, is that yes, I do believe that women are equal and capable, and she, being a filmmaker who is highlighting that there are societies on earth that do not believe that.
I get your
Well,
point.
Women are incapable.
I just
And
wanted
I
to
find
mention,
that abhorrent. And I think that she is doing good work. But her directing a Star Wars movie is stupid, and her comments in regards to making men feel uncomfortable are based on her criticisms of the patriarchy of a Middle Eastern culture.
Right. But let me add this, Scotty. Okay, English is not Pakistan's native language. So when she did that interview,
she's Canadian. She lives in Canada now.
Yeah, but I'm saying she spoke in English, which means she was doing an interview for international news. She should have clarified. Pakistan, right? She should have clarified that it was about Pakistani men. The fact that she did not is her choice, and she intentionally.
It was in the context of the interview, though.
No, but generalizing is
I
always
think she should have
dangerous
said Pakistani men.
If you generalize
those,
you generalize a statement and it can be taken wildly out of context. We all know that, right?
Well, Saudi, did you see the interview with the segment where she said, when they asked her what are her accomplishments? Well, I'm a director and I'm an activist and I'm this and I'm an activist and I'm an activist and I'm an activist. Did you see that on Anna's the Star Wars Girls channel?
Dude, no, I did not.
I just want to mention, though, to point out something Scotty mentioned. If you go on Drinker did like a 9-minute segment.
Couldn't care less.
Of his dreams. No, but he does say, in all fairness, I want to point out that she was talking in 2015 specifically about what was going on in Pakistan with men, and referring to honor killings, honor murders, or whatever you want to phrase it. And so Drinker did have enough, balls to mention and put it into context, which I give him some respect for.
As do I. And I'm sorry for dismissing him prematurely.
Well, I thank you for saying it correctly. You actually said couldn't care less. Well, only a very small percentage of the population are literate to say that correctly. Every day I'm hearing, I could care less. And I'm, oh my God, my eyes roll back in my head when I hear that. Stupidity out there.
I'm glad that I voiced my stubbornness correctly. Thank you.
Yes.
See, isn't it nice to hang out with literate people? Gosh, what a treat.
You guys understand it grates on my nerves when I hear people.
Oh my God.
And that you hear that 98% of the time, I could care less. And it's like, oh my God.
There was a guy that I worked with, and one of the reasons that he enjoyed my company is because he said, people would ask me, so Scott, how are you? And I would say, I'm well. And my friend Graham, he passed away. But well, no, it's fine. Everybody dies. And he said, one of the reasons that I like Scott is that he says he's well and not good. Only idiots say that they're good.
Yeah, actually, what the hell does that mean when you think I'm good? Like, what are you, like a superhero? Did you save a universe? Like,
that's why. Yeah. How are you? I am well.
Well makes sense. Good is like pretty ambiguous, right?
True story.
Yeah, I got off the phone with my nurse yesterday, and she in the conversation was, be safe. I'm thinking, safe? What the fuck? Safe from what?
No, she wanted you to wear a condom.
I think so. No, it's that term, be safe, started with COVID.
Oh God!
No, it didn't. Right. No, it was long before COVID. I've heard that forever.
Before, actually, Bob.
Yeah, be safe has been around forever.
Be safe's it's an oldie.
Yeah, but it was paranoid.
It's a short way of people, like when people say drive carefully. It's the same thing.
It's like saying be well, I think
Yeah.
basically is what people mean.
Yeah,
It's
may the
like
force
look
be with
after
you. Live long
yourself.
and prosper and all that.
Don't fall out an elevator shaft, or you know what they mean, right?
Oh, guys. So I did a thing. It's going to be my birthday on Wednesday,
Oh.
and I'm going to get a
Ooh, happy
series
birthday.
of films, and I'm doing my best to understand wizards. I took a test, and apparently I'm a Hufflepuff, so I ordered all of the Harry Potter movies on Blu-ray.
Oh my God.
So I don't
How
know.
many are
Somebody's
there?
going to have to 8. I think there's
8?
8.
Okay.
So you're
And
gonna
that's-
spend like 16 hours watching Harry Potter.
Well, I already spent like 8 watching Twilight, so yeah.
There you go.
I'd
Well,
rather.
if you sat through Twilight, you could sit through anything then.
I really haven't finished Twilight. I can't lie. It gets so sappy, teenage drama queen.
You guys are
But I do enjoy it. Like I do enjoy it. I have to take it in pieces. But I'm looking forward to doing the wizard thing. I'm looking forward to the magic.
Okay.
No, that's
Why
great.
not? Why not? You might as well have fun while you're here.
Exactly.
So, are you gonna watch them and then do a review of them, or no? We're just gonna watch.
I
them,
don't
or
know. It depends. Like, because all like I only have 2 people that I review things with, and obviously Jill. Everyone subscribe to Anti-Derivative Jill, and then Kat. And we do that on the Phantasmagorium show, and we've been talking about the new season of Fargo, which is great. And I think we're going to keep watching the Fargo because we watched the first season. Now we're watching the 5th season. It's an anthology show, so you don't necessarily have to, if you watch one season at a time, it's a complete story unto itself.
Yes.
And so once we're done season 5, we're going to go to a different season. I don't know which season. It's up to Kat. But I don't know. I don't have a wizard partner, and I don't have the time to add another review show. So no, my dance card is full.
Oh no, that's understandable. And hello to the time traveler, aka Daniel. How you doing, Daniel?
Hey,
Hi, Scotty.
what's going on, man?
I just got home now.
Well, you look great.
Thanks, buddy.
Cheers.
Okay, so we've been talking about Daniel. So I have to ask, unfortunately, what's your opinion about the new Star Wars director?
It's gonna be bad.
There's a new Star Wars director?
Yeah,
Oh my
she's
God, where you
she's a
been?
documentarian.
Oh, what she
And
directed?
she like
Bunch of things about the Middle East.
Oh,
she's from Pakistan.
I never heard of it.
She lives in Canada.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
it could be good. I don't know, maybe.
I hope so.
Well, no,
Like,
it'll never see the light of day. The point is, it's just a
Exactly.
current topic, or it's just a current topic in Hollywood. She'll fade away just like the rest of them.
You know what the funny thing was is that remember when there was Rogue Squadron and they made that whole
Yes.
trailer of Patty
Yes.
Jenkins on
Yes.
the
Oh, I
laptop,
remember. I remember
it's like-
that.
and that was going to be the first lady director of Star Wars, and she got
Yes.
shit canned.
Oh my god, I was so excited for that because that was going to be a sequel to Episode 9.
I was hoping for some Antilles. I was hoping
Right.
for like the daughter of Wedge Antilles. Let's call her Widgie.
Right.
Winnie.
So if Patty Jenkins isn't going to make a Star Wars
Yeah.
movie, this douchebag definitely is not going to.
And Patty Jenkins is actually, you know what? If Patty Jenkins were making a new Star Wars movie, I would totes be on top. I would be absolutely on board for it. If what's her name? The lady who made that bomb movie. What do
Chloe
you call it?
Zhao.
No, not Chloe Zhao. That was the Eternals lady. But no,
Okay.
the one what
What are the
was it
bomb?
called? The bomb movie where the guy is in the bomb suit.
The Hurt Locker.
Yes. Who directed the Hurt Locker?
I
I
thought
have
that
not
was
seen that
wasn't
movie.
that. 60 Wait a second, that was successful, wasn't it?
Yes, it won Best Picture, I believe.
Yeah, and I thought she was a good director.
Came out too.
Well, I'm trying to remember
And
her name. And I thought
It's
she
like,
was.
is it it's Catherine something.
Yeah. What's
Catherine with
interesting
a
is
K.
right. I was going to mention her when you were talking about women are capable of making a movie too, and I was going to
Yeah.
say, she's a good example because she was not trying to interject
politics and far left activism into the movies. So that's what is a good example of how it is possible. But the problem is the only women they hire in Hollywood are activists. And that's why I don't think we'll ever see a good movie made by a woman.
Didn't
That's
the
what
Hurt
ruined.
Locker director-
That's what we're.
The Hurt Locker is a good movie made by a woman. So
Catherine
is
Bigelow.
Did
Catherine
she
Bigelow.
not
Catherine
get?
Bigelow. Thank you, sir.
Did she not get Best Director at the Academy Awards?
I think so. She was the
Yeah.
first woman to win
I think
Best
she did.
Director.
Yeah.
I think.
So
Right,
that
and
proves-
here's how you
It's
how you
like,
can
who
tell.
gives a fuck if it's a man or a woman? If they can make a good movie, that's all that matters, right? It doesn't matter.
Well,
what
here's
they've
how
got
right, and
between
here's
their
how you
legs,
could
for Christ's
right.
sakes.
Here's how
know.
you could tell if you expose that movie to someone who's never heard of it or never seen it, and then when the movie's over, you ask, "Now, was that directed by a man or a woman?" They'd say, "I don't know." That's how you know
Exactly.
it's a good movie.
Exactly.
Oh, it's you and your squeaky chair.
It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Like,
I hate this damn
what the
chair.
hell do we have to
You
have
should get a
gender
new chair.
politics in
I know, I
everything these
should.
days?
Anyway, I'm sorry.
I keep
didn't mean
thinking
to-
there's like a granny in a rocking chair.
Well, I'm a grandpa in a rocking chair, I guess.
Well,
No, it's
Yeah.
one of
There
those
you go.
cheap. It's a stupid office chair, and
Yeah.
I always have my dogs are always wanting to get up on the bed to the floor, and then to the floor to
Uh-oh.
the bed, and then back and
Uh-oh.
forth. And every time I move,
Uh-oh.
it makes a noise. Or
I
when I
do
reach
want
over
to
to
say
get
hi
my
to the
soda.
chat.
that's okay. We're used to it.
Hey,
Go
Trip.
for it.
Hey, Alleged Time. What's going on, Pele? DVB in the chat says, yeah, that kind of thing is lame. I'm the kind of person that if I have something to say, I'll say it directly to the person. Yeah, me too.
Well, I will if they let you. The problem is that most of these people online is they attack you and then block you. You can't respond back. They can't handle someone that defending themselves. That's what we're talking about, DPP.
Oh, you know what I love?
I would
guys,
love
is-
to have somebody that would let me defend myself, but I've never seen it yet. I've never seen it yet. It's always one-sided. Always,
You know what
every
I
single
love?
time.
What I love is the person who has a channel on YouTube who will do a hateful attack stream on someone such as myself, which they did do some months back.
You
and
get
they
used
go
to
on
it.
for like half an hour, just running you. Oh, I didn't actually even watch it because
Yeah, no, you shouldn't.
They didn't have the guts to leave it up because I was going to watch it after 4 days when my work week was over, and by then they had removed it because they didn't have the balls to leave it up. So I was like, okay, it's like hit and run, real good. You
Well, I
hate somebody
deleted-
and then you run away like a coward. You're
I
classy,
deleted
man.
a tweet today that was a specific attack, and I was like, you know what, Scott, you're being a jerk. Maybe you should
No,
take
but this
that one
is
down.
different. This is different. When somebody puts like 30 minutes of hate into a video about you, that's not just like a little
You
tweet.
get used to it,
That's not a mistake. That's purposeful. Very
Yeah.
purposeful.
but you get
Oh,
used to it.
Oh,
right. That's
fuck.
the way I would
I'm
say.
here still. I'm still
I
here,
don't-
right?
What
It's
I
like,
do is
yeah,
I
fuck
don't.
it, but
That's why I don't go back to that channel. I don't let it
I
bug
don't
me.
appreciate that kind of person. Is what
I
I'm
feel
saying,
sorry for
Scotty.
that. I feel sorry for that person. That miserable.
It's too bad that I'm friends with him.
The thing is,
You can
you know,
be friends
they've
with
attacked-
whoever you want. I'm not going to judge you by your friends.
yeah,
No, I know, but it doesn't make sense because I understand that he's such an asshole.
Well, I'm just.
Did you ever think
I
about
feel
maybe
sorry
that-
for him.
you think maybe you can relate to him in some way, Scotty?
Yeah, that's
Clockwise?
probably that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not trying to put a dig in there, but
No,
just asking a question, buddy.
Deserved dig, sir. Deserved.
But I will say
dig.
that I will say this: when he's not doing that, he's a nice person. I just don't.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
wish
the
he would-
sad thing.
I wish he wouldn't do that. Just that.
I
that
try and
certain
relate
thing.
to him as a person because he can have intelligent conversations at times. Because I know
Yeah.
he's got a brain, obviously, but he's attacked Pop, he's attacked Scotty, he's attacked Jill, he's attacked I don't know, probably 3 or 4 other people.
If
in the
there is a
community I
person that
can't
you know on the
remember.
internet, he's attacked it.
He's attacked everybody. It's kind of like his shtick almost every week. Oh, let's see. Who will I hate this week?
He
And
thinks
go on
he
and to
thinks
generate
George
controversy to
Lucas.
get attention. Because that's
He
what it's
thinks
about.
George
It's about
Lucas
getting
is a
attention.
talentless hack.
But it's about getting attention, is what it's about.
Oh well,
Yeah, of course.
I'm not sure if I'd argue that.
I just
Oh,
find it
come
sad.
on. The first Star Wars is good, and you can't
Yes,
lie.
the first 3 movies. Yeah, we talked about that earlier in the this stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had a lot of help from Marsha Lucas and
Sure.
Irvin Kershner
And
some of the
Kathleen
others.
Kennedy.
Well, yeah, she was just taking notes back then and bringing coffee.
Well, That's
probably
yeah.
making coffee back in those days.
You
It's
want to
like,
diminish a
"Go away,
producer's
Kathleen."
role? Go for it.
They said that I'm quoting what Steven Spielberg said. That's all she
Well,
used to do.
I didn't read those journals.
DBB says, yeah, that kind of thing is lame. I'm the kind of person that if I know someone to say, I'll say it directly to that person.
Yeah, it'd be nice,
DBB
wouldn't
says,
it?
yeah, I remember you talking about some Doomcock followers, panelists, ganging up on you. Yes, one of them that just passed recently. I'll put it that way without saying too much. DBB
Who
says,
died?
Scotty.
Hey, Trip.
Well, yay, it's Scotty, says DBB. I got some pants here, Scotty. Edge of Time says, ahoy,
Hail,
Scotty.
Edge of Time.
This shows how far I am behind the time on this chat because Scotty's been here for like almost a half hour. Edge of Time, hail DBB. DBB says, hey, good to see you, Edge of Time. And I don't need to read stream elements. Edge of Time says, hail Taylor, aka Swift, the greater. And DBB says,
greater.
LOL. DBB says, yeah, it's couldn't care less. Thank you, DBB. I've only seen the first Harry Potter movie. It was okay.
I saw it in the drive-in.
Wow.
I love the drive-in. My God, I miss it.
And
Man,
you know
we
what?
haven't
When
had
I
a
was
drive-in
watching,
here in like 30 years, man.
when I was watching the first Harry Potter movie, I was kind of angry at it because I thought it was the perfect Star Wars Episode 1. If Harry Potter turned evil, then that would have made the perfect Darth Vader.
Possibly. You mean kind of like the Anakin Skywalker character?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have to. Okay, this is not a popular opinion, but honestly, I am creeped out by the Harry Potter because it's the same with Twilight. It's a middle-aged woman writing about little boys, and I didn't like that because if it was
And girls.
But if the roles were reversed and it was a guy writing about little girls, they would be a pedo.
Well,
so
no.
I always got creeped out by
I disagree.
That's
Stan
okay.
Lee was
I
a
don't-
middle-aged man writing about a teenage boy. His name was Peter Parker.
I do think a writer can write about anything without necessarily being a pervert. Personally,
And
that's
I don't
my
think,
thought.
and also they're not sex books. Like
Well,
Twilight,
yeah,
is a, Twilight is a
if they were all-
relationship, but
if they were all banging each other,
it's
then
not.
it would
It's
be a
not
different
50
thing,
Shades
right?
of Grey.
You know.
Well, okay, and I admit, right, that topic, that subject is not in the Harry Potter books, but it is in the Twilight books.
Well,
I've
but
never
because it's a tween romance.
Yeah, that's
Well,
pretty much Twilight, right? It's written for
another thing, and I know
tweenies,
that
horny
right.
tweenies.
Another thing, I know this isn't another. I know this is not popular, but I'm a big fan of witches, warlocks, demons, ghosts, paranormal stuff like that.
Sure.
And when I saw in Harry Potter, no, it's a Muggle. The fact that she was changing the names, I grated on my nerves. I don't understand why, unless she just do that to make her own product to sell toys or something.
I totally get it because part of the reason that I haven't read Lord of the Rings is because as soon as I got to Bilbo's 11th birthday, and I was like, 11 isn't a word, and I closed the book, and I was like, you can't make up words. And so I understand.
I understand with you, man. I'm not a fan of Lord of the
Muggle a
Rings.
made-up word, though, Scotty?
Sorry? All words are made up.
Wow. But you closed the book.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
then-
saying
but
it's an
then have
original
it-
thing.
Because you still read Harry Potter.
Yeah, but I'm saying then have the Muggle be an original invention, original character. No, but a Muggle, all that is just a rip-off name. Okay, I don't remember Harry Potter, but Scotty, a Muggle in the Harry Potter universe, what is it? A wizard? Witch? What is it?
No, I think a Muggle is like you and me. We don't have
A
magic.
person, like a human being.
We're just
Oh,
like,
mortal! Oh, it's a mortal
we're
then.
just
Just
like
a regular
low,
That's
guy.
what right,
we're
that
just like
immortal.
lower beings is what I'm guessing. Yeah.
No, it's
No.
immortal. There's a word for it. It's mortal.
Well, no, wizards are mortal.
See, that's
Thing
what
is,
I'm talking about.
Well,
Is
no,
I bet,
they
I bet you
live
there's
like
a whole
longer.
generation of. I bet
Do
there's
they
a whole
live longer?
generation.
Yeah, they
There's a
live
whole
like hundreds of years.
Oh. That's
I've
weird.
They're they're immortal. Immortal.
So
I've
why
never-
at the end of the last Harry Potter movie was Harry Potter old? How far in the future was it?
It was
How
like
old?
present time when we were watching the movie.
Like, well, they have cars and everything. Like, when did Harry Potter start? What year did it
No,
start?
it was in the 90s. Harry Potter started in the 90s.
Okay.
No. When did,
Yeah.
no. We're talking about. He's asking when did it take place, Daniel?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
like,
he's answering.
Yeah, like Harry Potter, like it starts off in the 90s and then
Mhm.
it ends at the very end in like present day when we're actually watching it.
Okay, so
Oh,
that's
okay,
like
so
what, 2008?
Yeah.
So there were
All right.
cars in the first movie then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Okay.
trains and everything. Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
I remember
Everything
there
is
was a
very
train,
modern.
but I remember there was a train, but it threw me off when you said about cars.
Yeah.
I-
Oh no,
I-
they make the cars fly.
I have to admit, I've never seen a Harry Potter film or read the books, and I've
Dude,
know
I'm
nothing
about to go to
Twilight
Hogwarts.
either. I've never,
Well, I know they're popular,
never
and
cared about either one of those franchises, to be honest. man.
but the credit I can give it, it's the same for Goosebumps. The credit I can give Harry Potter is it made kids want to read. It lured them to the books,
That's
which
a
made
good
me
thing.
happy.
Yeah, thousands of kids learned to fucking read. That was a
And
positive.
yeah, and those books were big, thick books, so they had
Yeah.
they had to have attention spans, which was good too.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
and one of the
yes.
really great things about the Harry Potter books is that it made all children into transphobes.
Why is that?
Well, because J.K. Rowling is a trans exclusionary radical feminist, and those teachings
So
were
she
baked
injected that
into.
Oh, they are the ideology.
But also,
is
she
in
did
there?
say that not Gandalf, Dumbledore. Dumbledore is, homosexual.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, I'm not familiar with. Help me out here.
That was
No,
Who's the
don't
actor?
even worry about it.
Who's
Don't
the
even
actor
worry.
that played Dumbledore?
That was
There
years
were two.
afterwards, though, was it
There
not?
was Richard Harris.
Oh,
But then he sadly passed away, and then Michael Gambon.
Okay. Then I was gonna say, and I could be wrong, but wasn't Richard Harris gay?
I don't know. I didn't fuck him.
I have no idea.
I don't. His mannerisms. I always thought he was gay, but I could be wrong.
I
Maybe he
didn't
was just
think
feminine.
so. He
You
was
know-
as gay as Peter O'Toole.
I never gave a fuck about if people were gay or not. Like when I
No, I'm
watched
just
the
saying.
movie.
I'm just saying if it's supposed to be a gay character, maybe they hired a gay actor just to play it because you know how it is these days.
Because
No, it
it
was
was
all-
to play the character. Okay,
It was all subsequent. It was all subsequent to the film series. Is that I
never
think
thought
J.K.
of him as
Rowling
gay.
came
I
out
don't
and
know.
said like she did something, and she said, "Oh yes, and by the way, Dumbledore is gay." And it's like, okay, it really had no effect on anything.
Right.
Thanks.
I know you. Right, and I know PvP. You're laughing, but remember that's how Hollywood is now. They won't hire them unless, like a black person has to play a black person, a gay person will
Yeah,
play a gay
but
person.
Richard
That's just how it
Harris-
is now.
Well,
Richard
yeah, but
Harris died in 2002, so it's not like the woke thing had any influence on his career because he was long
Right.
gone.
no,
Right. So
but and the
no.
thing,
I
you
was just
say-
making an observation of the actor because that's just
But
that's
you
how he came
say-
across to me.
I don't think that. I think I take umbrage to a certain extent because
he was
like
definitely not gay. I just
even
looked
as a
up.
Canadian who like I have to say, and I was a part of the Commonwealth, what is known as the British Commonwealth,
We still are.
and I guess so is Australia. I
Last
suppose.
time I checked.
Yeah, I can't wait until we get some Charles on our money.
Yeah, I don't mind being
And
part of the Commonwealth.
Then I'm
So
going to
that's-
start
that's
singing
worse
Charles
things.
in Charge. It's going to
Hey,
be
I'm
great.
just
But
happy
what
to
I'm
be in the
saying,
bloody Commonwealth.
PvP, you're talking over him again, please.
Oh shit. Sorry.
so but
Go
what
ahead,
I want to
Scotty.
say is like I don't think that a Canadian can play James Bond. I don't think an American can play James Bond. I don't think a Vietnamese individual can play James Bond. These are things that are exclusive to the character. He is, Caucasian, Scottish.
British.
Well, I would like to say Scottish.
Don't forget
Right, but
though,
the point-
George Lazenby was Australian.
I know. I got
the
into a
point,
fight in
though-
a bar.
Well, yeah, but the point within the James Bond universe, isn't he supposed to be British in order to be an agent, or no?
But that's what I'm saying is that, of course. It's kind of like you can't be a secret. Actually, I don't know. Can you be
Well,
a
it is-
MI6 agent?
It is Her Majesty's
you're
Secret
not
Service,
British?
right? So you should be of the UK.
Is that a thing? PvP.
Well-
if you're not British, can you be an MI6 agent?
Well, that's a good question, Scotty. I never thought about that.
It would probably take. Well, the question is, we're talking about James Bond. It would be within
Yes.
the lore of James Bond, and but if I had to find
Hmm.
somebody who's a real expert, because I don't know that now.
Did Ian Fleming ever specify the nationality of the agents that were
Well, at least
007s?
James Bond. He said he was Scottish.
Okay. Well, Sean Connery was a good pick at the start then.
It was influenced by Sean Connery.
It was written for Christopher Lee, and he turned down the role.
And
I'm
it
glad
wasn't
he did.
until after Sean Connery played James Bond that Ian Fleming actually molded and gave the character of James Bond Scottish heritage.
As
Yes.
good an actor as Christopher Lee is, I could not see him playing Bond. I really couldn't.
But he was a great Scaramanga, yo.
Oh yeah,
He's a
good.
great actor. I loved him and all the stuff he
Man
did.
with the golden gun.
I just can't see him as Bond. Like I just see someone as Bond has got to be a little more beefy, than Christopher was, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I
but
think he had the
come
presence.
on.
I think he's just not an action star. I think that's the difference.
Roger
He's
Moore
more like-
was a twig.
Well, Roger Moore is one of my least favorite Bonds, to be honest, guys. I loved him as the Saint. I liked him less as Bond.
Daniel, how are you feeling? DBB says you have COVID. Is that true?
Yeah, I hope you're
Yeah,
not feeling
I
too
do.
bad there, man.
I've had
I'm
COVID.
sorry to hear it. Did you get the shot?
Not yet.
Well, you don't
Well,
need it now. You already have
yeah,
it. It's like buying
yeah,
a
you
fire
so-
extinguisher after the barn burnt down.
Right. Don't do it. Yeah. Daniel has COVID. Oh, it says DBB. DBB says at least that's what he said yesterday.
Hey, Daniel,
Well,
you want to make out?
I hope you get better, Daniel. Hope you
Oh,
feel
thank
better.
God.
Yeah, just like DBB
Yeah.
says, I hope you feel better. Squeaky chairs are cool. Don't be a chair snob, Scotty, says DBB. Well, he has a
Yeah.
right to be. I think they're annoying. Squeaky chairs, people crunching on potatoes, potato chips on streams, stuff like that seem to be a bit annoying.
Someone
DBB
got
says
mad at me because I was eating on a stream,
Oh.
and I was like, I'm sorry.
I forgot to bring my
If-
potato chips tonight.
Yeah,
too.
if they could tell you're eating, then it's annoying.
Yeah,
I
it's
eat-
bad. It's bad.
It's rare that I eat on a stream, but if I do, I try to mute when I make a noise. DBB
Yeah.
says, I know who you're talking about. Willis, LOL.
What you talking about, Willis?
DJ, and only us old school people know what that means. DJ Ronnie G. Ward, hello, DJ. Harry Potter was okay, but it never captivated me. But Hogwarts game is nice. Oh, that's cool.
See, I
DBB
kind of want
says-
to. I want to play the video game after I watch the movies, but I'm gonna have to buy a whole new console.
I could see if I was younger what attracts kids to reading Harry
You're
Potter. I mean, it's
young.
great, the whole world about it and all that. But like I said, I just didn't like him changing the lore of wizards and it's not like wizards and witches and all that are real, but I just call them what they are. Call them mortals, call them immortals, call them witches. call
I'm
them
fine with
warlocks.
I'm fine with the vernacular, but here's a weird thing going into it is everyone from what I understand, one of the bases of the internet are Hermione Granger, or more specifically Emma Watson, is like the hottest thing ever. Like they all grew up with her and they think that they're her, like it's a waifu situation. And so I'm interested to see, because like I'm more of a Bella, but I'm gonna see what Hermione is about.
Who's Bella?
Bella's from Twilight.
Oh
Oh,
God. You can
I'm a
talk about
fan.
Twilight all night, and I will be totally lost because
yeah, I wouldn't know. I've never
Twilight.
seen.
No, I'm not going to talk about it at length. I'm just saying that I prefer Bella over Hermione.
Well, I'm glad. That means
Yeah.
nothing to me, but I'm
Thanks,
glad
man.
for you.
The marriage is in the fall.
If she's better, then go with her. Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
DBB says your secret's safe with me. DBB says, Pops, you see the underlying agenda. I get what you're talking. Yeah, I think DBB knows. Yeah, hello, LDG. Hail. Hope you're doing well, sir. Made up words are made up of words that are made up of even more made up words and so on.
Oh, we need a guitar track to that. Those are lyrics.
That sounds
Good
like
to
some
see
kind
you,
of
LDG.
extended folk song, I'm guessing, for those lyrics.
Yes, DBB says saying, Edge of Time, don't muggle the waters. Hi, Dan. And Edge of Time says, Scotty knows a lot about pooter.
I do enjoy my pooter.
What is that?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. DVB says J.K. Rowling is a feminist, but not a tranniest, pretty much. Yeah. Well, then why do the women hate her?
Because
that's one
she
thing I don't
doesn't
know
like
much about.
trannies.
They hate her because she's not woke. She's
No,
actually
Okay, but
it's
she's, all,
because-
but
from
she's
what I
also a
read,
feminist?
she's an old school feminist. Like she believes in rights
Oh.
for everybody, but she's not woke. She doesn't like hate men like a lot of the new ones do, right?
Gotcha.
She's
So she's
I
not.
would say she's a protective feminist. Like when she's the kind of lady who will stand up and say, "No, I don't think that man pretending to be a woman should be in this sporting event." And then everyone
Exactly.
says, "Oh no, J.K. Rowling doesn't like trans women." And J.K. Rowling is like, "I just don't think that they're women."
Well, yes,
So
that's what I think too. It's like there's you have an X chromosome or a Y chromosome, and you're a male or a female when you're born, and no amount of surgery is going to change that biological fact. And I do agree with her. I think she's dead on target on her opinion.
See, it's
So what
very
you're
strange
saying?
though. Who strapped a penis on you?
I don't need a strap on because I got a one that works quite
Okay,
fine.
we should
thank
stop.
you.
We should stop. We should stop. Don't say it anymore.
Okay. So
Hey, you went there.
I know I did it. It was my fault.
okay. So that what I'm guessing is so she's a first wave feminist, not a third wave like the ones that are
Yes,
out now.
exactly. She's old school feminism.
She believes
made-
in the
which
equality
made
of men
sense.
and women, which
Well,
I think
hey,
that any
guys,
rational person would.
I was a kid in the 60s, a teen in the 70s, so I lived through the whole feminist, you know, revolution, so to speak, right? And I know back then there was a whole lot of shit going on. I mean, I don't want to talk personal stuff really, but I can understand a lot of women, had bad relationships. There was a lot of, spousal abuse. Let's put it, kindly and keep it not too graphic. But there were a lot of women that had a lot of really hard times, and there was a need for some kind of thought to give women more equality
Are you?
as in not being abused by their husbands,
Yeah.
because that was very common back when I was young, and it was not a good thing, believe me. So as far as old school first wave feminists go, I have no problem with those ladies at all. It's the later ones and the modern ones that I totally reject.
Yeah, but they're so hot.
Depends on the feminist.
I know, right?
I'm very picky
Why?
because I can be.
No, you can't. Neither can I.
Clarify.
Come on, man. I would love it.
So,
I'm not
so
falling
Scotty,
into anything.
when you say they're hot, do you mean like that
Who's
director of
hot?
Star Wars? You mean like
Sorry,
the director
which?
of Star Wars?
I'm sorry, what?
When you say they're hot, do you mean like the director of Star Wars?
Oh
The
yeah,
one that
no.
wants to be a
I enjoy an ethnic lady. I don't think she's attractive though. But I'm not gonna, you know what? I don't think that Jon Favreau is all that good looking, but I wouldn't necessarily judge his films based on his attractiveness.
No, he looks like a couch potato.
He does. That is accurate.
Right. If you saw him in public, you'd be like, "What?"
Oh my stars. Yes. Can
Yeah,
I put eyebrows on you?
A person's appearance has nothing to do with their abilities, really.
Well,
No,
exactly.
no.
Like I'm really good looking. People think I know I can do stuff because I'm really good looking, and then they ask me to do stuff, and I'm like, I can't.
But we were talking about a different point.
Yeah, we don't talk about this stupid idiot who's good looking.
And I'm the opposite. I'm not good looking, but if I actually got
But
off
you
my
can do
lazy
stuff.
ass and applied myself, I do have some talent, but I'm too
Yeah,
lazy
man.
to do it, unfortunately.
DVB
See?
says Blame Canada, CA.
Please
I will.
don't.
DVB says, "Hey Terrence, what is James Bond's secret password?" DVB says, "I think he's blowing smoke." Is that,
Looks
is that
like a
right?
key. It almost looks like a key. of
I thought it
some
was a
Maybe a key?
mushroom or the
sideways
head of a
mushroom?
penis.
Could be a magic
DVB
mushroom.
says, "Ha ha ha." And DVB says, "Bella was the girl that falls in love with Robert Pattinson." Yes.
Edward.
Ugh.
Come on, man. It's a
Batman.
soap opera,
I
and
can't
it
believe
only.
I know, but I
think
can't
it's
believe that.
amazing.
I can't believe that sissy played Batman. I still can't believe it.
Hey, did you see it? Did you see the Batman?
If you can get my coffin propped up in front of it, I'll watch it. Okay? DVB says,
Dude,
DVB
I
says,
think you
"Didn't
should
like
see
that."
it. I think you would hate it.
I like Batman too much. Just like with the current Trek. I like
Fair
Star Trek
enough,
too
fair
much.
enough.
There's no way you're gonna. Yeah.
Did you see
ruin all my
Joker?
memories.
Seriously,
Did you see the
Bob,
Joker movie?
Yes,
Did you
Joker
like it?
movie was okay.
I liked it. I'm not necessarily like a lot of my opinion seems to be what a lot of people say is it's a good movie, but isn't necessarily a super comic book superhero
Right.
movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
It
Agreed.
was like I was almost in Joker in name only.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
DBB didn't like the latest Batman film, but Robert Pattinson was still a better Batman than George Clooney.
Blasphemy.
Well, George Clooney would probably agree with you on that.
Yeah, he
DBB
would.
says the latest Batman was okay, but not great.
Agreed.
Well, I'm not going to watch it. DBB, LOL,
No,
Scotty.
it was fine. It's just overly long. It's just too fucking long. Like,
Well,
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
I saw the reviews, and they specifically have a line in there. I don't know if it's Catwoman or who, but it's some woman talking about the patriarchy, and then you take them down, and it's like, no, seriously,
it's not
you
that
can't
overt.
pay me to go see that.
It's not that overt. It is not a message movie, if that's what you're concerned with.
Then what was the sentence?
I
was the
don't
quote?
remember. I've only seen it once, and it was approximately 5 months ago.
So in other words, you saw a movie where it was a stuntman 90% of the time in the costume, and then
So what? That's what
Pattinson
movie making is.
No. Is that what Superman?
Well, then did you
1978
see
was?
the newest? Did you see the new Mission Impossible because of the stunts?
Oh no.
Well, then why? Because if you're
I
saying
don't like
that
Tom
the
Cruise.
reason that you that's fine,
No,
but
that's
he does
different.
all his own stunts.
Yeah, it's the actor. I don't like Tom Cruise. No, but what I'm saying
I'm
is,
doing false equations.
No,
I
you don't like
apologize.
Tom Cruise? I love Tom Cruise.
no,
I'm okay with
I
him.
don't. Yeah, the only movie
Like, what
that
do you not like about him?
He's I never saw
White.
what people saw in him. He's not a very good actor, and you could see that he's very conceited. His conceit and vanity shows on the screen.
Oh no, a conceited actor.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't have to show on screen, and it's every movie he's made. It's Tom Cruise starring Tom Cruise playing Tom Cruise. He's not versatile. His characters, he has no range. But I know a lot of people like him. I know a lot of people like him.
No, I have to agree. Tom Cruise does have a limited range from the movies I've watched.
I think
I'm not saying he's terrible, but I'm not saying he's great either.
I would like to
he's Tom
interject with
Cruise.
specific roles.
He's Tom
Like
Cruise.
when he played Les Grossman in Tropic Thunder, I thought that was a very self-effacing. That is the close. No, I was going to say that's the closest he's ever been to being a villain. But if you recall the Michael Mann film with Jamie Foxx called Collateral, and he played like a vicious murderer. I didn't like how he got superpowers at the end of that movie for some reason. But it was a good stretch of what you consider Tom Cruise to be. Also, Tom Cruise in Martin Scorsese's The Color of Money, a sequel to The Hustler, which I just saw recently, and I thought it was glorious, but it was more because of Paul Newman. And no,
I can see that.
And I really I think that Tom Cruise, while I agree with everything that you say, he is a self-indulgent, egotistical chuckle monkey. I enjoy his performances, and I do think that he is attempting to entertain me, and a lot of the time he succeeds.
Well,
Well,
the thing is,
he's got an audience. People like him, so that's fine.
The thing is, too, Tom Cruise is still one of the very few bankable stars in Hollywood. When a production starts with Tom Cruise, his name attached to the project, people assume it's going to make money, right? And that you can't say that about very much in Hollywood anymore.
But the new Mission Impossible, it lost money. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, that's a bad sign.
I haven't seen it.
It could be the beginning of the end. Like if Tom Cruise movie starts losing money, it's like, holy shit, Hollywood is really in trouble at that point.
You don't like the new Mission Impossible movies. You think they're shit.
I haven't seen.
I will answer that, and that is because I was such a huge fan of the series.
Agreed. Yeah, that's why I'm saying so.
Yeah, I hate what they've done to Mission Impossible. It's the Mission Impossible in name only. It's another one of those that's in name only. It's not Mission Impossible. Okay. There's no team of agents. There's no Jim Phelps or whatever. And there's no, where one agent has one talent, another agent has another talent. None of that shit. It's just all cameras focused on Tom Cruise. My God.
I stopped watching.
No.
I stopped watching Actually, no. You know, the only Mission Impossible movies I watched was number 1 and number 2, and that's it.
Oh, 3's not bad because of Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I gotta watch
Thing is-
3.
Philip
thing is,
Seymour
though-
Hoffman is an actor that I really want to curate all of his films.
So
He
wait,
was
in
a good
number
actor,
3,
yeah.
in number 3, he had a team of agents with him, right?
He does. Like, he does have a team. He's got Simon Pegg. He always has Ving Rhames. And aside from that, everybody else is just interchangeable.
God.
Yeah, but you know, you never see those people with him ever again. What happened? Did they get killed or something?
No,
Probably.
what? The other? Yes. In every movie, part of the team gets killed.
I mean, I'm
Which
talking-
makes
I'm
him
talking
incompetent. In other words, everyone around him dies. In other words, right?
Yeah, I'm talking
Well,
about
it's
the
an
hot.
impossible mission.
Yeah.
No, I was
Well,
nice
I'm
about-
saying that didn't call it
Would
something
you?
other than Mission
Did you think that there
Impossible.
were going to be no casualties?
No,
on
I
this
know
that,
mission
but
that
I-
happens to
no.
be impossible?
Like I said, I'm a fan of the original Mission Impossible series where they were all capable of taking care of themselves and they took care of each other.
I like
Yeah.
the raising of the stakes when people are, when they
Yeah,
die.
If I can
Okay.
get a word in, eventually.
I am. I'm going to go have a cigarette. Please speak your
Go
head
for
off.
it, PvP.
I just want to say, Pop, that I totally agree with you. I'm a huge fan of the original TV series. That was a great show, and I did like how there was a team of agents working together to often go in undercover to, I don't know, overthrow a tyrant in
You're a
in nasty
dictator.
government, or infiltrate a criminal organization, or whatever the hell they were doing that particular week, right? It was great stuff. And then don't forget, I mean, we had Leonard Nimoy come in after Star Trek got canceled for
Well, he
I think
replaced
Martin Landau, right?
Yes.
He was in what, I think 2 seasons as Paris.
yeah,
And
before it was
it's like,
canceled.
that's another reason I like the show so much, is because, you know, we got to see Nimoy for a couple more seasons getting some work. So yeah, it was a great show, and I liked. I've always been a fan of an ensemble cast of characters, which is one thing I have a problem with some films when they just single out one particular hero
Yes.
that has to carry the weight of the entire film.
Right. If
It's
they
very
wanted a James Bond,
unrealistic.
right. What they wanted was a James Bond ripoff. So they shouldn't even have called it Mission Impossible in the
Yeah.
first place. Call it something else. That'd be like Star Trek, the original series, and they killing in the very first movie at the very, very beginning, killing off all of the crew and cast, and all you have is Captain Kirk. And it's like that's all we need is Captain Kirk. He's the new Star Trek. We don't need a Spock and McCoy or any of them.
Yeah, it was
And
like
when you kill off the team, it's like fuck them.
Kirk. The Uber adventures continue.
Right, and he's so powerful and know it all
It's
and
super
expert at
Kirk.
everything. Right, he's an expert. I'm talking. He's a Mary Sue.
And he gets superpowers as well, right?
Right,
Yeah,
superpowers.
right.
He knows everything, and he's an expert at everything. They don't need
He
any
just
agents.
waves his hand and defeats the whole flagship of
Yes.
Klingon D7s, right?
Yes.
Let's not forget he's like 5'2".
Oh fuck, that would be so sad. Oh man,
DBB says, "Oh, you guys don't know Terrence and Phillip from South Park."
Terrence and Phillip, they're the farty Canadians. I know them.
DBB says, "After the stream, look up Terrence and Phillip on YouTube."
Oh, they're Canadian characters and they fart a lot. I gotta warn
DBB,
you.
I think that's Smoke and Fire. Is what
I think
DBB
that's
said.
lit farts, perhaps.
Oh, could be. DBB says Tom Cruise is a legend. Sorry, disagree, but he's a pretty amazing actor. No, that's fine, DBB. I know,
No, he's
like
a
I
good
said,
actor. He's a
like I
very
said, I
good
know he's
actor.
got a big right. I know he's got a big fan base and a following. It's just not my style. DBB says, as a person, not so sure. He's into that Scientology shit. Yeah, that's another thing I didn't want to mention, but you're right. And generally seems like a weirdo, but he's a good actor. Remember, everybody, Nicole Kidman tried to make him straight, according to her. That's why she married him. And then she said she
Damn.
divorced him because she failed. That's according to
tell you
her,
this.
not me.
I'll tell you this right now. If Nicole Kidman wanted to take her clothes off in my room tonight, I would be very, very straight, pun intended. Damn, she's well, at least back then she was a very attractive woman.
Oh yeah, maybe 40 years ago. Now she looks like another dead possum. She's had so much
Yeah.
plastic surgery. She looks
Yeah,
like a
well,
monster.
I'm thinking back to like Eyes Wide Shut years, like way back when. So yeah,
But she was always box office poison. Everything she did was bomb left and right.
I think she's a god awfully bad actress, to be honest.
She is. She's hired only for her looks.
Yeah.
DBB says, as a person, not so sure. He's into that Scientology. Oh yeah, I read that. DBB says Philip Seymour Hoffman was great in Twister and Boogie Nights. He was.
It's too bad
Yeah,
he had a
he was a good
tragic
actor.
ending. Yeah, the tragic
Good
ending
actor.
with him was terrible.
Punch
drug
Drunk
overdose
Love,
ending. Yeah.
the Master. Like what is it? There's a Tom Hanks movie, Charlie Wilson's War, and he is fantastic in that film. That film.
Now, remind me now, was it suicide or just an accidental overdose?
No, it was heroin. It was heroin.
It was a drug overdose, I believe, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if it's an intentional suicide or
took too
accidental
much
overdose.
heroin.
He just shot
Gotcha.
up too much and it killed him.
Gotcha. Yeah, that happens. I know sometimes it's intentional,
Well,
sometimes it isn't.
I don't think it's forgivable. I think it's like, you idiot.
It's tragic. That's what it is.
It's not tragic. It's you idiot.
No, I think it's tragic when somebody has an addiction that eventually, erases their life. I think that's
As a
kinda
man
tragic.
with addictions, I don't forgive other people's addictions.
No, that's fine. I don't have an argument with that. Hey,
Okay.
I struggle with my own problems, and I don't forgive myself a lot of days when I probably should give myself a break. But
I think that those people who do succumb to their own addictions, I think that they are signposts. I don't pity them. It's like that Belushi fella, John.
it's like
Right.
a warning.
It's like it is a warning, and it is something that has been a warning to other creatives like Robin Williams, Christopher Reeve, like people who
Well,
were, you know what, we do not
those were
want to
different,
do
though.
the same thing.
Well, Christopher Reeve, it was an
John
accident.
Christopher
Chris
Reeve
Reeve-
died from having his neck broken and being in,
Right. That was an
he
accident.
basically, I think
But
he
it's
basically
part of-
died because of his physical ailments. Right?
Before that happened, one of the reasons that Christopher Reeve was actually one of those anti-drug upstanding representatives before he became a
Paraplegic.
an advocate for that science, to try and make it so that you could make it, he could walk. Like
Your
one of
spinal cord,
the
yeah.
biggest things. But one of the reasons that he became, and I use clean living as a joke all the time when I talk about people who obviously have polluted themselves to death. But like when clean living, like that is something that I think that Christopher Reeve did before he fell off the horse.
You think he was on some kind of drugs or something?
I don't think he was at all. I think
No.
that because, again, he was friends with John Belushi. He was part of that that group. Like Christopher Reeve was a superstar. I don't think
No, I know,
that's
but
a shock.
I think
And he had
Christopher
friends. And
he
when
No,
he saw
yeah, but you're
some of
changing this. You're changing the subject. I was just saying that. What you heard he was on drugs. That's all I'm asking.
I don't think
I'm
he
not talking
was.
about his history.
No,
Okay. Fair
Christopher
enough. I'm
was
telling a story like my mom.
Christopher Reeve was into horse jumping, right? Jumping over obstacles on his
Yeah,
horse.
racing and jumping, right? Like William Shatner
Yeah,
does.
so anybody that's
Steeplechase.
into that as a sport, as a pastime, I don't think you're going to take drugs before you go on your horse and do that, because
Oh.
you take it seriously. And he seemed like the type of man that would take
Right.
it seriously. He didn't
Can
seem
I-
like a.
Can I
Anyway,
tell you?
I just want to say, I think
No,
what
but
happened
PvP.
was a tragic accident. I think.
I want to
It
tell you
was.
a short story.
Go for it.
Okay.
The last and only time that I was on a camel, I was baked out of my tree.
Okay.
It was in Australia.
Australian camels. Okay.
Was it
didn't fall off.
comfortable? I have to ask. Was it comfortable? They have a satellite. Yes,
No, it was funny. It was, you know what? It was just fun. It was just fun. It was constantly bouncing. The camel was.
So your balls didn't get injured or sore. It
Well,
was fun.
dude, have you ever ridden a bicycle? You know how to take care of your balls.
Oh yeah, I've ridden lots of bicycles.
Yeah, so same deal.
Okay.
Okay, so I
So
need to
you
ask
were
about.
good.
okay, what we were talking about. All right. Like with
So-
Robin Williams. Okay, can you guys, knowing the way he died, can you
Mhm.
still look at his movies and laugh?
Yes.
Not me.
I separate the art from the artist, and it was
I don't know.
tragic.
For
that he
some
hung
reason, I
himself.
can't.
What
I
is
can't
it?
because
What
of-
is it about the way he died that troubles
Because
you?
that's all I think about. I won't. I can't watch his movies anymore.
How do you think he
Well,
died?
Suicide. We all know that.
No, but think about the
Right.
think of
Drugs.
Think,
At first, drugs and suicide. So I guess a combination of
well,
both.
think about the context. This was a man who had a career for like.
No, you know. I know. You don't have to tell me who he is. I know all that.
We don't need the
Right,
history.
Right, that's what I'm
I wasn't
saying.
going to give you a fucking history if I just can make my point
No,
briefly.
be brief. Be brief.
Well, I always try to be.
Yeah.
Here's the
no, you
guy
don't.
that had a long career with a brilliant, lightning fast mind, where he could pull shit out of his head like you and I and none of us ever could. Like the guy was.
I don't know.
brilliant
I've
that
never
way,
taken cocaine to that level like he did. You never know. We wouldn't have known unless we saw him totally
okay.
sober.
I maybe
I
should
don't think
not bother.
but do you think that he was like? Do you think he was constantly on the?
Yeah,
cocaine?
high as a kite. That's what
I
I'm saying.
don't think so.
And this BBP, I wasn't trying to change subject. I'm saying this is directly related to what you're saying. Is a lot of his performances where he was really, really fast on stage and everything. He was high as a kite.
I don't think so. Not for
Well,
all of them.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't in the room when he was snorting it, so I cannot definitively say he was high.
Of course,
my
none of us
point
were there,
is-
but he said so himself.
My point is, the man, a million people could snort cocaine and be blethering idiots. Robin Williams, even if he snorted something, could be a brilliant comedian and come up with lines out of his head that most of us would never even dream about. So I have to give him respect for his talent in that respect.
Oh,
And I just
DVB
wanna
has to
add-
go. DVB is leaving though.
Oh, sorry. Good night, man.
Good night, DVB. I'm sorry I didn't catch up with the chat. I gotta go. Great stream, pops. Thank you, DVB.
Good night,
Take care.
DVB.
Stay
Have a
warm.
good one, man.
Goodbye, everybody. See you next time. Take care, DVB. Thank you for being here.
See you,
Go
Troy.
ahead. Go ahead, guys.
I just want to finish my thought. That,
Please.
I think Robin Williams, I always enjoyed him mostly. He was never like, I was never a huge Robin Williams fanatic by any means. I didn't love everything he did, but I thought, a lot of his off the wall comedy when he was, flying by the seat of his pants was pretty impressive. And
I'll
a lot
fly
of
by the
his
seat of your
films-
pants.
a lot of his films, they were hit and miss. Some I liked, some I didn't like. But when he hit the target on his movies, he was really good in those films. So I have a lot of respect for his acting skills.
Okay.
He was a very talented man. I think he probably had a good heart, even if he
Oh
had
yeah, I'm not
his,
saying he was a bad
his,
guy.
his problems. But I think, let's think about this. He was a man that had a very sharp wit, a brilliant mind for many, many decades through his entire life. And then those last years toward the end of his life, he was getting from what I've read, Alzheimer's and dementia. And he was starting
I've
to
never heard of
forget,
that.
and he was
Mhm.
starting to lose his mind. And he was very fearful
Wow.
that he could not control his thoughts anymore. And that was like a horror, a terror
Mhm.
to him to lose his mind and just basically be oblivious to his thoughts.
Did
So
you hear that?
that's
too?
why-
Yeah.
That's
No,
why
well,
he decided.
it's
That's
not
why
even.
he decided to hang
it-
himself in the closet because he
No,
just
I know, but
couldn't face
it's,
reality.
BBB, have you right? But BBB, you heard he had dementia too.
I'm sorry. What?
You heard that Robin Williams had dementia and was losing
Yes.
his mind, Alzheimer's.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that's what I've always read.
No, I
that
hadn't
he
heard
was
that.
suffering.
All I heard him
Yes.
say, what drove him to depression was his wife's taking advantage of him and taking everything from him.
No, actually,
No.
his wife found his dead body in the closet later that
No, I
day,
know,
and she was horrified and shocked and sad. And
But I
She
definitely
was
saw
a
interviews.
lubricant.
I definitely saw interviews where he said that the wives just took him for everything he had, and that it was causing his
I
depression.
don't think so. I don't think
I
so.
think his last wife actually loved him, from what I've read, and she was very
Hopefully,
shocked when she found his body in the closet, and it was a very sad way. But he just decided, I can't
It
face
wasn't like,
losing my mind, and I just
yeah,
want to end it. So he did,
yeah. And whether or not, I don't know. I don't know.
It was a sad
Deciding to
ending
take your
to a
own
great man.
life. But the thing is like, I'm a big Hunter S. Thompson fan. Same guy did the
Oh,
same
he ended
thing.
his life with a gun.
Yeah. And so I don't know. If you decide that you can't take it, I don't understand why.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to tell what's going through their minds when that happens.
Yeah. Like, the
Well,
desire to end it is a very strong urge.
let's put it this way. We do have some rules in Canada now where you can get assisted suicide.
Oh,
if your
good.
life if your life is in a very bad state where you're in constant agony and constant pain, you have
Oh,
no
good.
future, you have no chance of ever getting better. Like, there's no cure that science or medicine can give you, and you're just in agony every day, suffering. You can
Come to
apply.
Canada and die.
No, but you have to get the permission, I think, of 2 separate doctors that
Why
will
in
sign
the
off on it.
name? I don't mean to
And
interrupt you,
I
PvP,
do
but why are
agree,
you talking about assisted
because we're talking
self-deletion?
about Robin Williams deciding to end his life,
And you're saying that if you would like to
some
take the
people,
Robin Williams
some people
package, you can
decide
come
to
to
end their
Canada.
lives, and I'm being interrupted again.
I just think it's a downer subject.
I just was going to. Well, I would have been finished by now.
It
if
is
I
a
was being
downer
interrupted.
subject.
I don't think it is for those people that are in agony
You don't
every
think-
day of their
Alright.
remaining
I have
day.
a quick question. What about depressed people?
Yeah, they can do
That's
it.
controversial because the government tried to pass
No,
that a
yeah.
couple years ago, and I totally disagree.
No, mental
with that.
illness has been
No, they tried to
expanded
pass
in
that
the.
clause. I think it was rejected, though. I
just
think
did.
it failed because
No,
that
they
is
just
not
did.
a reason to kill yourself. You can get help. You can get treatment and counseling from it for
In other words, drugs.
depression.
You want
In
to
other
hear a
words, drugs.
depressing story? You want
Yeah.
to hear a depressing story? Okay,
Sure,
great.
why
Oh,
not?
fuck. Here we go.
So this guy that I know, he had smoked himself to a tracheotomy. So anytime that he had to speak, he had to press like a button on his throat.
That's what my
Yeah.
grandfather had.
And
That's
so
how Val.
anyway,
That's how Val Kilmer is now.
My
And so
grandfather
anyway-
lost his larynx to cancer, and he had to
Uh-huh.
speak that way.
the gentleman that I speak of, he fell down some stairs and broke his neck.
Oh, lovely.
Uh-huh.
So he can't touch that button anymore. He's paralyzed. And so he was there with the inability to speak because all he had to do was touch the button, but now he can't touch the button. And so, laid on his back with assistance from other people around him and the inability to move or speak with his mind trapped in his body, he said, "You know what? How about dying? Dying sounds like a better time than this." And so he did take advantage of the medical assistance in dying that is a thing that you can get in Canada. And you know what? I support that.
Okay,
There
so
are
he
safeguards-
wasn't.
There are safeguards, so I just want to interject, Scotty. It's
Thank
not
you.
like you just flip a coin and you die. It's like, you got to have a
Right.
couple doctors
Well-
to sign off, and there are checks and balances. So it's not like, hey, don't flood to Canada to commit suicide, folks. It's like,
Right.
it's not that
Oh no, I
easy,
could do that here.
you know.
Right. So my question is.
I totally
was-
agree with what Scotty said, though. That's totally realistic. Yes.
Right. So my question is, was he dying or just miserable in his life?
He was trapped in his body with the inability to communicate, and he said, "I would rather die than be this."
All right, but
He was like
so you're
Pike in the menagerie.
right. But what I'm saying though is, okay,
Mm.
so they okayed it even though he wasn't dying, because he could have
Well-
lived for many years, right? I guess.
Yeah. Well, yes, he could have.
Okay, that's all I was wondering.
I think the
But
guidelines generally
Pop,
are you have to be in serious pain or
But,
misery to apply. But
would
maybe that was an exception. What Scotty's talking about, I'm not
Pop,
sure.
would you lie on a bed, uncommunicative?
Oh no, I'm not doubting why
just
he was
for
depressed.
survival.
No, that's not what I meant. I was just
Well,
wondering
no,
if
but
it
I'm
was
just
possible.
asking. Would you?
Oh no.
Like, would you? I think that. Like, I think it's a terrifying story. That's why I said
But people have done that,
story.
and then people have done that, and they lived that way for years until they
well,
died
I
naturally.
wouldn't want to. I would like, I would actually blink my way into being thrown into a funeral pyre, and I would be
But
like, "Can you just burn
right.
me so it's the last
But
thing
I'll
I
give
can
you
feel?"
I'll give you two excellent examples of people that were like that, where all they could do is pretty much blink, and that was Oliver Hardy and Curly Howard from the Three Stooges.
Oh, okay.
That's how they both died. They ended up where they were having so many severe strokes that they couldn't even communicate.
See, that's terrifying to me.
Yeah, I would not want to be paralyzed lying in my own filth, because let's face it, we have to
they have people taking
evacuate
care of
every
them.
day.
Let's be fair, PvP. You
No,
are
but somebody
lying in
would
your
have
own
to
filth.
somebody would have to change your somebody would have
Thanks,
to
Pop.
change your diaper, and you'd have a catheter, I assume, to take care of
Yeah.
I
that.
love a
It's
catheter.
like
That'd be great.
I would think after a couple months of that, I would probably go.
Actually, now
Just
that you
fucking
mention it,
kill
no.
me now, please kill
I
me
don't want-
now.
No, hold on, BBP. Remember,
Hmm.
we've got certain big YouTuber friends of ours who are in similar situations that have a much better outlook on life.
Well, I'm just saying that's them, but I'm still healthy and I can still, my legs work and I can walk, right? So
Right,
I'm just
but as long as
speculating what I would think in that situation, not what other people are dealing with. Like, power to them. I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to anybody else, of course. I didn't.
No,
intend to.
I know there's a lot of people that are bedridden that still have the willpower to live.
Well, yeah, but some people are bedridden, but they can still, communicate and talk and
Right.
type sentences in their keyboard, right? That's
Or
totally different than being completely paralyzed.
Or if you're Stephen Hawking, you could be in an orgy.
Stephen Hawking. No, but Stephen Hawking is an inspiration, I gotta say, because that's a man that did face a horrible. I mean, he was young and healthy, and then at a certain age, that hit
I
him
know.
physically, and he had to spend the rest of his days confined to that
I know.
wheelchair. But he still had such a brilliant mind, and he still chose to fought and contribute as much as he could to
Right.
our human race with his mind. And I
Oh, that
totally
man was a
have great
fighter.
respect. I love that man. Like, he was
Right,
a
but-
hero.
Well, I don't
That's a
love
real
Right,
hero.
but
to
don't
me.
forget now at this point he'll always be remembered as the guy on Jeffrey Epstein's list.
Well,
I'm saying
You know what?
that's
when it
true
comes
because
down-
that's all they're talking about now. Is
when it comes
you're mentioned
down
on that
to
list,
The only person I will forgive being on Jeffrey Epstein's list is Stephen Hawking. It's like, oh, they threw a little girl at him, and the little girl didn't know what to do, and neither
Yeah,
did
I-
Stephen Hawking because he
I
couldn't
get the
move,
feeling
and he was like,
Stephen-
boom chaka laka laka boom chaka
Well,
laka.
you wouldn't
laka,
say that
boom,
if you were the
chaka,
little
laka, laka,
girl.
boom.
If you were the little girl, you wouldn't say that.
I don't.
No, I
think
know,
Stephen-
but it's Stephen Hawking. Give the guy
Stephen
a
Hawking couldn't
blowjob.
have done much anyway, even if he wanted to.
Let's
He
just
was-
say
I'm
he could
getting
have been
crass.
wasn't-
I'm getting
He
Oh,
crass.
was not fully
all right.
functional. Let's put it
right
that way.
without getting into it though. He could have been pleasured.
I don't know.
Oh,
You
good
know
Lord.
what? I bet Stephen Hawking has a wee keen.
Was he
I'm
not
sure that. I mean,
married?
they obviously
He's not a big dick man.
I was
He
just
was
saying
married,
though.
was he not?
I'm just saying if he was on the list, they were able to figure out something.
British.
I think he was
Anyway.
married and had a wife all those years, so she
He
probably gave him
cheated
what he
on his
needed.
wife while she was in the chair.
Right. So did Clinton. So did Bill Gates. All of them.
Jesus Christ, we can't talk anything about anybody without getting down to this level, can we, guys?
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
I didn't bring it up at all. I said he's a hero.
I did. I'm going to bring up Jeffrey Epstein's list.
No, blame PvP. It is better that way.
Don't blame me. 2024
Right.
resolution. I'm not taking any more blame from anybody.
And
Okay.
No, but
my
that's-
2024 resolution was to be more grateful. So
And
thank
another
you,
2024
PvP.
revolution. I ain't gonna hang with certain people that I disrespect in the community. nobody here tonight, thank God. But I
Oh.
think you guys might guess who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
Enough
Right.
said.
But I was going to say that the reason why I brought that up is that's the current topic now. What's going on? And they're supposed to release more names on Monday.
Well, did I tell you the movie that I was? Did I tell you the movie that I was going to get with the Harry Potter movies?
What's that?
Tango and Cash.
Let's see. Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, and Kurt Russell, and Brian James, and Jack Palance, and Terry Hatcher.
That's a good cast.
You're
But I
talking
remember
that
it was
good cast.
it was a box office disaster. I remember that.
It was, yes, but I'm getting it. It was only $5.
Well, go for it. If it's a good movie,
Yeah,
go for it.
it's DVD.
It
Sounds
can't be
like
as bad as it can't be as bad as Stop, where my mom will shoot.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one, but I do enjoy Estelle Getty.
Me
It's a
too.
It had
Sylvester
Roger
Stallone.
Rees in it. It wasn't a, I saw that movie in the theater and agreed. I will never buy it on physical media.
Well, Tango and Cash is half as good as the cast members. That should be worth a watch. at
Oh,
least.
it's good. I've seen it twice.
I've never seen it.
It's great.
Damn.
Look
get
it up
so
on
many
these
movies I need to-
It's probably on these websites we use to watch movies
I'll
or
be dead before I
PvP.
watch half the movies I should.
Well, I'm just saying is it might be
Hopefully.
on Soap. It might be on Soap Today or one of these websites we're always using to watch movies.
I should watch the entire works of Shakespeare and Marcus Aurelius too, but I'm probably never.
Well,
getting
no,
around
but
to that
first
either.
things
Wait,
first. you're gonna have
watch
to
or
learn how
read?
to read.
Right, watch or read.
Hey, you got the Time Machine won the poll, right, Pop?
I hope
Yes,
so.
it did.
I
Nice.
love that movie so much.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to
and I'm
watch
glad because half of the people. Well, I'm guessing I don't know how many people are going to be on the panel, but
I voted for it.
Right, if it's you, me, Gorilla, and Nemesis, it's great because those two have not seen it yet. So I'm excited to see
wow.
their opinion.
You know what pisses me off though? I might not be able to be there when you start at 6. I'll probably miss the first hour, which means you guys will probably be almost finished by then. So I'm kind of pissed off at that.
Well, it's an hour
Is
and
it-
49 minutes. We'll still be.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll be almost done, but I don't even think we'll be halfway through it yet. At that
Yeah,
point,
I love that. I think that's one of the greatest films ever made. I've probably watched it half a dozen times, and most films get time travel so screwed up, right? It's like you see people flying through space, flapping around, going through some weird dimension, flying through space. Well, if you ever watch the old Time Tunnel TV series that Irwin Allen did in the 60s, it's like they're flying through space and then they land on some other, place in time.
In Time
It's
Tunnel,
like-
they have a ship.
No. They just fly through space in the time. You got to
Oh,
watch it.
I don't. No, I have watched it. I didn't know
It's
that.
good.
I just thought they stepped through a portal. I didn't know they were flying.
Yeah,
in
they
space.
have the time tunnel. They step through the time tunnel portal and then they fly through whatever. But there's no ship,
Okay.
right? So, it's a good series, but it's
Okay.
hit and miss. Some episodes are fantastic, and some are just plain Irwin Allen.
Well,
silly,
right. Well, it got to the plot every week was those two guys being captured and having to escape, right? So
Pretty much, but it only
Yes.
lasted one season, so it wasn't
Right.
that painful, right?
Scotty, did you see the time? Have you seen the Time Machine?
With the original, the 60s.
Yeah, the 1960.
Yeah, no, I've seen that.
Okay.
Totally. One of my faves.
You know what I like about the original film is it kind of gets time travel right in the sense that he gets in his time machine and it doesn't move at all. It doesn't fly around. It doesn't go through some weird dimensional shit. It just is sitting in the same spot in the house where he built it. And it's the shit that goes on around him through the decades that changes. He doesn't change. The ship is still in the same location. And that's what I thought, that's probably more realistic to what time travel would actually be, right?
Have you guys ever seen Time After Time with
Oh, I
Malcolm
love that
Stell
movie.
and
I love that movie.
the
Yeah.
Warner fella? But
David
and
Warner.
I think again, it's the same. It's that Jules
Time
Verne.
After Time is awesome.
It's that Jules Verne, the Time Machine.
Jules
And-
Verne was a great writer.
H.G. Wells.
My mistake. Fuck. I
Oh,
always
That's
mix
okay.
them up.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
It's all right. H.G. Wells was influenced by Jules Verne.
I have
so
to
it's
give
okay.
up my nerd card now. Sorry.
Me too. You can have mine too.
I predict that what Gorilla's going to say when he watches it. I think he's
Lord.
going to say, "Well, I don't know. I saw a lot of tropes that I've seen in other movies. It's going to be hard for them to get their mind wrapped around that Time Machine was the first one.
The
And the
thing
Back
is,
to the Future and everything else came after it and
you
borrowed
have to
from it.
reset your brain to 1960. That's the thing, right, Bob?
Yeah.
No, but my time travel happiness lay in the Back to the Future trilogy. I think that it already did time travel perfectly. I think that it was narratively and satisfactorily presented, not only for me as an aficionado, but for the general audience who couldn't give two cares. So I think the Back to the Future trilogy does time travel proper.
I
Well,
love Back to the Future. All three
they
movies.
All
were
three of them.
populist films, though, right? Like they were meant to appeal to a general audience. So
Better than Looper.
And
no, but
unlike
they weren't
if
meant,
they're
they
made
weren't meant
now,
to be.
right?
They weren't meant to be too hardcore sci-fi time travel. It's like
Time
No.
travel is fucking
It was
fictional,
made-
yo.
it was made for normies, though, right? Basically, those films.
Well, but time
Yes.
travel is an imaginary concept.
Well,
At this
yeah.
point, yes.
Fuck, don't you think if I had a time travel machine, I'd go back like 30 years right now, Scotty?
I would go to the future. I would go far.
I'd go
the
back to when I
future.
was sexy in my 20s and make love to tons of babes.
You can't
know?
be yourself again when you were young.
Well, I'd try.
Well,
Well,
no,
yeah.
but
Then
that's
we found out there's that
Well,
paradox
I'd
now
be
if
happy
you're allowed
to
to
be an
date yourself
alternate
or not.
version of myself.
Yeah, that we know of. Yeah.
Oh, Daniel
Anyway,
has the
it's all
secret.
hypothetical bullshit because it ain't real. So it's like, yeah.
Daniel, have you
It
seen the movie The Time Machine from 1960?
Yep, I saw all of them. The one from 1960, the one from 1978, and the one from 2003.
There's a 78
Okay,
one?
Yep, I found it on YouTube.
that's the one where it was a made for TV movie. I think it was a low budget if I
I
remember
haven't
right.
seen it.
And the guy, it was okay, but you've seen this 1960 version. If I
Yeah,
remember
with
right, the 70
Rod-
version,
Rod
Taylor, and if I remember, I think the 70 version was a similar device where he was sitting in a chair and it had a triangle behind him instead of a wheel. I think.
All right.
Yeah, it looked much more futuristic, the 78 version.
Yeah, but it
And
was a
then you
made for
saw the
TV
guy
movie,
for
and
this
it.
one?
Ugh.
They had Priscilla Barnes in there.
I love Priscilla Barnes. No, she's
of course,
the topless psychic.
LDG says it feels like the only way to do time travel right is to do it wrong, not being sarcastic. LOL.
Agreed.
Right. Edge of Time says theme from Blood Orgy of the Atomic Fern plays menacingly.
Never
That
seen
sounds
it.
like no, but it's funny. That sounds like an Ed Wood movie. That title.
It does, kind of. The Blood
But yeah,
Orgy of the Atomic Fern.
Yes, but it is. And I'm gonna Daniel. I'm gonna talk about that. I won't talk a lot about the 70 version on Tuesday, but I will bring up the remake from 2013 or whatever that was with Guy Pearce.
Yeah. I saw that in theaters, but it was only after seeing that movie that I went back to the original and watched it, and I very much prefer the original.
Oh, I agree, especially after seeing the remake.
Yeah. Well, I saw the remake first, and I was like, you know what? I want to see if the original is better. And it was.
Ooh. Oh, I didn't know that. So you saw the remake first?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was like
Okay.
2001. It was like a disaster time travel movie.
Yeah,
but
it was terrible.
Nerfed it. They nerfed it because, certain shots were nerfed because they were going to blow up the World Trade Centers. And unfortunately, they had already been blown up a month before that movie came out. And so they had to push it all back because that was going to be their money shot. And so, no, I saw it and I found, like, I love Jeremy Irons, but I didn't I don't think that his, Morlock leader was,
No.
I thought he was goofy. He was goofy.
He was. It was terrible the way they portrayed the Morlocks.
And so I like the original better, just in terms of survival and not necessarily characterizing everyone who is involved. Like, can you imagine if Edward G. Robinson showed up in the original Time Machine as the evil Morlock? It was like,
that
oh,
would not have
good.
been good. Yeah, that
It
would
would
not
have
have
sucked. It would have
would have been
sucked.
very weird, actually. Yeah.
But
Right.
that's exactly what happened in the new one. That's Jerry
Yeah,
Irons is here.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
the bad guy.
Glad
Right,
I
and-
never saw it.
Right, and see, that's what makes the Morlocks better than the original. They're more mysterious. They were focused on, so there was no particular actor that was a standout. I read the book, by the way, The Time Machine.
Oh,
And
you can
I will
read?
say-
Good for you.
Yeah, and I will say this: that movie, the original 1960, it reminds me of a phrase that Ray Bradbury once said. He said, "Why can't?" Because they always screwed up so many of his stories. He said, "Why can't they just rip the pages out of the book and stuff them in the camera?" And I was thinking that's how I would describe the first Time Machine movie. It was almost verbatim of the book. There was just one little segment towards the end that was not in the movie. Other than that, everything was almost exactly like in the story.
Do you think it's a perfect
That's a good
adaptation?
thing, right?
Yes, it was an excellent adaptation. Sorry, what would you say, PvP?
I just said that's a good thing that if they took the original book and adapted it faithfully.
Yes, they did. Yeah, the only thing, which I'll bring up Tuesday, is he actually goes further in the future than the Morlocks. That's what's in the book that's not in the movie.
Okay.
Because he pushes it really far. He wants to see exactly how far that time machine will go. And so he takes it. I'll mention it. I'll talk about it on Tuesday's stream. But he takes it all the way to the end of time. I'll put it that way.
That could be a mistake. Maybe he should just come back to his former life.
He almost perishes when he does it. He almost perishes.
Wow.
He barely makes it back. And
Well,
that's
he
when he
was-
decided.
He was a man of adventure and scientific discovery and curiosity. So I can kind of get where he's coming from, actually, Pop.
Yeah, and it's another thing that's interesting story wise.
Is
that
it
he
like
never
Star Trek, strange new
Right, but-
worlds, right?
Right. What's interesting though is you notice he never went in the past. It was only the future.
Well, the past could be boring because it's already the past, and we know the past.
Yeah, but I'm saying
story wise, it would have been a right topic for any writer. They could have done it, but H.G. Wells decided to only focus on the future, and I thought that's kind of cool.
Like Jules Verne, H.G. was a guy that was thinking about the future, right? The 20th and 21st centuries. That's why we love them so much.
And remember, H.G. Wells also wrote The Shape of Things to Come.
They were brilliant writers, I gotta say. I love those dudes.
Yeah. I'm excited. I hope Tuesday, I hope there'll be a lot of people there who haven't seen Time Machine yet. Maybe
I just wish I could. Damn, if I could figure out some way to be there that first hour, because I love that movie so much. I don't know if I can adjust my work hours.
I know, and I feel that. I wish I could say, well, we'll just talk and bullshit for an hour until you get there, but we're trying to get those streams down shorter into a shorter
I know. You can't modify it just because I have to join late. But I'm imagining the Lost in Space is on Monday at the usual time. So that's usually when I do my short day, because then I can join on the panel right at the beginning, which I love to do since I am a regular panel member. So I don't want to let you and Gorilla and Jill down in any way, and forfeit my responsibility as a panel member. So Tuesday, it's iffy. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I'll be able to juggle some hours or something. I'll have to figure it out, Pop.
PvP, did you hear that I got a copyright warning on Lost in Space?
No.
It's not for what you think. It's on the music that I used to make the intro.
What?
Yes, that's what I said. After all this time.
That has nothing to do with Lost in Space, music.
No, here's what it is. All right. And all these episodes we've done, too, after all this time, they chose one episode, Invaders from the Fifth Dimension, and I got a copyright warning. And then what it was the company that owns the music. But the thing is, because obviously I'm not a composer, but the thing is the music I got is completely legit because it's Creative Commons. So it's not public domain, but it's where you're allowed to use it. That's where they have websites. There's a couple of them I have on my computer, and that's where I go to get my music. Like that's how I make my intros from. And it's Creative Commons, right? So
I got the warning saying, hey, you're using this music by this certain artist and blah, blah, blah. And what I did is I just copy and pasted from the website saying you're free to use this music and blah, as long as you give credit to the blah, 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 which I do in my, when you go to Lost in Space, the info column, and you go to the very bottom, you'll see where I give credit to the people.
real
And that's how
weird.
Creative Commons works. So the good news is, the very next day they dropped it.
Oh,
So
good.
that's good. Right. But I thought it was odd too because we've been doing many of those streams and it's just now they finally did it. And it was a stream from last year.
That's crazy. I remember that's like a long time ago, that episode, Pop. That's weird, man.
It was one of the first ones.
Damn.
I don't remember the number, but it was probably within the first 10 or 15
Yeah, I
episodes.
can't remember, but that's ages ago, like many, many months. Do you think maybe it was just like some bot that was trolling on YouTube that made the problem, or do you think it was that
I don't
actual?
know. I'm
that
thinking maybe the
actual-
website, it's freetd.com. Maybe
Seems odd.
they did it. Maybe they didn't really look into it, but I'm just happy that YouTube took my side and dropped it.
That's good, because if it's Creative Commons and you're giving, if they only want a credit and you give them the credit, then it should be hunky dory, right? As far as I'm concerned.
Right. Well, here's what I was thinking. Maybe they want a credit within the intro itself, like to flash on the screen or something like that. It's like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I'll put it in my info box down below the stream. Edge of Time says, let's slip the hounds of Tindalos. Tindalos? Tindalos. I think I got that right. Edge of Time says, nerve herders detected. Yes. But I'm glad because I'm glad I was able to win that because I like that theme that I have in my Lost in Space intro, and that would suck to have to replace it.
Yeah, I always thought your Lost in Space intro was very, very solid. Actually, very good intro.
Yeah, and if I had to change the music, I have to re-edit the video because I usually when I make my intros, I time them the editing to match the music.
That would suck. Hopefully, that'll be the only problem that you have, and it goes smoothly.
Well, it is. It is. Well, if I get any more warnings, I'll just reply the same way I did before. I'll just send them a copy of their own text that says you have the right to use this. So as it stands right now, I'm just dealing with Gilligan's Island every now and then, and I'm lucky because remember when we did Curse of Frankenstein Tuesday, and I showed the scene where Baron Frankenstein pushed the professor over the staircase. Remember that?
Right.
I was afraid of getting a warning for that, but I didn't. Thank God.
Huh. There's no rhyme or reason to it, really, is there, Pop? It's just like there's a couple. Let's put it this way: there's a couple reaction channels I watch every week that are reacting to the original Star Trek episodes from season 1. Which one of them is really good because the guy he'll watch the episode and he'll really get into it and says, wow, this is great. Shatner's awesome, blah, blah, blah. Great acting, great cast, whatever. And then he'll go into like a 20-minute analysis of the episode afterwards, which is actually intelligent and interesting. I mean, oh my God, what a surprise, right? And,
yes.
It's like, but he shows entire scenes. Like he just did Dagger of the Mind this week, Pop. He showed most of the whole Vulcan mind meld scene, with the guy, from the, that was from the
Van Gelder.
Van Gelder. Yeah, he showed like 3 or 4 minutes of the mind meld shit with Van Gelder, and I'm like,
it's so funny because
but
even
he doesn't get a copyright strike. It's like, what the fuck?
Jill got a warning because when we reviewed for The World Is Hollow and I Have Touched the Sky, she played the clip of the man saying the name of the episode, and it was like, you can't do that.
The old dude,
Jeez, and that's only a couple seconds.
Yeah.
That's like maybe 30 seconds at most.
No, it's like three seconds maybe.
Yeah, we're talking 5 seconds. Tops.
Hollow and I have touched the sky.
Either way,
and alarms go off. It's like that's crazy.
That's like maybe 10 seconds at most.
I do have to take my leave because I am at that point of the night where I'm just eating, and so I can't help. So
What are
I
you eating
will.
there,
I
Scott?
thank you again, Pop Culture Curator, for having me on.
My pleasure,
agree.
Scotty. You're welcome anytime. And
Good night,
Scotty,
Scott.
Scotty,
Good
I
night,
found the
Scott and Scotty.
1978.
go ahead,
What can I
Daniel.
say?
Dan?
Where can I send it to you?
Put the link
and-
in the chat, in the main chat. Unless you
Yeah,
have Scotty's, unless you have his Twitter, I don't know, but you can put it in the main chat
yeah.
and you
It's
can
at
copy it from
Scotty
there.
R37 on X. Send me things.
Why the hell did he decide to call it X? That's what I'm still trying to figure out.
I couldn't care.
No,
I don't
because all it
care
means
either,
is
but-
from now on it's going to always be the formerly known as Twitter is the name of it. That's so stupid.
It's
I
like,
just
yeah,
want to say. I just want to say goodbye to everyone here. I'm
I
going to go eat
posted
some
it.
Scotty.
Pringles. I'll see you in the future.
future.
Stop by Wednesday so we can say happy birthday.
Good
Cool.
night.
Oh, I'm going to be by for the time machine, yo.
Good.
You
Okay.
better-
Yeah. Sounds good.
You better
Thank you.
show up this week so I can wish you a happy birthday, you bugger.
Well, I'll get older without you.
All right.
Oh,
have a good
well,
night.
We all do. Good night, Scottford.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Sorry. It's a time. Says the narrator is never named in print. The narrator. And Lemon Pie says, gentlemen, good evening. Hello, Lemon Pie. Hope you're doing well. Lemon Pie says, wrapping up. I don't know. It depends if we keep talking. I don't know what happened. There he is. There's PvP. Welcome back, PvP.
I must be getting fucking old and decrepit when I hit the wrong buttons like that.
Yeah. Lemon Pie was
Oh,
asking.
shit.
Lemon Pie was asking if we're wrapping up, and I was just gonna say, it depends on the topic. If we have something to talk about, we might talk a little longer.
Well,
I don't
hope
know.
we keep going because it's Saturday night here and I'm bored out of my tree if it wasn't for you guys. So, and it's only like 8:37 my time, so I wouldn't mind going for another hour at least. Anybody got any topics then? Like,
Well, I was just gonna mention one thing. I was gonna mention is people don't seem to like silent running. That's always I've had it on the last
Yeah.
2 polls, and it's the least voted for.
I noticed that, which is weird because I think Silent Running is an awesome film, actually. Personally,
It is. Well, it's one of those where people, like I've said before, if they haven't seen it, they don't vote for it. I'm just glad
Yeah.
that the Time Machine had a good, voting, because last I looked it was 40 something votes. So that, and the Time Machine was pretty much overwhelming. When people vote, you guys can see the percentage too, right? Is that correct?
yes, we can.
I don't
Good.
remember.
I think so.
Time
because
Machine
otherwise,
had
what's the
a
point?
healthy lead when you ended the poll.
It did, yeah. That was one of those where I can automatically tell. I can go ahead and end it now because that's the one.
You know what surprised me, Pop, was that Racerhead did so well compared to Silent Running. Because
Yeah.
I would think there's more people that are familiar with Silent Running than they are with a Racerhead. Because let's face it, a Racerhead is very much a cult film at best.
Oh, and it's going to be probably my most difficult movie to cover.
Well,
Try to explain that, huh?
let's put it this way: my first and only exposure to a Racerhead was back around 1990 when I was at art college, and one of my best buddies. I went over to his place and hung out with him and his girlfriend, and he's like, "I gotta show you this movie, man." And he brings out a certain smoking substance. And he's like, we got to smoke this before we watch this. So we smoked it, and I was high as a kite. And then he puts on a Racerhead, and I'm like, oh my good Lord, you bastard. You just changed my life forever. Because it was so good and so weird and so wonderful. It's like, yeah, everybody should watch a Racerhead at least one time during their life, just to have the full experience of what cinema can actually present to you.
I'll keep putting it in the polls for now, but if they keep turning it down, maybe eventually I might just choose to do it.
Yeah, I think you might have to just make it a choice one of these weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, the same with Near Dark. Lemon Pie says, hail to the edge of time. And Lemon Pie says, hail LDG and DVB if you're still there.
Oh my God,
Very
Lemon's
cool.
here. Hi, Lemon.
And I know for LDG, I know it's 2 hours for him. So it's 11:40, so I know it's pretty late there.
Well,
But
Lemon,
yeah,
I'm sorry to tell you, there's no more eggnog available. So the
no
eggnog
more
jokes
eggnog
they're laid to rest for another season.
for another
Sadly.
year. Yeah,
Not until next October. Yeah.
and I like this recent poll because it's basically 2 horror and 2 science fictions. So I'm glad I had that balance there, so it gave people, I think, better choice.
And Return of the Living Dead did okay. So maybe we will eventually, maybe one of these days, people will choose that one.
And that's a good film too. I enjoy that one. It's kind of weird and gross, but it is kind of fun.
Yeah, there's very few zombie movies that I like outside of George Romero, and that is one of them. Lemon Pie says, "Hi, PvP, I see you."
Hey,
And Lemon
Lemon.
Pie says, "Hail, Daniel." Lemon Pie
Lemon.
says, "Hail, Pop." Well, hail to you, Lemon Pie. I hope you're staying warm. And I gotta get rid of my sodas in. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the Living Dead film that Pop had in his poll is actually a pretty good film. I remember seeing that. Oh God, it's probably been 20 or 30 years ago, but it's actually a pretty damn good film. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's a zombie movie, so obviously there's lots of gore and shit, but it's actually a damn good movie. Very entertaining, actually. So hopefully one of these weeks it will eventually win a poll. So you got COVID there, Daniel. Are you feeling okay? Are you fighting it?
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
So you're gonna just take it easy for the next few days and hopefully recover. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a shitty day today started. I went on Discord and I found out I was knocked off of a Discord.
Why?
I don't know. They don't even ask. They don't even tell me. They don't even say no why. They just hit the block button and that's it. You're gone.
Man, that's fucked up. It's like my experience. Like I tried to log into play some Fortnite like a month ago, back in December, and I couldn't log in because I got error messages, and now they say I have to close my old account, which I spent half an hour talking to somebody on there in the chat window, and they said, "Oh, we can close your old account, no worries." And I told them, "Do not send the code to my old email because it died with my computer 2 years ago. Send it to my new email." And of course, they sent it to the old email. So I couldn't fucking do anything. So I'm going to have to, I'm thinking maybe next weekend, I'm going to have to try and communicate again with them. It's like, I cannot log into anything on your website because I need to kill my old account. It's like, oh, these people,
Okay.
you tell them something and they don't listen, and it's frustrating. Anyway.
So, question for both of you.
When I do the poll next month, the open poll asking people, what movies they want to watch. Can you guys recommend a good science fiction that I haven't covered?
Oh shit! Thanks for dropping that on me, Pop, with unexpected.
And obviously Star Wars does not fall into that category.
No Star Trek either. Yeah.
Well, I can't. I wish I could, but I can't. Jill's got that covered. I only do TOS, and that's what Jill's doing.
I need to think about it.
I'm already into doing some short reviews of the TOS movies. Like 10 minutes, like an overview. But I'm not going to do, full length reviews because that's Jill. And I don't want to, that's not fair. She picked it first. I'm jealous.
I gotta say, if you want to be really adventurous, I'd go for 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is one of my favorite films. But most people, that's going to be way over their heads.
It's too long, and that'll take 2 streams to get through at least. It's like
it is 149 minutes or whatever. Yes.
Yeah. It's like no.
I
wish I could do.
Here.
Did you hear?
You did Blade Runner, right?
No.
That may be a candidate.
I wish I could do Planet of the Apes. Did you hear what people said last week?
I did not.
No. Oh my god! And they've never even seen it before.
The first Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston is awesome.
The first 5 movies were fairly solid.
How about Terminator 2 Judgment Day? That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'd have to show the first one first if I'm going to show anything. It's in a sequel, a line.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
But
I'm
you got
just
plenty of time. You can always
through.
suggest something later.
I guess the Road Warrior is not sci-fi enough.
I have a good one.
Apocalyptic.
I've got a good one that I wish I could introduce, but it's foreign, so people would have to read subtitles, and I don't know if some of these youngins are in the will be able to do that or willing to do that.
Might limit the. How about Dark City? Dark City's a good film.
It is. I love Dark City.
Yeah, 1998. That's one that people.
Will people understand it though? I know I understand
It's only 100 minutes. I think it's a great movie.
It's magnificent. It's magnificent. It is. The casting, the whole movie is great.
The whole and the cinematography and the sets and the design. I mean, the way they put that film together is like
it's like a modern day film noir.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I think that's a gorgeous film. That would get my vote.
when I was living in California, this is 20 years ago or more. But this is back in the 90s. I saw the movie. I loved it immediately. Watched it 2 or 3 times. But I had a buddy from the Air Force who was up in Oregon, 12-hour drive away, and he would come down like every 2 or 3 times a year, and we would like hang out for a few days, take our vacation, travel, do whatever. And I told him, I said, yeah, there's this great movie. You've got to see this movie. I told him about Dark City. And okay, Richard O'Brien is in it. Remember as Mr. Hand, the guy who played, well, you haven't seen Rocky Horror, but I'm talking about the guy who played Mr. Hand. And do you remember the scenes where the good guy, the main guy, where Mr. Hand would wave his hand in front of his face and say, sleep. And then he would fall asleep. Remember that?
Oh God, I haven't seen that movie in like 30
That's okay,
years.
but every time he did that, my friend would nod off. So it'd take like 2 trips to California before he probably saw the whole damn movie.
Oh my God. I bet politicians wish they had that power, eh, Pop?
Yes.
Sleep.
But for him,
sleep now.
right, I'm all excited. I'm watching the movie. My heart is racing, and I'm enjoying it. I look over, my friend's asleep. It's like it's just he didn't quite get it like I did.
That sucks. Yeah, that sucks.
It is a little slow, I guess, but I love it. Oh, it's like I love it. Yeah, that's one of the very few movies that Roger Ebert did a commentary track on the DVD.
Oh, really? Well, I would put that on my list. I mean, if you wanted recommendations,
I will.
That's one.
I will. I'm going to put Dark City on the next one as far as for sci-fi.
I'm scrolling through the top 100 sci-fi movies here because I'm lazy and stupid. But another one I would recommend is if we could do Escape from New York. Because I love that movie so much.
I'm not sure if that's considered sci-fi though. That's more like apocalyptic.
It's kind of like a future society where everybody's in a prison in New York.
That's what I mean. It's more apocalyptic. I don't know. I'll think about it.
I just think it's okay. It's marginal, right? It's borderline sci-fi, but it is.
You could do it if you want to do a stream on your channel. I can help you set it up.
Oh man,
you're welcome to do that.
That's one thing I want to start doing that soon. Maybe next weekend because I got like.
You should I know you've been wanting to. Yeah, like you've been wanting to do the Roger Corman movies. You should use that as an incentive.
I should have a 4-day weekend next week because my hours got cut back badly, which kind of worries me. But I should be able to survive. But yeah, if we could set something up like next weekend, that would be awesome.
Then what you need to do is just figure out what day you want to do it. Try to find a time where like I'm not streaming, Gorilla's not streaming, and that way we can try to be there.
Yeah, I need to figure that out. Anyway,
I mean, I'm trying to like Saturday. Let me think. Thursday's open. Nobody streams. Sunday, I don't think anybody streams.
I should be. I let's put it this way. My hours have been cut back to 22 now, so I'm basically very part-time. Because I had one guy crop out last month. And I don't do any 4 hours for him anymore the last 3 weeks. And all the Christmas hours I had to make up were done this past week. So, yeah, I'm down to like, 2 8-hour days and a 6-hour day. So I should be finished by Wednesday. So I've got like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday probably next weekend. So
Well, and then ask around. It would help you if you have a co-host because it gives you someone to bounce off of. I've learned it's difficult by
shit.
yourself.
Yeah, I don't know who's got time to co-host though.
Well, no, what you do is you start asking, like whenever we're on a poll or whenever we're on a stream like now, ask people, say, hey, look, I'm thinking about doing this, I'm looking for volunteers, that kind of thing. That's how I do it.
Poll, I just remembered I actually got a community tab like a couple months ago, which I was very surprised since I've only got 85 followers. But I do have the community tab. But I've been trying to figure out for months how to fucking use it, and I'm baffled. Like I'm really bad at technology.
It's not difficult. Yeah, we can always.
And I just like, how the fuck do I do anything with this? And I can't figure out how to do it. And I would
well,
put
you could
a poll
choose.
on there.
You could choose just post something like as far as text, or you could choose post with text and a picture, or you could choose post with text, a picture, and a poll. It's pretty simple. Yeah.
Okay.
Lemon Pie says, PvP, people were worrying that you seemed MIA for 48 hours, 2 years in YouTube time.
What?
He was just saying that because we hadn't heard from you the last few days. People were asking about you.
Gosh, I didn't realize it was gone that long. Gosh.
Edge of Time. Well, I hadn't heard from you since Tuesday.
Wow.
Edge of Time says, take those wooden nickels, Scotty. Oh, that's an old chat. He's gone. Edge of Time says, aloha, Lemon Pie. And Edge of Time says, yes, I saw Time Machine was inevitable. Right. Well, Edge of Time, I hope you can be there for our stream on Tuesday. Edge of Time says, haven't seen Eraserhead, never liked Twin Peaks. It's completely different. The two are different.
I would highly recommend take some mind-altering substance before you watch Eraserhead, though.
Or drink a few things.
It would probably help your enjoyment of the film because that film is so fucking weird. You probably do not want to watch it when you're sober because, well, let's put it this way: you could have nightmares for days after watching that movie.
And if you don't imbibe in mind-altering substances, you can drink a few.
Well, it's a mind-altering film too. That doesn't help. So yeah,
it's a nightmare on film, which I think it makes it a masterpiece. I think it's amazing.
I think it's a classic. It's definitely my top 100 movies someplace. Yeah. And I have a lot of films I love. So,
how about you, Daniel? Have you seen Eraserhead? No, Daniel might have stepped away for a moment.
I have not seen Eraserhead.
Oh, it's a good one. Okay. You need to watch that, Daniel. But it's very, very weird. Gotta warn you.
Well, that's like one of my favorite David Lynch movies is The Elephant Man, but it doesn't really fall into sci-fi or horror. Otherwise, I'd love to have it on my channel. I would love to show that movie. Most of these people have never seen it or heard of it.
It's basic drama, though, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, historical drama, yeah, I guess you could say, because it is based on a true story.
How about AI, artificial intelligence?
No, I don't like that movie.
We've talked about that before. I'm not a fan of that movie.
Okay.
Maybe if Steven Spielberg would have stayed away from it. I know. Well, then put it on your channel.
No, I might.
Make a note of that.
Thing is, when I think of that film, it's like that was the last film Kubrick worked on before the months he died, right? And I remember he did discuss it with Spielberg to go, I don't have a lot of time left, so if I do pass on working halfway through this project, I would not. It would be, if you would direct it and finish the film for me, it would be a good thing, right? Spielberg was like buddy, I guess, and he decided. The thing is, I find it interesting with that film, though, Pop, is it seems like the first 2/3 are very, very much Kubrick-like. Very much reminded me of a Kubrick film. And then the last maybe 45 minutes or so shifts for me disturbingly into Spielberg territory, which kind of, it weakens the film for me. Overall, though, I still think it's a film worth seeing. But yeah, I understand if you don't. It's very long. It's 146 minutes too. So
It's not the
I tried
length
to.
that gets to me. I just didn't like the movie. For
Yeah.
me, movie lengths are not they're non-start. I don't think that matters as long as it's a good
I
movie.
do like
There's
to
lots of movies
try.
I watch that are long.
I like to keep recommendations under 2 hours if I can, though. Oh man, this
And Edge of
there's a
Time
lot of.
says Dark Star is a sci-fi movie.
Oh, that's
I
an
can
old
remember
one.
Dark Star. Dark Star.
That's very old. That's like 70s or something.
Yeah, I'd have to watch it again. I'm trying to remember if I've seen it. Edge of
That's
Time says
very
plus.
much.
Is it Dark Star? Is that the John Carpenter? No.
That's a
Edge of
cult
Time
film.
plus. It's a comedy. Ola Greg, hello, Ola Greg. Welcome. Ola Greg says hello, everyone.
Hope you're doing well, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, how about The Running Man with Schwarzenegger?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna cover since I covered what was it,
Since
Total
you,
Recall? Yes, I was
since
gonna
you
do
did
Running
Total
Man next.
Recall a month ago or whatever.
Yep.
I mean, I hear Running Man is a really great film, and
It
I would
is.
be willing to do that one.
And Dark Star, Edge of Time. Do you mean the 2015 version or the 74? I think you mean the 74 version.
So yeah, Running Man. Would be
Excuse me. Oh, it is the John Carpenter one. That's what I thought. Yeah, that was the one that was originally written by Harlan Ellison. That he said screw that, and took his name off of it, and put that Cord Waller. Well, I can't remember. He has that.
Cordwainer Bird.
That's it. That name he uses when he doesn't want his name on his project. He
Yeah,
put that on there.
Cordwainer Bird. That was his pseudonym. Which I don't know what the fuck that even means. Cordwainer Bird.
I think it's a verbal way of giving the bird. What I always thought.
Yes.
Yeah, Ola Greg says Texans win and they are in the playoffs. Very cool. Congratulations, Ola Greg. It says cheers with a bunch of booze. That booze looks enticing. Ola Greg says Dark Star 74 is surfing the atmosphere.
Glad you're in the playoffs because none of my teams have made it lately. So I don't watch sports anymore, though. It's like, how many times can you watch a guy score a goal in the net, or kick a field goal to win the game, or hit the home run, or to win the game? It's like after a couple hundred times of seeing all of that shit over and over and over again over the last 40 years, it's like, I don't really need to see that anymore, do I?
And I couldn't tell you the name of one team from another. I've never been interested.
I used to love sports, like 10 or 15 years ago, Pop. But
yeah,
I just get to the age when you're like, I don't know. I got X number of hours left to breathe, and do I really want to spend 3 or 4 hours watching this freaking sports event? It's like, not really, Hey, how about Waterworld with Kevin Costner?
No, hell no.
I actually like that film.
That's finally covered on your channel. Covered on your channel.
It's actually a better film than its reputation, I think.
To me, it's got two negative things going with it. It's like I don't like Kevin Costner.
It's got Dennis Hopper in it too, which I
know,
but
I don't like I don't like Kevin Costner, and it's a bad movie.
I don't think it's bad.
Well, if you like it, that's fine. It's not my taste.
I think it's a flawed movie. I don't think it's a bad movie.
I know, but it's just not my thing.
Okay. I wanted to throw, you asked for suggestions, and I threw some out there. So
that's fine.
I'm trying to be helpful, as I usually am.
Well, I'm definitely going to put Dark Star on the next poll. And if I forget, I want you to remind me about Dark Star. I don't want to forget that one. Blade Runner is another one I should eventually cover. I admit that. That's a good one.
Blade Runner is a freaking classic for sure.
I know. Honestly, I only watched it once when it first came out, and I haven't seen it since.
I saw it in the theater in 1982 when it came out.
Same here.
I loved it so much. I went back and watched it. I paid money to actually watch that sucker 4 times on a big giant theater screen because it blew my mind because it was so beautiful.
Well, then you're welcome to be there if I cover it.
It was so aesthetically gorgeous, though. I mean, my God, what happened to Ridley Scott? He used to make
exactly.
That would transcend your mind and blow your
Alien,
mind.
You never know.
Take you to another world.
Yep. Yep.
That was such a gorgeous film, and the message of the replicants and the message with Rutger Hauer's performance, one of the most powerful in film history to
He was a
me.
good actor. I miss him
Oh, he was a
bad.
great actor. And his Tears in Rain speech, which I believe from what I've read, he wrote a lot of that the night before he filmed it because he was not happy with the original dialogue. Oh my God, I cannot watch that Tears in Rain speech without sobbing. It's so good. It brings tears to my eyes because it's so genuine, it's so heartfelt, it's so real. And this is an artificial life form, a replicant in his
Right,
last minute dying. And he chose to save Deckard, which he hated
right.
because, Deckard had killed the love of his life, in Priss, right? Not 20 minutes earlier. And yet, in those last moments, he grabs Deckard, pulls him up from oblivion, drops him on the floor, does his Tears in Rain speech, says it's time to die, and Decker's watching the whole thing and soaking it in. And my
Have you
God,
seen
it's just
his
so powerful.
Have you seen his movie Hobo with a Shotgun?
I have not. It's probably
Oh, I
great.
highly recommend it. It is. It's great. What happened is a guy made a short on I think YouTube
Okay.
called Hobo with a Shotgun. It was some low budget thing. It was what you could imagine. It was a homeless guy with a shopping cart with a shotgun taking revenge, kind of like falling down. You know that movie, right?
I love that movie.
Okay, so what happened is the guy made the short on YouTube. It was successful, and he said, "Well, I wish I could do a full movie." And they asked him, "Well, if you were able to make a full movie, who would you hire?" He said, "Oh, Rutger Hauer." He said, "If I was able to make a full movie, it'd be Rutger Hauer." And Rutger Hauer heard that and did the movie for very little, if not no wage.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
and it's a great movie, and
Wow.
I recommend it. And he made it just before he died. I
Oh
recommend it.
my God. That's so cool. Is there
Look
any
for it on
link?
those. Yeah, well, look for it on those movie sites we always use, like So Today or one of those. I'm sure it's on
Okay,
there.
what's the title again?
Hobo with a Shotgun.
Fuck. That should be easy enough to remember, I guess. Hobo with a shotgun. I'm going to just type it on a notepad here.
Right, and like I said,
My
it's kind of
memory's
like
like a
falling.
sieve.
Yeah, it's kind of like falling down, except it's a homeless guy with a shopping cart and a
Hey, I
shotgun.
remember that movie. That was
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, and it was very nice of him to choose to take that role because the guy wanted him
That
to do it. It was
sounds
a low
really
budget
great,
movie.
actually.
It was, and he was perfect. It was like the guy said. He goes, "Well, if I had anybody, I wish it would be Rutger Hauer." And sure enough, Rutger Hauer did it.
Yeah, he seemed like that kind of guy, right? That actually gave a fuck about, being a good man, towards.
He was another good actor. He was one that he could be a good guy, he could be a bad guy, he could do it all.
Oh, well, the thing is, in Blade Runner, he was actually a good bad guy and
Right.
a good guy, right?
Did you see him in The Hitcher?
I have not.
That was one of his first roles. It was an HBO movie with him and C. Thomas Howell, the guy from The Outsiders. It was a really good movie. I should put that on our poll here for our streaming or whatever, our Tuesday horror sci-fi stream.
Why not? Could be a plan.
Yeah, they made a shitty remake, so yeah, the good one's the one worth watching.
Just
He's
put
a
it in
he's
a
a
year.
he's a crazy killer. It was somewhere in the early 90s, late 80s.
Wow.
But like I said, it was very early in his career. I think it was before Blade Runner, maybe. And C. Thomas Howell was still relatively young. It wasn't long after The Outsiders came out. That's somebody who is faded into obscurity. So, what else do you guys have to talk about?
Oh God.
Oh, and Nemesis of Eden wants me to cover a Scooby-Doo movie on my sci-fi stream for him next time. What do you think about that? Cricket. I actually have that
I
sound
love
effect.
Scooby-Doo movies.
I know nothing about Scooby, so I can't comment.
Where is it? Let's see.
As long as it's not that damned Velma shit that they put out a few months ago. Oh my God, that was bad.
What is this stuff? Gorilla put stuff on my. I'm gonna play these for a second, guys. Just a
What
moment.
you talking about, Gorilla? What you talking about, Gorilla?
Oh, okay.
Gorilla,
So
you
these
must
are
be
things
talking
Gorilla
out of your
added.
ass, because I.
Okay, that's bird of prey. Okay, so okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, he wants to cover Scooby Doo on Zombie Island.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, well, according to Nemesis, he said it's his favorite. But yeah, a word of warning for us old folks: no Casey Kasem in that, unfortunately and sadly. In fact, the entire cast is different from the original cast. So for me, that's going to be a mighty big pill to swallow.
It is kind of difficult to make out, though.
What's difficult to make
When I
out?
first watched it, I thought it was the same people.
Oh, well, that's good, I guess. What do you consider it? Horror, sci-fi, what?
Yeah, it's like a horror comedy.
Horror comedy? I guess I could eventually do horror comedies. I hadn't thought about that yet. One topic I wish I could cover is like Agatha Christie murder mysteries and stuff like that, whodunits. But I know there's not an audience out there for that.
Yeah, it's like what I'd like to do. I really wish I could get people into watching Guy Williams in the 1958 Zorro series because it's so fucking awesome.
Well,
It's such a great series, but nobody fucking remembers it, right? So
add that to your to-do list when you get your stream started.
yeah, I'm gonna do it, but I'm having this horrible feeling there'll be one or two people watching them. It's like I've been trying for like a year to get Jill. I mean, I convinced her to watch Man from Uncle. I convinced her to watch The Avengers, and we do those most Sundays, even though she's going to see Godzilla tomorrow, so we're not doing that. But I I took so long to convince her to watch those great shows, and when she finally did, of course, she was totally awestruck and loved them. And we've been watching all that crap for over a year now together, which is great. And I keep telling her, okay, Jill, you know Guy Williams
Yep.
is Professor Robinson in Lost in Space, but as good as he is in that show, he's usually in the background and he doesn't actually get to do much acting. If you want to see his full range of talent, watch Zorro. This was back when Disney made great shows, by the way. You watch Zorro from 1958, and Guy Williams just shines in that show. Like every scene, he's the star of just about every episode.
Yep.
And he's just fantastic. He's so
Ola
damn
Greg.
good.
Yep. Ola Greg
So
says
good.
it made me very happy tonight. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Ola Greg.
Oh, thank
Lemon
you,
Pie
Arlen.
says Oiler, and I believe that's cheers with 2 bottles of beers or 2 glasses of beers. Edge of Time says, hey, Ola Greg.
Hey, Edge. Hey, you are.
Word of suggestion. PvP. Maybe try to get her to watch a more modern version, maybe the Antonio Banderas version. Maybe she'll watch that and like it, and then
that's a
maybe
good
to
one.
watch the original. Yeah, maybe that'll make her want to see the original.
Do you think those are as good, though? I'm not familiar with those.
Oh, if they're as
those
good,
are
I don't know. If they're as good, I don't know. But I'm saying, that might be a way you could try.
Yeah, you know, Jill's refusal is like it's not really
Well, if she already
sci-fi.
refused, if she already refused it, then don't push it.
Well, she likes sci-fi. She always comes back with, "Oh, it's like I like sci-fi. I want to concentrate on." And I get it. She's a sci-fi woman, you
That's
know.
fine. Yeah, then just
But
accept that.
the thing is, I do. I don't push it, but thing is, it's like, okay, Joe, we've been watching Man from Uncle and Avengers for like a year now. They're not exactly sci-fi.
No, but you should
I'm
consider
sure she
yourself
realizes.
right. But you should feel lucky that that's good. You turned her on to those.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. In fact, I'm just kind of thinking maybe I'll just because we're probably at least halfway through the Emma Peel Avengers. We've maybe got 25 episodes left. So
Cool.
I'm thinking by summer, when we finish the Avengers, it might be the time to start a new show anyway. and maybe at that point she might agree to watch some Zorro eps. So
I don't
it's
know if
no
this
big
is.
deal.
I don't know if this is a real person or not. This is through, I think, Rumble or I simulcast on like 3 different platforms. But it's KTeal1992. Can I smell your fridge? You don't want to smell my fridge. I'm going to tell you to plug your nose before you smell my fridge. I'm just kidding. KTeal says, I'm not sure what that means.
It's indecipherable garbage. I would block this guy if I were you.
Well, maybe they're just having trouble with the keyboard. I'll wait. And they haven't said anything offensive yet, per se.
Yeah, well, give him a chance, but it sounds
Yeah, and
I'm trying to
grow my channel on the other platforms. So it's either Odyssey or Rumble. I'm trying to tell by the side there, but I usually try. Unless they're going to be something outright offensive, like a certain copper. I'll try to. I'll be patient.
Yeah, be patient. I would agree. It's like no big deal.
He's by the way, Melted Copper has appeared on more streams now. He was even on Bird of Prey stream today.
Oh, he was on a stream of Gorilla a couple weeks ago, and it did not go well, Pop.
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, I know. And he subbed to my channel, and I saw him on I can't remember whose stream it was a few days ago, and but he was on. Do you ever go to Bird of Prey's channel, PvP?
Oh, often
Okay.
I will tune in and watch his chats, even though often I don't have time to watch much, but sometimes I'll tune in for like 30 or 40 minutes because
today was funny because it was
Bird
Poke
has
the
a lot
Bird.
of good stuff, good content.
Right, today it was Poke the Bird, and he was on there allowing people to come up the panel and trying to. Yeah, he was trying to get people to come on the panel, and then caused him to go on a rant. So people were coming up with all these crazy ideas.
Shit. I didn't even know he was on.
It was great. Well, I was enjoying myself till Mikey got on there, and then Mikey, it's like, oh my god, fuck again, and I was out of there.
I just wish Mikey would fucking get some decent internet. Like, come on, Mikey.
No, it's not. Here's the point. Okay, he does not want to pay to get good internet, even though he has the ability. He doesn't want to pay. But then my problem is, then why go on fucking streams and drive everybody crazy?
I
Get out the fucking chat.
I wouldn't.
Fuck.
That's
I mean,
why
he's
I have
talking
a
over.
decent. I mean, I have a decent microphone. Even I've got some issues with my cord shorting out once in a while because it gets tangled, and I know I want to replace it in the next 3 or 4 months, but it still fucking works, right?
Right, but it's the same shit where, he's cutting out constantly, and he's talking over people because his internet is not in sync with everyone else, and it's just, my God, it drives me crazy. I just want to scream when he's on.
Well, what saddens me is like I can't understand what he's saying 70% of the time.
Right, it's cutting in and out.
Yeah, so it's like, what the fuck is the point, right?
And I've asked him that. I said, why do you go on the panels? Obviously, that's why you don't see him on my channel anymore. I finally told him.
Yeah.
But, it's like, just be humble, and be self-aware. If you don't have the internet connection, hang out in the chat.
Yeah. That would make more sense for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'd like. If I'm on my phone, if I'm traveling, like if I go to my doctor's appointment or whatever, and I'm on my phone, I'm not near the computer, and I know I don't get a good signal, I'm not going to get on the panel anyway and just make everybody listen to this shit when I keep diving in and out. Oh, there goes PvP. Maybe he'll be back. But anyway, that subject is dead in the water. You still alive, Daniel? Sorry about that.
No, I'm here.
What would you suggest for a science fiction movie?
Oh my god, let's see.
And here we are. Mr. Yo-Yo himself. PvP, welcome back.
Oh god, I must be getting old when I keep hitting the wrong button. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. That's okay, PvP. All right, Daniel. So what do you think?
What about the original Alien from 1979 with Sigourney Weaver? That was a good one.
Absolutely, because it is sci-fi and horror.
A classic film for sure.
Yes, and I would say yes. Of course, but then the question would be, people are going to say, "Are you going to do the sequels? It's like, how far do I go?" So they'll probably want at least 1 and 2, I guess, huh?
Aliens was good, but it was a totally different film.
Well, it was just all it was Alien with more aliens. Is all it was. It was the same movie with more aliens.
No, the thing was, the original Alien was more of like a suspense slow creeping horror
That's why
film.
it's my favorite. Yeah.
You know, where you didn't know what the fuck was going on for like the first, 30 or 40 minutes. And then you realize, when the chest burster scene happened, it was like, oh, fuck, we're in trouble because this is nasty. Right. And I love that because it was basically it was uh, a sci-fi setting, but it was basically a slow burn horror flick as far as
It
I'm
was also
concerned.
think about this though. It was also a whodunit because everybody was wondering who to point fingers at, and they were paranoid. They were all dying one by one.
And
It was
yeah, they
kind of
didn't
like
realize.
right. It was like a modern day, and then there were none. Which that's another thing that I really loved about the first movie that
Oh,
got lost in the sequels.
it's like that old movie, to be politically incorrect, called Ten Little Indians.
Yeah, that was the original title. Now it's and then there were none.
But it's
And
that
now it's
idea,
10.
right?
Now it's right now it's 10 little soldiers.
10 little non-specific people of no
Right.
specific sex.
And now think about it though. That was also a big influence for The Thing. That's what made The Thing such a great
That's
movie.
cool. Well, I'm glad because the thing is awesome.
But that's
But
what was, I think elevated The Thing above a lot of other horror movies. Was that whole the paranoia, the fear, where everybody was pointing fingers at each other, you don't know who did it. That's
right.
something that in horror movies, and I'm not talking about Scream because Scream is just crap. But that usually when it's done right, it's done right. And I don't think Scream was done right. But I know there's a lot of people who like Scream, so don't shoot me, please.
Well,
Go ahead.
a good film is a good film, and I did like the second film though, with aliens when they brought the sort of the commandos,
Yes.
into like eradicate the situation because it was obviously panic mode in the second film. And I love Ripley in the second movie. That was really good shit.
I love
Um,
Sigourney Weaver. She was great.
she was great in the first two. And I love the second film. I mean, I actually remember when I was at art college, I went over to a friend's place on a weekend night, and we got high, smoking a certain herb, and he said, "Well, you got to see this." I hadn't seen it at that point, right? Because this is way back, 30 something years ago. He's like, "You got to see this movie, man. It's awesome." And we put that on. I was like, "Holy shit, this is really good." I was like, oh man, this is good. So it's like the first two films I totally adore. I love them. I love them. I love them. After that, it's like Star Trek or Star Wars. After the first really good films made with integrity by the original creators, it starts to really drop off in quality quite quickly for me.
Yep, I agree. I think it's starting to go off track. But to answer your question, Daniel, yes, I definitely intend on covering Alien. I think that's one of the thing. It's like one of the main pinnacles uh, in horror movies. It was masterfully done, and of course, not to mention I was on acid, like I've said before when I watched it. But yes, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to cover, actually. That would be a very good one.
Yeah, and don't you guys let me forget. So yeah, you can always remind me, like in the what do they call it? The comment section on my community tab when I do the polls and stuff, and I put in there if you have any suggestions, put them in the comments. So, and those are good ones too. But it's really difficult because God bless everybody. I love everyone. But sometimes I get some comments that people want to put in some really bad movies, and I don't know how to break it to them.
I just say just ignore it. I mean,
I
you
don't want to
put.
ignore them. They're subs, so I'm going to address them, obviously. And I'll try to
Yeah.
be nice and cordial.
Oh, the thing is, if you put up a four movie, a choice in the poll, those are the four movies that you want people to vote on. If somebody puts something else in the chat that has no relationship to any of those films,
Well, no, they do.
then,
And I
you know,
remember I put in there if you have any suggestions because I do want people to suggest. It's
oh
just
well.
that everyone has different opinions, and sometimes they'll just suggest movies that I consider that are very bad. And I'm just saying it's hard to break that to them. I say, oh, no, I'm sorry, but no, probably not.
Just be diplomatic and say I'm sorry, but I don't know if that film would fit in with
Yeah,
the channel.
watch. Yeah, like Scream is a good example. If somebody suggested that, I'd say no, I'm sorry. But I try to be nice. But it's not something I would put in my movies.
Yeah, well, what can you do?
Well, I just try to be nice
It's
to everybody. I'm going to be
it's it's it-
respectful.
it's not easy to be nice and respectful to people all the time because that's one thing I've learned in the community over the last year and a half or 2 years or whatever the hell I've been on here now. God, I've lost track. It's been so long. It's amazing how long I've known you guys, but it's like I realized a while back, as much as I try, as hard as I try, as much as I try to be a nice, respectful guy, sometimes people will just throw shit at me and
Yeah,
I just lose my cool, you know?
well, that happens. That's totally normal. But they're usually nice to me when they suggest it.
Yeah. Well, I think people in your community tab are probably well-meaning folks, so,
They are. I've never had anybody who intentionally does something bad. That's why I was upset when that Milton Coffer said what he said to Gorilla.
Gorilla.
Yeah, that wasn't right and it's uncalled for. But I've been fortunate. I haven't had some people. Sometimes people will try to trigger me. It happened on the stream the other night. I don't remember what it was, but there was somebody on there. I'll just say who's not a very pleasant or polite person who was trying to get trigger me. But I pretty much I didn't obviously didn't let it happen. I read their chats, but I ignored them, and it got to where they just finally left. Which thank goodness.
Was that last night or earlier in the week? Or I don't remember
I
that.
think it
Maybe
was.
I might not have been there that night.
I think it was. Oh no, I didn't do a stream last night. So I'm thinking maybe Tuesday. When did I do that last Rumblings from the lab?
You did your
Tuesday.
horror stream. You did
Yeah, the horror
your
stream on Tuesday. That may have been it. That was it.
you did the Frankenstein stream on Tuesday, which
That
was
was the stream, right?
fantastic.
Right. There was somebody
That was
in the
great
chat.
fun.
Yeah, there was someone in the chat who's known to have let's just say a bad attitude.
Okay.
And I was surprised to see them. This is the first time I've seen them that I know on my channel. And I
Mm,
was being nice, but then they start saying certain things, and I was like, I just didn't give them any, attention.
that sucks. Yeah.
Well, what do you do for people who are seeking attention? Don't give them any attention. It's very effective, right?
Well, it's just like Disney. Just ignore them, and
That's
eventually
right.
they're going to go broke and they're going to die off, right?
Yeah,
So,
they crossed the line. They said something bad about LDG, and I'm not gonna tolerate it.
oh, I think I might remember that comment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
tolerate that. LDG is a good friend of mine. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I have learned, I'm a really sweet, kind-hearted guy. I just, I'm a big old softy at heart, right, Pop? And find it actually really difficult to come down and be nasty with folks. But sometimes I've told myself that that is what I need to do. So if I need to do that, I will do it now. If somebody really pisses me off, which is, thank God, very rarely, but I think probably 80-90% of the folks in the community are awesome people, which I really
oh,
enjoy your
absolutely.
company. But there's one or two or three that really annoy the fuck out of me, which want to have nothing to do with anymore. So I think we probably can read through the lines. I won't go into details, of course,
Right,
but
and this is the person I'm talking about is somebody. I'll just put it. Let's just say they're rarely sober. So that's what they do. That they get on there and they try to trigger people. So I'm not
I've
into
I've,
that.
I've tried to work on being more sober lately. If you can tell,
Yeah,
Pop.
but at least you don't get mean. At least you don't get mean. Some of them they get mean, and
Oh, I've been on a few streams where I really regret because I have been on a few streams where I got ridiculously drunk and nasty, and that is not the person I want to be. That's not the person I really am. But
Let me ask you
like
a
many
question.
folks, when you get too inebriated, sometimes you get fucked up, right? So
Let me ask you guys a question. Have you guys ever been on a stream where you could tell I've been drinking?
I
No.
no, I don't think so.
Oh, good. Then I guess I handle it well. And I usually don't. But when I do, if I do, like tonight, I'm on my third beer. I might have a few beers, but I never get to where I'm slurring. I try not to, where I don't usually do that during a stream, but I figure, when I'm not doing a stream, like it's a regular night and I'm not talking to anybody or doing that, I don't drink. But if I'm having a good time, like on one of my Rumblings stream, I might have a few beers. I just, anytime if I start sounding drunk or slurring my words, let me know, please. Be honest.
I don't think you ever have, Pop. I mean, 3 beers is probably not nearly enough to get you slurring. I mean, I don't know what your tolerance is for
Oh, even when I
alcohol.
do, and if I start having too many, the way I can tell you, and I'll be honest, the only way you can tell is I might I might be slurring, and B, telling bad jokes. So that's about it. I'm not a mean drunk. I either tell bad jokes or I get quiet, and I'm not gonna get quiet because it's my stream. So if you hear me telling really bad jokes, then you tell me to shut the hell up.
I think you've always been fine on your streams, actually, Pop. My problem is I have in the last year been on maybe 5 or 6 streams where I did get too drunk and I did slur and I did turn into a complete asshole, which I very, very greatly, regret now. And I've really been working hard the last few months to not do that ever again, which I think I pretty much succeeded at. But man, I had some nights on some streams last year where it was like, oh man, I would wake up the next morning and I would go, you really fucked up, buddy. Like you were a total jackass. And I'm like, I'm fully aware of that and willing to accept responsibility for being an asshole on those occasions because there were times when I was, and I'm not proud of it.
Okay. Well, all you can do is try to be better. That's what I always
I
say,
am
right?
trying. We all
There
have
you
to
go.
try. Yeah.
Exactly. LDG, Free the Net says, yeah, being drunk online isn't what it's cut out to be. I
That's
agree.
for sure. That's for sure.
And LDG says, voice of experience.
Oh Lord.
The only thing I know LDG does is he falls asleep sometimes. So he never hurts anybody.
I remember Gorilla dozed off on one live stream and he was snoring one time, which was hilarious.
It is. It's usually funny when people do that, but I don't want to embarrass them, you know.
Oh.
But LD 10, 11, 12. Wow, LDG, it's almost 12:30 for you. Wow. But it is Saturday night. And I'm really proud of you, LDG. I've heard about this new job you got or this new opportunity, and I'm so
Oh, you got a
excited
new
for you.
job? Oh, we
Yeah, he's
need
got
to hear
some really
some.
good opportunity. Yeah, and he's doing really well right now.
We need to hear
So,
some details.
well, that's why you've got people out there who are going to be jealous, and they might say a few
We're
negative
nosy.
things, and I just
We're
ignore
nosy.
them. Yeah. But whenever I'm always happy to see my friends doing well. So I get it. I can share their joy. I'll put it that way. And LDG says working late. Okay, gotcha, LDG. And by the way, LDG, I like the new setup of your new office. I wish I had that kind of room to have like 2 or 3 different monitors. It would be so nice. But for me, it's just me and my stupid laptop. And LDG says, slept a lot today, so I'm good for a little longer. Okay, very cool. I'm glad you're here. And he says, thank you. But yes, okay, so next week we're going to be doing. God, my mind draws a blank. What is it we're doing on Tuesday? Time Machine. And then the following week, I think is maybe, I think it's Nemesis' choice of Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. So you think that's a good choice there? Because I have not seen it myself. But Daniel, you think that's a good choice?
Oh yeah, it's a good movie.
Okay, well, I invite you to join us if you can. If you want to come on the panel, you're more than welcome.
Oh yeah, sure. Thanks.
Or was there more animated horror movies? That would be nice grounds to cover, but I don't think there's a lot of that. And are you still doing Gilligan's? Yes, I just took a couple weeks off LDG because of the holidays. I know a lot of people are busy, but I will be back this Wednesday. We're going to pick up where we left off. Yeah, I'm definitely, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to come, as they say, hell or high water. I'm going to finish Gilligan's Island to the very end. There's still so much behind the scenes information that I want to cover. And I genuinely love the show. And even though I've seen it multiple times, I mean, I used to watch it as a kid every day coming home from school over and over for years. But now I still, every single episode, I discover new things about it. And I find a lot of happiness and joy in that. And it's great. So, yeah, Gilligan's Island is one of my favorite streams. And I'm also proud of the fact that I'm one of the few people that are on YouTube at all that are covering it. So it's unique. That's the whole point of why I chose it, because I wanted to pick something that not everybody was doing. But I will say I'm still jealous because Jill gets the TOS. Damn it, that should have been my first natural choice. I wish I could do Twilight Zone original. And I know the user, was it last night? What stream was that? But anyway, I had a user saying that I should do Night Gallery. I would love to do Night Gallery. What about PvP? Are you aware of Night Gallery? Well, I guess maybe he stepped away. How about you, Daniel? Have you ever heard of it?
Never heard of it.
Have you ever seen the Twilight Zone, the original black and white show?
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Okay, so you know who Rod Serling is, right?
Yep.
Okay, after Twilight Zone went off the air, Universal offered him a series. They said, we want it like Twilight Zone, but we want it more horror-based. So it's called The Night Gallery, and it's produced, written, and created by Rod Serling and hosted by Rod Serling, like the Twilight Zone. But it's horror. It's like every week, I think it was total of an hour long, if I remember right. And then within an hour, there would be one or two short stories of horror. So it was more focused on horror. And it was in color. And like the Twilight Zone, it had some really good co-stars and people that were in it. So, yeah, I love it. I'm excited. I love the Night Gallery. So imagine that. Imagine Rod Serling doing a horror series. I'll put it that way.
Oh, you're talking about Night Gallery?
Yes.
The way I just got back, we're in the kitchen for a minute. Oh my God, I love that show.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying is a couple nights ago, somebody on the stream said that I should cover it. And I was saying, well, I'd love to. It's just down to finding a night where, nobody else is streaming, or it's not going to happen. Obviously everybody's streaming, but it's syncing up a night where A, that there's time, and B, if I could get a co-host who has the same time free that I do. Like when I did Gilligan's Island, for example, and I got Gorilla, and he said, yeah, he's interested. I said, okay, so let's try to come up with a night where both of us are available, so that's how that works.
I'd be happy to co-host, and I'm down to, next week it looks like I'm down to 22 hours with like very much part-time, because I had one guy crap out and quit a couple weeks ago just before Christmas. It's like, thanks, buddy. So I'm down to what, 2 8-hour days and a 6-hour day. So
all right, so here's my question. Here's my question, PvP. Should I do okay, PvP? Oh, guys, I need to rewind because you were away from the mic for a second. Have you seen? I'm sure this is a dumb question, but have you seen the Twilight Zone, the original black and white?
Fuck yeah, I love that show.
Okay, so my question for Daniel is, or I guess for you too, is because that's another thing I wish I could cover that on my streams. Should I do Twilight Zone and then Night Gallery, or is it Twilight Zone or Night Gallery? I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, Twilight Zone, definitely Twilight Zone.
They're both great shows. I mean,
I know, right? Go ahead.
Well, the thing with the Twilight Zone, you got 5 seasons to think about. So I believe, if my memory does not fail me, the Twilight Zone had 156 episodes.
It would take it'd take a long time to get through it.
So you're going to be doing that sucker for years and years, Pop. That's one thing to think about.
Well, but here's the only reason why I've been hesitating is Bird covered it recently, but he did watch parties, so they don't really talk about the show like we do on my streams.
Yeah,
about behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff. when Bird first announced that he was going to do the Twilight Zone, I was all excited because it's one of my favorite shows. I mean, right, it's number 2 behind TOS. So there we go.
So he did the original show. Like I remember,
Yeah.
I first started watching Bird when he was doing the '80s Twilight Zone show.
Then no, it was before that he did the original.
Okay, I missed all that because, I'm not. I've only been on the community for a few years.
That's okay.
I missed all of that.
That's okay. But what he did was watch parties where it just
Mhm.
automatically played, and every now and then somebody would comment.
That'd be fun, actually.
Well, and when he first announced it, because I've been on his Bird's channel for years, when he first announced that he was going to do the original Twilight Zone, I bought him the book, The Twilight Zone Compendium by Mark Zicree. It's a great book.
I have that book. I have that book.
Right, and you know how it goes behind the scenes with every episode with trivia and everything, kind of like My Lost in Space. You know what I'm talking
It's
about?
on my
right?
shelf. I haven't looked at it in 20 years, so I'll take your word for it.
Well, I bought it for Bird. I bought it for Bird because I thought, well, if you're going to cover Twilight Zone, you need this book. It'll help you understand each episode.
Mm.
But when he started the stream, he didn't use it. He just did watch parties and just basically watched, and they commented, which is totally fine. But I'm thinking that leaves open the opportunity for me that if I do Twilight Zone, I'm not just repeating what he did, but I'll crack open that book and actually read it, and then, like I do with Twilight Zone, cover a lot of the behind the scenes info on every episode. Does that make sense?
You could do like the Lost in Space Monday night streams, right?
Yes.
Because the Lost in Space Mondays are awesome. I love being on the panel for those, and it's not a watch party because we've all watched it before the Monday. So I gotta remember to watch the next one actually tomorrow. Come to think
Me
of
too.
it.
Yeah, I'll watch it tomorrow. We'll get ready for the next one.
It's so weird. Like the whole holiday thing messed everything up for like a month, and
LDG didn't think I was doing Gilligan's anymore. It's like, yeah, but it's been 2 weeks. But yes, I will get back to those.
Yeah,
but the point is,
I need to get back to this thing too. Yeah.
Right. The point is I don't do watch parties. It's like the difference with mine is we're not watching it spontaneously for the first time live on the air. Everybody watches it first, and then we dissect the episode or whatever it is and talk about trivia behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff. That's what I try to do to set my streams apart and separate from everyone else. Does that make sense?
It seems to work well, actually.
Oh, I hope so. I've had good comments saying they like that info in the background. I know I don't remember who, but there are some people that say, I don't like that because I don't like the behind the scenes stuff because it takes away the magic. But it's like, I know, but then if you want to just watch the straight up episode, you can do that on your own. I mean, what am I here for, right?
How the fuck does reading great details about how the production went in an awesome book take away from the magic?
I know. Well, some people, they want to live.
I find that weird, actually, Pop.
It's okay. Some people, they don't want to learn how they did
it. That's fine, but I just think it adds to the magic. I think
in my opinion, I do too. That's why I love special effects and gore. People think, oh, that's just gory, or they're over the top. Why do you do that? Well, because I like to go actually in and see how that was done. I appreciate latex, fake rubber, and fake blood and all that, and how creative they are. So I'm like, that's why I've always liked behind the scenes and learning how things are done.
That's one of my favorite things with your streams is you go into details on all the movies that you cover, and that's what makes it so good, man. Like, it's great fun.
So far, if I could just convince YouTube of that it's not just reused content that I'm just streaming over and over.
What is it with YouTube, eh? I don't get it.
Did you see my recent stuff on Twitter where they said I can't reapply till February, fuckers?
Oh fuck. Oh god. Well, I'm glad I've only got 85 subscribers, so it's gonna be a long fucking time before I worry about getting monetized.
Right, and I know I'm never gonna have the sub. I'm never gonna have the sub count.
That's weird though. Like Jill gets monetized, and you're like
everybody but me. Yeah,
hoops, right?
Deej Odyssey got monetized. Everybody, Gorilla's gonna get monetized any day now.
It's really fucked up.
It's
I
my
don't
luck. I've always had
yeah,
luck like that. I've always, it's without exception. So I'm not
maybe,
surprised.
maybe that's why we're friends, Pop, because I've had shitty luck a lot of my life too. It's like, oh, she's cute. I like her. She's gorgeous. Oh, oh. And she's like, fuck off. I don't want to deal
Security.
I don't want to know with you. And I'm talking like 30 years ago, right? Before the woke thing
I
even
know.
started. It's like I've never been lucky in love, sad to say.
Yeah, me
Same
neither.
here.
And I'm
Yeah.
still a lonely bachelor at 65. And you know what's worse about that? I'm thinking, holy fuck, I'm going to be dead in 20 years. I need to find a woman I can actually make love to
Yeah.
before I expire, you know?
You're lucky because you've got a lot more to look like. I know I won't be around in 20 years, so I give you credit for that. And Daniel, I have to say this: try to have a kid because I'm older, and that's my biggest regret in life is that I don't have a child.
I
And
never
so
had a
try
kid.
everything you can to
It,
have a
it's
kid,
not
Daniel.
it's not in the cards for me, man. It's not in the cards for me.
No,
Like, I'm gonna be
I know.
37 in 2 months. I've
no.
had the
I know,
worst.
but that's good. Go ahead.
I've had the worst luck with women. I've been rejected all the time. All the time. A woman's not gonna want me.
You're
Daniel,
still.
if you
I
if
will
you're
say I'm not. I'm not saying you're lying, Daniel, but I will say you're still relatively young. You're not nearly as old as I am, and
you're
maybe the day
very
will
young.
come. I hope. Yeah, maybe the day will come. I'm hoping.
I've got to say to Daniel, if you're only 27, you've
37.
got. Did you say 37? Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
You
37 in 2 months.
you still
Okay.
got at least a couple of really good decades ahead of you to find the right lady. It's like, do not give up, man. Maybe it's just like you got to just like,
It's
tweak a few
hard.
things,
It's
tweak a
very
few
difficult
things.
these days. I
Well,
know the
seriously
struggle. It's
though,
very
just
difficult.
make more of an effort because I'm sure like there's a lady out there, like for all of us, and I'm guilty too because I'm old and I think, oh, I look in the mirror and I'm like, who would want to love this old face, right? And I get depressed. But I know I need to go online and go on a dating site and
Yeah,
put
because
my photo out there, and it's like okay, I'm fucking ugly. Okay, baby, I'm
but
fucking
yeah, but
ugly.
the problem is those sites are a racket and they're fake. So those are all crooked, bullshit
Well, there's
spam, and
lots of
that's the
them, so
problem.
yeah.
The point is that it's like okay, you put it off, you put it off, you put it off, and then one day you're gonna realize it's too late. I wish I would have done that. And I do hope it does change for you, Daniel.
I know. I hope so too. Thank you. But it just, I don't know. I mean, oh boy, there's just so many things that's going on, and I don't think a woman would accept me for those things.
I thought that before too.
The thing is, though, we often think, oh, I'm so unappealing in some way to the female sex. I just don't have any hope. I just, let me put it this way. I've given up for way too many years because I had girlfriends earlier in life and some of them were really nice, but I had some bad experiences. One ran off with another guy. One just, eventually just left me. I've had some, basically, I had negative experiences early on in life, and I just said, fuck this. I don't want nothing to do with women anymore, which was a huge mistake looking back in my older years because I should have just said, fuck it. I'll just keep trying because I'll find the right woman eventually. But I gave up and I'm very fucking pissed off at myself that I did. And it's like, you never know. You could just meet that right, perfect person tomorrow. You could walk around a corner. You could be buying groceries. You could be going to put gas in your car. You could just met that woman. You never know. She might just say hi, and you start a conversation, and it leads to something. Because that's how I met my best girlfriend. It was like it was totally off, unexpected. I was with a couple of friends. We were walking around, and we just met these girls, and I met her and we were like a hot thing for like a year and a half, and she was probably the love of my life, and it's like you never know when love will strike, right? Because it can totally happen in an unexpected scenario. So I say never. Well, okay, I'm going to use a trope. Never give up. Never surrender.
Yeah, and I know
That's my advice.
I know they say another. It's an old trope that they say, but it unfortunately takes a lot of patience. And they say church because I'm sure that's probably a better avenue to meet a woman than online dating or some shit like that. I
I'm
just don't
not
think
I'm not
You know,
into religion though.
that's what I'm saying. That's why it's the most difficult. You got to. That's a big thing you have to swallow.
I can't do religion, man.
no, I don't know. You know, I tried that. You know, tell you the truth, church girls are the most boring. They are the most dull, and they're just as cold as everywhere else.
Yeah, but I'm saying that your best opportunity is to not find a woman who's materialistic, who's after your money, and they want to know when you know what kind of car do you drive, what kind of house you have, what kind of money you make. Because everywhere else, that's how they are, unfortunately. So if you
I'm
can find
thinking,
one that's humble and quiet at church who doesn't expect all that stuff, then that's the best one to go for,
Yeah, but you know, look, I got a lot of interests, right? I'm into
right?
gaming. I'm into Comic-Con. I'm into sci-fi and
Uh
action
huh.
movies. I met girls like that. And the guys who married them, they're the happiest because they get to game with their wives. They get to play. They get to go to Comic-Con with their wives.
Uh
They get
huh.
to go home and play Grand Theft Auto with their wives. They're so, and they get to go into EB Games with their wives. They're so lucky. These people are the happiest. But sadly, most guys either have nothing or they have a wife who's not into any of that stuff.
That's what I've mostly seen is where it's like opposites attract, and the guy, okay, the woman's like, I don't know, my husband just watches football and plays games all day. I'm not into that kind of thing. That's what I've mostly seen. It's rare that I've seen two people get together that like games and Star Wars and Star Trek. I wish I was that lucky. My God.
I mean, I
well,
know they say opposites attract. That's what my brother told me all the time. And I'm like, no, it doesn't attract to me. It just doesn't. I have so many friends who they're gaming, for example, and okay, I got this guy named Joe. My friend, I met him a long time
Uh-huh.
ago. His name is Joe.
Yeah.
His online name is Matrix Lord 212. Anyways, I met him back in 2011. He's the reason why I'm online. Not all women are not better off, Daniel. What does that mean?
That's LDG. Yeah. Not all women are not better off. I think what he means maybe is they're not exactly expecting a lot. I'm guessing. I could be wrong if I am correct in the LDG. And what he said that wrong.
So, anyways, I don't know. My friend Joe is like Matrix Lord. He's like he has a girlfriend named Sharon, and I don't like Sharon. I can't stand her. She's so annoying. She's not into anything he's into. Like he's a
Uh,
gamer. He's always talking Star Wars and playing video games. She's never there, and I'm just like, oh, she's one of those types of women. Oh, I can't stand that. It pisses me off. And
what I've had from my friends is as soon as they meet a woman, the first thing she wants to do is make him separate himself from his friends. Oh no, you're not hanging out with them anymore. You're gonna spend time with me. That's what I've always ran into.
oh, those
Unfortunately,
types. I can't stand those types either.
jealous as hell. Yes.
yeah, I know those types as well.
Ha. LDG says, excuse me, guys. Not all women are better off. I apologize, guys. I still have my coughing fits.
So,
Don't worry.
I want to tell a little story, if I may.
Go for it.
All right, back in 2011, I met this amazing girl. Her name was Jessica. She was into everything I was into. I met her. She was talking about Star Wars Battlefront 3. This was back in 2011.
Yeah.
And we all thought that Star Wars Battlefront 3 was coming out. But then, of course, there was a lot of shutdowns, a lot of companies going belly up, right, back then because there was a recession. Anyways, she was talking about Star Wars Battlefront 3, and oh my God, she was so awesome. So I started talking to her, and we were talking, and then I really, really, really liked her because she made me feel so excited, because she was into everything I was into, and she was gorgeous, and she had the whole package. And then all of a sudden, she disappeared for a few months, and I was wondering where she was. And the whole time, I was like on cloud 9. I was always thinking about her. I remember going outside, thinking about her, walking, and just, oh my God, I was all so lightheaded and stuff, And but that was like everywhere, right? I was always thinking about her. Anyways, late 2012, she resurfaced. And then she said, "Oh, I'm getting married. I have a fiance." And I'm like, "Oh shit!" And tell you the truth, that's when my depression started.
I
My
understand.
severe
I've been
depression
there.
started right there.
Yeah, I can totally relate to what
How
you're saying,
serious
Daniel.
were you two, Daniel? How far did you take it?
Oh man, we wanted to get to know each other, and I wanted to get to know her. She wanted to get to know me, and then
Were
that's
you
it.
as far as like boyfriend and girlfriend or just friends?
Now we're just friends,
Oh, that's why maybe she thought there was no future in you, or I don't know.
But
Wasn't
like I
there,
blame myself because I was like I took too long,
yeah, I should have moved faster. Yeah.
and just like, and then that's when and then oh shit, the crash happened in like 2012, and just it fucking it hurts, and I'm thinking to myself, that lucky bastard, he's having the time of his life. He's going to Comic-Con with her every year. He's going home playing Grand Theft Auto and Star Wars Battlefront 3 with her. He's going to EB Games with her. He's having a good time while I'm here single, and all the people I know, they either don't have wives or they have wives, but they're just very, very boring.
Miserable. Yeah.
Man, I so much relate to what Daniel's just said.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that. LDG says there are women saying the same thing about men. Yeah, but the problem is LDG is women have control over it. That's the problem, and a lot of them are very cruel.
Women say yes or no.
Right, they're the ones that ultimately that have say, which is sad because sometimes they're very.
I want to do you, and it's like she's going to go, yes, you can, or no, you can't.
Right, they can be very cruel.
Women control the world. That's what my mom always told me. Women control the world.
You know what gets me too is this old trope that men are evil and men control everything and men are patriarchy.
Bullshit.
And the patriarchy is a problem. It's like, well, Jesus, in my experience, women actually control the world because they control the sex.
They do. They control how far a man can get into the relationship. That's just it. Yeah. I mean, like online dating is a perfect example. You can have one woman on there, and there's probably like 100 guys who are, saying, "Oh, they're interested," and she can stand back and say, "Well, I don't want you, or you, or you, or you, but I'll take you." It's that's how it is. That's just how it is.
Like like yesterday,
the queen bee, right?
Right.
Like yesterday, I was watching 90 Day Fiance, and you watched that show?
I never watched.
My mom was watching that show. I just walked in.
I never watched crap like that.
I just walked in, and there was this like really this guy in his 20s, right? And you know how these people do, right? These people are so desperate, they have to go to the other side of the world, to third world countries, and get a poor girl, because they can't get a girl.
But that means they have money, apparently, but they can buy a wife, right?
Well, no, this guy was pretty poor, man. This guy was pretty poor. I don't
know how do you afford it?
Reality.
I don't know, but he was poor. He lived in a very small house, and it was really dirty and messed up. And
I'm guessing reality show.
Yeah, it was.
So the show, you think the show paid for it, or did the guy pay for it himself?
I think the show paid for it. I think
the
he
show probably paid for him. Yes.
Anyways, I knew a guy, a good friend of mine, Sean. He was collecting classic Cadillacs, and he had to sell one to go buy a wife over in the Philippines. So yeah, if you're in the right place, I guess, like example, the Philippines, they love American men because they look at money, and so they're always, so that's one option. And it was also when I was in the military, I learned that a lot of men went for Filipino women. So
I'd
that's always
rather
an
be
option, but it takes money. Unfortunately, you have to be able to
I'd,
afford to bring them over here.
I'd
So
rather be
yeah,
single.
you know, like what pisses me off is I'm watching this and I'm thinking, poor guy, man. Did you have to? That's exactly where he went. He went to the Philippines. He got like a Filipino girl who
That's
was like a
yeah.
Muslim. She was a Muslim, and she was going to convert him into a Muslim, and he said yeah.
Oh,
So
fuck.
and
Well, I know I had a good friend, my good friend Myron from the military, who I mentioned earlier, that came over to watch Dark City. Same thing. He married this woman. She made him convert to Judaism.
I ain't converting to nothing.
No,
I'm going to
men
remain
will do anything.
an
That just shows.
agnostic,
That just shows
till the
men will
day
do
I
it.
die.
Right. It shows men will do anything. Right. The
I
power of
won't.
the power of the pussy. It's like
I
okay.
have standards, and there's
yeah,
always
I have standards. I would never lower myself or sell myself out like that, you know.
I
And
know.
exactly.
I
this
know.
guy,
Some men do.
okay, this guy came from a very small, dirty house. There was like dirt everywhere,
Oh God.
and it was on TV, and and
Shit.
I'm like thinking, oh my god, dude,
That's
have
nasty.
some shame. How can you show your dirty house to the whole world like that? But anyways,
Yeah.
she goes into his house, and she says the first thing she wants to do is to clean up because it's dirty all over the place.
Okay.
And this guy has a PS4. He's a gamer. And of course, of course, the girl, she looks at the PS4 and she's like, I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about that. And I'm like, oh, get that. That's a number one turnoff. If a woman says,
for me, I would say I don't care if you don't. That's okay if you don't like it, as long as you don't try to stop me from doing it.
Yeah, but to me, it's like a number one turnoff. If a girl says she's not into that stuff, I'm like, all right, just leave.
It's going to make it
I'm
even
sorry.
harder to find a woman. It's going to be even that narrows it down to very, very, very few women.
Yeah, actually, I can't care if any woman is
I'll be right back,
into
guys.
gaming. If she thinks I'm doable and she wants to do me, I'm like, do me, baby. It's like I don't care about games or anything, to be honest. It's just like if you're sexy and you're female, I'm there. Okay, I disrupted the fucking stream.
This is one of the. Wait, I'm gonna wait until Pop comes back to say this.
Oh shit, Pop go away. I get where you're coming from about gaming, Daniel, but if you want to find a woman to have a relationship with, maybe gaming should be like secondary on the list as opposed to the actual what the woman desires. I'm just thinking.
No, I just like common interests. I want someone with common interests.
Well, fuck, I do too, but it's like I wouldn't turn a girl down if she wasn't into gaming. I would say, okay, you're not into gaming at the present time. Maybe I can show you some games once we get together that you might enjoy, and I can sort of lead her into gaming at a later time, right? If you're too specific on your desires of finding a mate, that does maybe limit you, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Just something to think about, Because I'm sure there's plenty of women out there that have never gotten into gaming per se, but if you gently nudge them into the gaming world, they might actually enjoy it, is what I'm saying.
All right.
Hey, Pop.
And sorry, I had to go use the bathroom.
See, this is one of the reasons why.
Well, it's better to have a bathroom break than a bladder break, right?
Yeah, I don't want that to happen. Yeah.
I've had a few of those close calls.
I hope the day doesn't come where I have to wear diapers. Talk about the indignity.
I'm not there yet, thank God. I'm still fully in control of my bodily functions, thank God.
See, this is one of the reasons why I stopped going to Salty Trekker's channel, because, he just doesn't listen anymore. I try to talk to him. He shuts me up about this. I can't even talk to him about this.
Right, because he likes to just drone on and on and on and on and on and ignore everybody. I agree.
It sounds like another channel I'm too familiar with that goes on and on and on.
Well,
Is that Picard episode where he goes on and on and on and on?
Well, the thing is that even if you go on and on and on, have something interesting to say. Don't talk about yourself constantly, and don't repeat things that you're always saying over and over and over. Don't talk about your personal life. Don't talk about your religion. We don't care. That's why, see, the thing is that I prefer panels with people on it like you guys, because the subject is constantly changing. I don't want to focus on me the whole time and just make you guys stay in the chat and listen to me drone on and on about myself. I mean, who the fuck? I don't know, but I have a different way of thinking, I guess.
I agree 100%. It's like, God, that's one of my biggest fears, Pop, is that maybe a month from now, I'll finally get around to doing a live stream, and there'll be like 1 or 2 people in the chat, and I'll be droning on and on and on, and I'll be like, oh, fuck, I'm boring.
Yeah, if I don't have anybody in the chat, right, if I don't have anybody on the panel, then I usually say good night, everybody. I'll talk to you guys later. Maybe when I have somebody on the panel, I'll talk. But no offense to everybody in the chat. No, but I'm not saying any offense to everybody in the chat. I love you guys, and I'll read your chat, and I'll interact with it and respond to it. But as far as being on the panel, I'm just not a person to talk about myself and my personal life. I don't have that kind of ego. I don't. And you guys don't want to hear about me and my shit.
My personal life is totally boring, so nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, LDG says, no, I'm sorry, let me buy that new show, Marry Me and Move Into My Small Dirty House.
Hey, that sounds like the perfect show for me. Because my apartment is kind of dirty. I'm ashamed.
Well, mine's not perfect. I'll just say
I'm hanging my head in shame now.
I'll just say mine's a bachelor pad. It's what you'd expect.
Yes, I am a total bachelor pad. Fucking 100%. Yes.
I've joked before where people will come in and say, "Oh, it's a little dirty in here." I'll say, "Well, the last clean lady committed suicide." So I'll just joke about it. But
I think if any lady came in to actually clean my place, she'd probably take one look at it and commit suicide too, Bob.
You know what I always thought? PvP, what I've always thought is can I meet someone who's got compulsive cleaning disorder, whatever the hell it's called, and get them over here? Yeah, I'll cure them instantly.
That'd be my perfect girlfriend, actually, if she was like have a lot of sex too. I'd be like in heaven, right?
A lot of sex, good looking, compulsive cleaning disorder, into Star Wars and Star Trek and horror movies and gaming and all that stuff. Ed,
God, I'd be in freaking heaven.
Right, Ed likes to party and have fun. There.
Yeah, and I can imagine like we'd be actually having sex while she was dusting and cleaning. And that would be incredible.
There you go.
Oh my good Lord. I love the
no offense,
places
ladies
we
out there.
go
No
to
offense.
on these streams are fucking awesome.
Right. No offense, ladies out there. No, we're just kidding. Nothing
we
sexist.
love ladies. That's why I'm talking about loving the ladies.
Right. Oh, well, that's what happens in bachelor life. You're cleaning on your own. You're cooking on your own. I wish I had a home-cooked meal every night. That'd be nice. Home-cooked meal, hearing the wife say dinner's done, and I'll be like, oh.
Oh, my God. If I could have a home-cooked meal, getting the house clean while having sex, oh, my God. That's too perfect for any man to ever achieve.
I gotta say.
That's
some people are rich. Some people are rich enough to afford it.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm not. So it's only a fantasy, which is fun anyway.
I know us poor guys just have to do with what we have, I guess, right? Just suffer alone.
That's why we watch stuff like Gilligan's Island pop on Wednesday.
Exactly.
We can fantasize, right?
Live in the past, right?
Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Well, we got to entertain ourselves, do we not?
You're right. I'm still not gonna complain. Okay. I'm still I'm positive. I'm not suicidal. I'm happy with where I am. I feel blessed that I have a roof over my head and a place to live. I have
Me
a lot
too.
of people that I've known in the past who are unfortunately passed away. So I consider myself lucky. I'm still around. I'm still able to enjoy these new things with everybody. I'm still able to have friends. So it could be worse. So I'm not gonna complain.
I agree everything what you just said, Pop. It's like, I was, well, when my mom died 7 years ago, I was so depressed. I was in a bad place. I came probably close to being homeless. And my cousin stepped in. My cousin and his wife, they stepped in and they started paying my rent for like the year. I pulled my head on my ass and got help. I went to the community resources program, which I took for 2 months, and they totally got me on track.
Good.
That's where I found my current job because one of those ladies was so awesome. She said, I know a job that would be perfect for you. And she set me up with my current boss. And I've been working for 4 years now, paying my rent as a happy, proud guy, paying my fucking rent with no help from anybody else. And never give up, guys. That's the thing. I was so low 7 years ago when my mom died. I thought it was the end of my life. I really did because my
Yeah, but
mom
you got
was
better.
she was the anchor, though, right? Yeah, you've all had people in your life that is the anchor person, right? And I did get better and I did recover, but fuck, it's been a long 7 year journey.
Yep.
And I am so glad to say I am still on target. I'm still on track. I still work every week and pay my rent. And but damn, it is sometimes life is a hard fucking slog,
It
guys.
is.
You
But
know?
yeah, but I want to say, Daniel, if you still have your parents, give them a hug every day. Tell them you love them. The day's going to happen where they're not there anymore.
Yes, treasure your parents. Mine are
I
long
know.
gone.
Yeah.
Mine are
I wish
long gone.
yeah, same here. So I'm going to wrap this up, everybody. We've gone on for like 4 hours.
Okay.
And because I'm going to get me something to eat. Actually, I'm hungry and take my pooches out to potty.
Sounds good.
I want to thank everybody in the chat. Thank you all, everybody. I love you guys. I appreciate it. Without you guys, I would not be here, obviously. If you haven't done so, consider it. If you're still listening and you haven't fallen asleep, consider hitting the like button. And if you haven't subbed to my channel, maybe you could do that. But most of all, of course, more importantly, I want to thank everybody on the panel here, Daniel and PvP. And I know that we had Scotty earlier. Thank you, Scotty, if you're out there in the ether listening. Daniel, is there anything you'd like to share before we leave?
No.
Okay, how about you, PvP?
Probably nothing comes to mind specifically. It's just since we are 6 days into the new year of 2024, I must admit, making New Year's resolutions is probably a stupid thing to do because I generally tend to break them, as most people do.
That's
Because
fine.
we're human and we're weak in many ways, right? So, but a few things I have noted this year that I want to do. I want to walk many, many more thousands of steps to get my weight down because I am far too heavy for my health, as my old, tired knees remind me every week. And I would like to lose at least 100 pounds this year. So I will see. I might fail. I might do that. But that's one thing on my resume
Well, do me a
to
favor.
try and get healthier.
Send 25 of them my way. I need to gain weight.
I'd send you 100 if I could, Pop.
That's okay. 25 will
I,
do. Thank you.
I wish we had teleportation. You'd be getting a big load of fat any day now. Unfortunately, we're living in reality, not sci-fi yet, right, Pop?
I know. Lemon Pie says, take care, fellows. And Lemon Pie also says, don't give up hope. I'm the ladies' gentleman. Yeah, exactly. You
Love
never
you,
know,
Lemon.
right?
Lemon's cool.
Take it easy, guys. Says LDG. Likewise, LDG. Have a
Night,
great night. And thank
LG,
you for sticking with us for so long, LDG. I know
You
it's
guys
good.
were great in the chat tonight, I gotta say.
Yeah, I had a blast. So hopefully, you guys, as you know, I will be back Monday. Lost in Space will return. Tuesday, we're gonna have the time machine. I'm excited about that. I hope you guys can make it for that. Too.
I will try to. I will make that. I hope I'm not an hour late. I may possibly be to work. I'll see if I can tweak the schedule and get there earlier because
anytime you can make it,
love that film.
Anytime you can make it, you're welcome.
I love that film so much. So I
really Basil just got here. Basil Battle Dragon says hi, guys. I'm sorry, Basil. I'm wrapping it up.
Basil,
Hello, Basil.
You're
late.
I'm
glad you're here, Basil. Yes, we've been going on for like over 4 hours.
Oh shit!
And I'm hungry. My stomach is growling, and my dogs are growling. They want to go out.
Yeah,
and go
I
potty.
should probably either eat or sleep or something. So yeah.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to eat and sleep, right?
I ate some stuff earlier, so I'm not too bad off. But
okay,
yeah.
I had lunch earlier around noon today, so yeah.
I had some buns and some awesome potato salad, so I'm not too bad off.
Oh, very cool. I love potato salad.
Oh, get this. The potato salad I bought is usually $12.49 because prices are insane. But that's for over a kilogram. It's really good potato salad. It's like red potatoes salad. But I got it because it was a discount price because it was 50% off because the best before date was today on the 6th of January. And I thought, well, fuck, I ate like a third of that today. I'll eat this sucker up.
Oh man, I love pickle. I love it. I love potato salad. Makes my mouth water thinking about it.
Oh, it's so good too. It
is, but I honestly tell you the truth, every store bought, it's always damn sweet. It's either overwhelming sweet or mayonnaise or both. So the first thing I've got to do is mustard, salt, pepper, and pickles and pickle juice. I got to add that tartness.
The thing is, this potato salad pop is absolutely superbly awesome.
It sounds like it.
It needs no additive at all because it's just perfect.
So, okay.
I spooned out a big lot of it today before the stream and gobbled it down. And I got to eat the sucker up because it's obviously, dated, but fuck, it's so good, man.
Okay. And have a great night, everybody. Stay warm. And if you have to drive tomorrow, drive safely, especially if you've got snow on the roads or ice. Okay. And like I said, I will see you all Monday, hopefully, for Lost in Space. Take care, everyone.
Good night, everybody.